lost.
Yeah, of course.
You didn't score a single point. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday at the 5ers live stream. My name's Richard. This guy's name is Will Davis. This weekend was a little bit of a tussle between the Welshmen and the Saffers, and there was this other little sports thing that happened. I think it was like a FIFA World Cup final or something.
But nobody
cared about that one.
It was
Nobody cared about that one.
It was the Nations Championship between South Africa and Wales. That's where the big fight was at. Like that is where the real tough fight, the match was.
Yeah, there was some actual like body against body action, like physical altercations. Happy to say that South Africa kept the Welshmen from scoring a single point. So there we go. What was this other sporting that happened on Sunday?
I don't know. Was it tennis or cricket?
No. I think it was like field hockey.
No, I think it was football.
Badminton?
No, I'm sure it's football. No, it can't be football.
Bowls. It was bowls. Yeah.
Spain,
anyway,
Argentina in the World Cup Bowls Championship final.
Yes. I'm 100% certain that's exactly what it was.
I'm a good 98%. I could be
98.
There's a 2% chance I could be wrong, and you know.
Well, congratulations to Spain for taking the World Cup final off of Argentina. It was a nail biter for hours and hours and hours on end.
Indeed.
And then only eventually did they take it like 106 or 112 minutes or something like that, something ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. It was in the second half of extra time.
Mm.
It was a half-fought game, man. It was. I didn't watch the whole game. I probably watched the last quarter of the second half, and then I watched extra time. So dude, it was a crazy game. From what I watched, it was a tough game, man. Thing is, two fantastic teams working hard as well. So two fantastic, strong teams with some of the best players in the world. Going head to head. It's not going to be a fun match. It's not going to be like, oh my god, look at them scoring goal and goal and goal and goal and goal. You're gonna watch battle.
Like the England France.
Yeah. Like why couldn't have England played against Argentina the way they did against France? Like, come on, what a
because they were just not good enough.
Yeah, true. Yeah, literally.
No, dude, I'm joking.
To be fair, though, you can see the difference in these teams. World Cup final ability teams, Argentina and Spain, they deserved it. They deserved to be in that final, and even the final showed that. Whereas France and England, I never thought they were World Cup final material, but they deserved to get into the semi. They definitely deserved to get into
France was a World Cup finals team, dude. They just did not play well enough on the day.
At one point, I believe.
Yeah.
A couple of years
You can't say that. You can't say they're not World Cup finals material. All four of those teams were definitely World Cup final material, mate. All four of them. Yes. No, they were. They were, dude. If you are France and you're considered the best team and you were ahead, like above everybody else, and England beats you 6-4, that makes England automatically a World Cup final, like worthy team. Anyway, any one of those teams could have taken it. I'm happy Spain took it.
So was I. You and I love Spain. Again, my brother's super passionate about Spain in general, so he was supporting Spain. Again, I love Spain. It's a beautiful country, so I was bigging up Spain.
Yeah, LJ saying big ups Spain, big ups SA, Crunch Town on Wales. Yep.
Yeah, no, fair. Yeah, true.
Kept it scoreless. We're very happy about that. Just once again,
absolute whitewash.
Ooh, interesting thing. Every single aspect of South African rugby over the last few weeks has basically proven to be the best in the world. So our under 20s they took the World Cup, the Under-20s World Cup or World Championship for the second time in a row. So they're double, like, consecutive winners. The, regular rugby World Cup, South Africa did that twice in a row as well. And our sevens rugby team, the same thing as well. It's also two championships or 2 years in a row that they're the champions as well. So South African rugby proving to be the best in the world.
South African rugby, to be fair, mate, you're an all right team.
Look at that coffee. Yum, 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 yum. Anyway, good morning to Henry. How are you this morning, my friend? MGN Thalantier, greetings. Good morning to you. We've got Jurgen. Okay, if I can click on his name. Jurgen van Vliet, good morning.
How
are you this morning? Azrael Trades, good morning. International Brothers, yes, of course. We've got John, good morning, guys. Good morning to you, John. Go see CMBM Trade Strategy, thank me later. Atomic Max Boy, have no idea what the hell that is. Kavish, good morning, London and Protea Gang. Good morning to you.
Good morning, how you doing?
SA is chronic at the moment, yeah. We've got Zalele saying, hi everybody, good morning to you. And EasyQR, sorry, good morning. Any giveaway? Not today, however, we are going to have a 1 versus 1 battle next week, Tuesday. So,
Really?
Yes, we are.
Right.
If you... It's going to be open, so it's next week, Tuesday. It's going to be open to everybody in chat. All you have to do is, on the day, I'll give out a link that you just need to go to and say, look, I'm in. Let's try and battle against one of the pros. And then if you beat the pro, you get an account. Simple as that.
Bosh. Sounds good.
But no other giveaways. What we do, however, Av, is we do have our summer plan. So if you look up here, at the top right, it says summer plan is back. All you need to do is you just need to head over to the5ers.com, and then when you scroll down, you'll see that we have our summer plan. We have the lowest entry price for 100K in the industry right now. So one of our accounts, our 2-steps account, is $149 for a 100K account. And I like the accounts. So I'm getting myself today. Yeah, I'm getting mine today.
Are you? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Also, guys,
Abraham is saying, good morning, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day as well. Anyway, Will, you wanted to say?
Yeah, mate, have you not seen?
I have not seen. What have I not seen?
I'll show you what you haven't seen.
Share, and then we'll see.
Oh, I will. I am in the process. Due course, my friend. There we go.
Oh, MGN is saying that CMBM is just advertising spam. Somebody trying to advertise a YouTube channel. Okay, well, in that case, let's...
screw CMBM because...
Let's go ahead and remove that comment from the CMBM guy.
Damn right. Let's just bring a little bit of something here. Let's just bring a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's just have a little bit of acknowledgement for this over here, guys. We have now just hit 110,000 subscribers.
Right
Come on. Let's go.
Nice.
We deserve one of these.
110. Thank you very much to everybody that has helped us.
Wrong one. Yeah, I clicked the wrong one. My bad.
Ding dong. It's like there's
I tried to click on something else so it'd cancel it out, and it didn't. It played anyway. I was like, oh, okay. Fuck.
Well,
fine.
You guys know what that means, right? So 110 subscribers. First and foremost, thank you very much to everybody for subscribing and being here with us every single day, Monday through to Thursdays. That's the first thing. But the second thing is that means giveaway. So we are going to have a 110K giveaway. I am going to go and talk to my manager, and then I will make sure that we get that thing going. Not entirely sure when exactly that's going to happen. We can do it next week. How about we do that? We'll do 110K next week. Yeah,
we
let's do that.
can't do it with a one-to-one, though, because, the one-to-one's a separate thing in itself. So we got to do it either before or after the one-to-one giveaway.
Yes, we'll do that. But I will get everybody up and ready for that one, and then we can have that. MM saying down 73 USD on my funded account.
What size is the account?
If it's a 5K, it doesn't matter. Then you're down 1.5%. Like, that's nothing, guys. Come on. You can definitely break that back. No problem
Yeah,
whatsoever.
yeah, dude, 100%. Yeah, man.
And if you're down $73 on a 100K account, why are you like that's break even.
Yeah.
That's break even.
If you're down like $73 on a £100 account, then it's not so
That's
good.
a different story.
Different
That's a different story.
story, yeah.
How long is the summer deal available for? It will be available until the end of August. So you have another 5 weeks to get yourself this one. You never know. This might just be one of those accounts that might stay. I don't know. We'll see. I am up $73 on my 50K. Well, every little bit helps. MM is saying 2.5K only. Okay, but that's still fine. That's like 2.5% down. You can still fight your way back from there. Really.
Dude, you guys have watched me fight my way back from 7.5% down live here in front of you guys. You guys can definitely fight 2.5%.
Technically, it's 3%. Sorry, my math was off there for a second. It's 3%.
Oh, damn it, Rich.
Yeah, you can fight back from there.
Yeah,
Really,
100%.
you can, MM.
You can definitely fight back from 3% down.
Try and replicate what you had done phase 1 and phase 2 of the 2.5K accounts on the high stakes. Just replicate that, and this is no different. This is no different than you.
It's not easy, though. You know, we're not out here saying it's easy and you're gonna fucking fly it. It's not easy. So just follow your processes, trust your process, follow your rules, and you'll smash it. Drawdown is drawdown. It's a numbers game.
Yeah, really, it is. All you have to do is just hunker in and look at what it is that brought you success in the first place, and emulate that, and just keep knocking it out of the park. Just keep doing it. You'll get there. Don't worry. It's a psychological game. It's all up here. Believe in yourself, believe in your capabilities, and believe in the fact that you've already reached this point. You've already proven it to yourself. So all you need to do is just let that wheel turn. Just keep going.
Damn right, son.
All right. What are you looking at the moment, Will? I'm currently having a look at NASDAQ. It's a little bit flat for my taste as of right now.
I traded gold this morning with the guys in the Discordo, so that was good fun. In fact, actually, let me bring my screen up again one more time. I'll show you what we took. So, in fact, a few of the guys in the community took this as well, which is really nice. So we had this area here on gold. We had some nice consolidation here as we came down into this area of interest. We've got the break and close above, which you guys know that I like, the break and close strategy, as well as we have indeed had the indicator tell us to go long as well. So not only did we have the indicator telling us to go long, we did also have a break and close above, which was, hang on, bear with me, guys. There, cool. Which was super nice. And then stop loss tight on this area here. And then again, risking 2%, TP1 hit at 1%, 50% off, break even, stop loss, and then TP2 was hit pretty soon after, to be fair. So this was really fun. This was really good. My brother is now going to be trading this as well. And then obviously he cocked up by not putting his computer on charge last night, so he actually missed the trade. But he did analyze the chart up, which was he actually caught the trade or analyzed the trade quicker than I did. Which was pretty cool. So he was a bit gutted, man. He was a bit gutted he missed the trade because it's today's his first official day trading this strategy on.
Wait. Is this Ewan?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, I know. I know. He's gonna be trading every single day live in the Discord now.
Funny thing that you mentioned that. I'm going to start teaching my wife how to trade.
No shit, dude, that's sick.
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah,
that is
very,
sick.
very, yeah.
Mate, get her in the get her live in the Discord. Her and Ewan can trade together.
Mm.
Mate, how sick would that be? But yeah, so yeah, this was super nice. I mean, a full TP this morning, so one awesome way to start your week. A couple of the guys actually caught the prior as well. The prior session short. We had a nice little short here. This was like 5 a.m. for me. Yeah, 10 past 5 in the morning. Not even room. I don't look at trading that early, even though the indicator said, there's no other confluence for me to be trading that early. Although we did have a consolidation and we did break below it. So nice trading. We even broke above the 50 moving average, which is nice. So that's me done on gold. I'm also going to be taking a look at the Nasdaq as well, but again, haven't looked at the Nasdaq yet. We seem to be in a premium sort of zone here, in a nice little supply zone. So this would be interesting. We are above the 50 moving average. We are in a consolidation zone here, which is nice. And if we do break and close above this high here, it could be super interesting to see if we can have some form of breakout long opportunity, something that looks a little bit like this, maybe. So if we can have something that looks a little bit like that, I think that would be cool. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Sorry, Matt. I'm just quickly replying to something here. Just give me a second.
All right, mate. That's all right. No worries. Going back to gold. Let's have a look at the 15. Let me see a pullback. Ooh. Oh, okay. Nice. In fact, if you have a look at the 15, Rich, we've actually got a rally base rally here on gold. So I don't know if you trade rally-based rallies. We've got a nice little base candle here after a beautiful bullish candle close.
On the 15.
15. Yeah. So we've got consolidation, which is the trade that I took this morning on the 5. And then we've also got beautiful candle close, followed by a base, break and close above the base. I may actually look at entering this because the indicators also said, well, this is a nice opportunity. So there's a 15-minute opportunity there as well for you.
There may be, but
liking the 5-minute at the moment. I'm going to stick on the 5-minute.
I'm just going to go over to my screen and then I'll show you what I'm seeing. So
yes,
currently we're on the 4-hour candle. We have 41 minutes before this 4-hour candle closes, and we have yet to sweep the previous 4 hours high, which is also the previous that established area there. My problem is if I go towards the left and I see what it is that we have on the left-hand side, we are currently at this area right here, which we had some consolidation last week, Thursday. We also had a struggle on Wednesday. On Tuesday, it was the Tokyo high, and then basically this segment here just missed, Monday's section missed. But if we keep on going back towards the left, this is the Wednesday, the 8th lows. So this to me is an area of interest right now. I can see why you want to take it from here, but I would be very careful for a potential rejection here. One thing that I would say is in line with
interest as well.
What I would say is that this channel here, so low, higher, and higher, so high, higher, high, higher, high as well. It does look like there's a potential for it to want to continue pushing up. I would just be very careful because it might also be angling there and then potentially start pushing lower. But if you're going to take it, and it's according to your plan, dude, you take it.
On the 15, not so much. I like the 15. I don't trade the way you trade with the rally-based rally, drop-based drop. I'm more sort of consolidation break. The indicator does point towards a long as well, but it's on the 15. I like the indicator on the 5 because it also marries up with my main strategy on gold. So I like confluence. You guys know how much I like confluence stacking, so I'll just stick to the 5. Right now, I'm a little bit more interested in the Nasdaq. If I'm honest, I'd love to see a break and close above this level. Now I'm gonna have to mark it up again because we've actually moved higher, which is a little bit annoying, but it's okay. 28,763. So if we can break and close above that level there, I think that would be really interesting. So We'll see. LJ. Absolutely zero chance my partner is going to trade. Same as that. So when we were in Hong Kong, my partner said to me, "Can I teach her how to trade?" She's like, "Babe, can you teach me how to trade?" I was like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Can you teach me how to trade? Like, I want to like we could do it together. Can I do what you do?" And I was like, "No, no, no." And she's like, "Yeah, but like." She's
No.
like, I can maybe like the other like long trading. I was like, what do you mean? She's like get in, hold it for a bit, and then get out. I was like, I mean, yeah, true, we could do that. But I said to her, I was like, look, Cece, it's not easy, and it's not a case of I said, sure, but I'll just copy you. And I was like, you know what? No, and it was at that
Wait,
point.
wait, 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 wait. So you're saying that because it's not easy, you don't want to teach her?
No, it's not so much that. I don't want her getting stressed out about losses. I don't want her going through like the psychological stress of trading. And then she's like, "Oh, I'm rubbish. I can't trade." And if I'm having a bad day, that's the last thing I need. Or like
Okay, so
if she's
so
copying
we're
my
viewing this very differently, you and I, like very, very differently. I'm not viewing it as a challenge. I'm viewing it as an opportunity for my wife to learn how to trade. And if she turns out she can't grasp it or she doesn't understand it or it's not for her, then by all means, it's just one thing that's just like, look, you can do it. I don't really enjoy it. I'm doing something else. It's not a slight on that person whatsoever if they don't grasp it or
true,
they
yeah,
don't
yeah.
understand it or anything like that. And on
But
top of that, it's the like in your case with your partner, she
uh,
has a full-time gig. She has a full-time job. So she can trade when she wants to. She won't be reliant on it. So perfect candidate. Complete
true.
novice. You're a master of trading, Master William, that can just teach her. And then, dude, I think it's a golden opportunity. Golden.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see how Ewan gets on because, like, you guys know, or some of you may know Ewan from the Funded Freedom episodes, where me and Ewan have travelled through Italy trading. So
Yeah, I
that was,
remember the first episode.
yeah, I did, mate. The first,
The catastrophic train trade.
mate. I know that London session, that London episode was, yeah, he just fully traded CPI and blew the account. So that was annoying. So like Ewan's got a baseline knowledge, and Ewan's very good psychologically. He can understand that losses are losses. He understands it's a slow game, and he understands that he wants to do it himself. He doesn't want to copy my trades. If my partner ends up putting because I just know for a fact she'll just chuck money in. She won't look at a demo account. She won't look at that. She'll just put money in, and then she'll copy me, and if she copies me and does it wrong, she blows an account, or she's there like, "Oh, we lost today, and it's a loss that I don't know. Maybe I've woken up bad, and maybe I've
I don't know, mate. I think you're
moved
not
outside
giving
of my
her enough
plan.
credit.
If I could teach her to trade and she actually traded properly, I'd be up for it. But
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Just do
the
that.
moment she
Just teach
said,
her
"I'll just
properly.
copy you," I was like, "No, no, 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 no,
Well,
no,
was
no,
that
no,
not
no."
her saying that she really believes in you and she believes that you would be a successful trader, so she'll just copy you? That's
Yeah.
like her having your back, mate.
She does have my back. She also has my card. She also has my.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
So yeah,
We need to
yeah,
limit that.
she fully believes in me, man. She does fully believe in me. And when it comes to copying my trade, I'd rather her spend my money instead of actually, trying to copy me and make money.
A jerk saying, I think you think she doesn't respect your journey to think she can just copy you, lol.
True. What, Jig? I like that, man. Because look, in all fairness, CC, I love her to bits, but she's not been at the very start of my journey. Like she's watched me go through struggles. She's watched me go through drawdown, go through psychological issues, and she believes in me. And she's like, "Yeah, look, I know it's hard, but you got this." She's not watched the absolute diabolical trader of me like 8 years ago, up all the way up to 4 years ago, learning to trade. And Q will break out, hopefully, man.
Kavish,
it'll break.
are you trying to get me to say it in the voice? That's what he's trying to do, and I'm pretty sure that's what he's trying to do. NQ will break out, masters. That's what he wants.
You've just made Karish's day.
NQ long 28,790, TP 8 2870. So 100-point breakout is what you are looking for. Interesting.
I'm thinking 28,770 if we can break above. I think that'd be nice. But morning, Jug. How you doing, bro?
What's up, Jurg? I was gonna say this. We are kind of flat at this point in time. Typical Monday for a Nasdaq. We're just a little bit range bound at the moment. We're going to need some sort of break. But if we go and have a look at the higher time frame, if I go to the daily, we had this slow downward tick and also this kind of attempt here. Like it's not great. But what we did have was, where's that line? We did have this channel basically that got broken. Remember LJ had this very nice triangular channel that was symmetrical flag. There we go. Symmetrical flag that we did get the break. I would like to potentially see us come back into this zone over here as an example. A little bit deeper into it before a potential continuation lower. This was a break. We need the retest. We've already swept that in one low that we had, which was the low of Thursday the 11th. We have not swept the low of the 9th, which is effectively, I think, the monthly low. Wait, let's add the monthly. So let me just remove those two. We have not yet swept the monthly low. We're close though. So we're almost there to sweep that one. So far a bearish month. It does look like we are going to have a potential continuation. Only if I have a look at this rejection candle that we had here. So the previous month. Whole spiel basically was slowing its upward ascent quite a bit, and it might be a bit of a retracement. How far can we retrace? Well, my first port of call would be potentially this area over here. So the highs of October, November, December, January, that segment that we had there. So if we're going to push back lower, we can potentially head that way. From where we are right now down to there would be about 2,400-ish points. So a drop of about 8%, 8.3% from where we are right now. That's if it can slow. However, we do have, obviously, first and foremost, we have the low of last month. We have the low of the month prior to that, which was May. And then we have the highs, which coincides with that previous month as well. So April and May's segment. So this whole portion here to potentially come and test. So if that can be taken, then we'll probably come and test the highs of, what was this, October. There we go. Highs of October. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We'll see. We'll see if we can get there. It is a little bit more bearish to me. I believe LJ also might agree with that one. In half an hour, he'll be in, and then he can also just give his 2 cents. But I do think that we are looking a little bit more bearish.
I think... Go on.
Even though we had this on the weekly a little bit more consolidative price action.
Yeah, I think we're in that sort of mixed bag area. You know, I'd love to see longs, but it is at that really nice point. You could even call it a really sort of high value supply zone. Got a lot of interest when it comes to rejections. We got this one area of interest, triple rejection from it, and now a fourth rejection as well, as it starts to move a little bit lower. So I think this could be bearish. How long for? Maybe come down to sort of 28,656 level on the 5 minute. But I'm not sure.
We'll have to wait and see. I think there is a 1 hour base. Yeah, right there. So we do have a 1 hour base over here, which is just above this area on the daily that I'm drawing out. So just this little bit. It could even be basically down there, and then it aligns perfectly. But you kind of like get the idea. This base area was the last time. If I just show you. Wait, let's move this. This base area over here was the one that basically broke that previous day lows. So the push broke the previous day lows and then tried to push up and then failed, and then even pushed even further, sweeping the lows of Tuesday, sweeping the lows of Thursday the 9th, and then also eventually sweeping the lows of the 8th. So this, to me, very high area of confluence, an area where we can potentially come and react off of again. That's if we reach it. The way that price is going right now, we're getting closer to the 50 EMA on the 1 hourly. We've had this slight upward tick and a little bit of a flat top. So if this is going to break, it's potentially going to break lower. But I would not put it outside of the realm of possibility for us to potentially tick up higher to reach this this area over here and then potentially react again. If we don't reach it, we're going to potentially carry on bearish. I am bearish, NASDAQ. I'm just going to say it straight up. I am bearish on the monthly. I'm bearish on the weekly. I'm bearish on the lower time frames, except for right now. Right now, we are a bit flat. So I'm looking for a potential break, push up higher, wait for it to get to this point, see how it reacts, and then potentially continue lower. So that's what I'm looking at on as.
I don't hate the idea of it. Like, look, for me, like, even on the 15-minute, hourly, 15 upwards, I'm bearish. 15-minute downwards, I'm a bit indecisive. This could be the turn point.
So, this to me is just consolidative right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, from the 15 down, it's just consolidation. It could be a turn point. If it's not a turn point, you know, if we break any lower than 28,595, then that 5-minute sort of confirms the 15-minute upwards being bearish.
JF saying it could be a sweep of liquidity and then drop. I'm assuming we were referring, my apologies, we were referring to the gold at that point. That was about 13 minutes ago. So I think we were talking about gold at that point in time. So coming back to this area that I had marked up, potentially sweeping the highs of Tokyo and then continuing lower. Maybe. Henry is saying, I'm watching the symmetrical triangle on the 4 hours time frame on UJ from the beginning of the month, looking for a break possibly higher. So you're going to be going against what LJ was saying about UJ potentially continuing lower. she's right. We don't know yet. Raphael saying, I hope you guys are well. Huh? We are very well, thank you very much. Guys, what do you think of GU longs? Tokyo is...
Just looking at GU now, actually, to be fair. GU looks all right. You know, we've had the breakout above the 34,692 level. We've pulled back now into that zone on the 15-minute. So it does look really, really nice for potential longs. If we can consolidate here and hold, then I think we could be in for potential continuation. You know, we're above the 15 moving average. We've had a beautiful London Open. Yeah, I think we're in a good stance for potential long continuation here. Tokyo is closed. Tokyo is indeed closed. There's two fair value gaps on the 5-minute. On what asset, my friend?
I think we were looking at gold at that point in time.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to check the 5-minute on gold.
Catherine, big shout out to Catherine watching from the Philippines. What is good? Big shout out to you, my friend.
So one fair value gap on the 5. Not really seeing another one on gold, unless it's not gold.
Unless it's NASDAQ?
NASDAQ, let's have a look. NASDAQ has this fair value gap right over here. Where's the other one? Unless they refer to this as a fair value gap as well.
Maybe.
Anyway,
I see one fair value gap on the 15.
NQ. Okay, it's on NQ. All right.
Oh, okay, yeah. I can kind of see that now, I suppose.
So this one here, that would be your first pole position. This one. Let me click on your name. There we go. This would be a fair value gap according to my understanding of it. So 3 candle pattern, a gap between 2, in this case 3 bullish candles. So no overlap of the wicks between candle 1 and candle 3. And then that would be one. And then the other one would be this one here, which is what I'm assuming is also 1 if you're talking about 2, because I can't see another one that hasn't been invalidated already. There we go, Philippines. Welcome to the Philippines.
Shout out Philippines.
Oh, dude, you know what? I always remember a TV show on Netflix called Physical, the Physical Asia. So it was the Physical 100 and all that stuff. And the Philippines was part of the Physical Asia competition. Oh, dude, I love that that competition. Was so cool.
I watched 1 or 2 episodes of it. To be fair, I get bored watching TV. Like I'll watch TV during my lunch and just watch brain rot. But
I'm excited when there's brain rot, but when there's actual physical competition, I get bored.
Dude, literally, you know,
Dude, I don't get it.
There's this program called Plebs, and it's based in Rome.
I think I've heard of it.
Yeah, that is hilarious, and I watched that at lunch. That is the only TV I watch. Unless like the missus and I are watching a movie, then I'll watch a movie. Other than that, I don't watch TV. Genuinely don't. I'll watch some brain rot called Plebs, and then that's it.
We're watching a show right now. Okay, actually, I can't say what the show is. I can't. No, I can't. I'll because if I say it, then my brother is gonna be like, "Oh, it took you forever to watch it."
Okay.
So
yeah. Don't do. It's not worth
anyway,
it.
we've got Ramon in saying first time here from Florida.
Yo, big
dude,
shout out
you're
to Florida,
up early.
Man.
Dude,
Yeah,
you're up
you
early.
are early.
Welcome in, Ramon, all the way from the US. Tell us, what kind of trader are you? What do you trade? What is your predominant asset of choice? And welcome in.
I'm gonna go with MNQ or ES. No, I'm gonna go with MNQ.
Dude, are you just going to bracket them? Is that what you're gonna do? You're just say if it's a US trader, they're only trading futures.
Yes, exactly.
Well, they could be trading options. I don't know.
No, they're futures.
Okay. Sir, Mr. M75 saying, pass my 25k eval today. Thank guys for watching you for a bit. Very helpful from New Zealand. Whoa, dude, you're up late. We had a really early guy, and now we've got a really late guy.
Two literal sides of the Greenwich Mean Time.
Oh, come on, MGN. Seriously? Finally watching The Legend of Vox Machina. Yes, we are. We're watching it. We're in season 3? 3 now? I think it's season 3.
Just started watching you in season 3. That's not just started, bro. That's like started.
We've been keeping it quiet, mate. We've been like...
Yeah, you can't say you've just started something and say you're on season 3.
I trade MYM and MNQ.
I know you did.
Whatever. Congratulations to Sir Mr. M75. Congratulations for Abraham saying to you, fair value gap on smaller time frame can be used as order flow? Question mark.
That's a good question.
Okay, so I'm going to be dead honest with you. I don't trade ICT. I've not gone through any of his teachings whatsoever, so I don't know what it's supposed to like replicate. What is it supposed to be an idea of?
So for me, I don't use fair value gaps in the traditional way. I use them as a confluence for imbalance. So you'll see that area there. Like I'll put a fib on that, and if it marries up with an imbalance or a fair value gap, then I'll use it as a confluence. Other than that, I don't really use them. Could you use it as order flow? I mean, I suppose you could use it as order flow, providing you have a reaction from it. Because order flow isn't an entry model. Order flow is order flow is literally what it is. It's the flow of the market direction. It's the flow of the market. It's the flow of the order. So, could you use an imbalance or a fair value gap as order flow? Okay, in fact, actually, you know what? Let me bring up pound dollar, because we've got an example here on pound dollar. Now, order flow is literally flow of the market. Agreed? So this is order flow. We have got...
Isn't that just price action?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't order flow where specific entries or volumetric entries are sat on the exchange?
To me, order flow is where you are, where you're going to see a high volume or a high potential area of interest. And to me, a fair value gap isn't a high potential area of interest.
So, so my understanding of a fair value gap is that it is an area where price moved with conviction out of another area, as an example. So whether it's from a consolidation or from an order block, it is an area where price over 3 candles moved convictively in one direction. And then the idea then is, if price were to come back down to that, what they call now an imbalance, where price moved volumetrically out of, that there would be some sort of reaction. Now, if there were, hypothetically, order flow at that point, it would mean that there were still entries sitting in wait that did not get filled properly as it was moving up volumetrically. So you can consider it like much larger orders, just kind of like sitting in wait that didn't all get filled during that potential push, and then price comes back down, gets more potential, entries, and then continues up. That's the theory behind it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said here, we have got nice areas of interest here. Now, we've also got a fair value gap within an area of interest. So to me, if you're going to use that as confluence, then yes, I think you could use fair value gaps as order flow confluence. But on their own, like if you're going to get... I don't know. I haven't said that. We just saw one here. I was going to say, that wouldn't be an order flow area for me, although we did get a bang on reaction from it.
So consider this. The idea of it makes sense to a degree, but it's the idea that it I don't know, it's when price comes back down to an area of confluence or an area of consolidation. It makes sense because we struggled in this area to pick a side. We broke out, we retested and continue. It's like the same idea of like a break and retest.
Yeah,
it's just what area you're choosing as your retest area. In this case, is like, well, I'm taking this imbalance, this point.
Yeah, literally that. So price pulls back into a fair value gap. It rebalances the markets, and more times than not, it rebalances the markets into an area of interest. Area of interest being this area here, really nice area of interest. There's a lot of confluence here. The moving averages were here. We got a lot of volume following. I'm going to delete that because that looks a little bit inappropriate. And then, we had this pullback back into the zone. And yes, okay, we've also got imbalances. We've got fair value gaps. We've got areas of interest. We've got areas of interest. We've got, consolidation. We've got the moving average. There's a lot of reasons why order flow would react from this area. And if there's an imbalance in that, or if there's a fair value gap within that, use it. Why not? If it's there and it's proven and you've got data backing it, use it. The one thing I wouldn't ever recommend is if you're going to just enter in on an imbalance or a fair value gap because you once heard a guy on YouTube telling you to. That's the only time I would tell you.
We are that guy on YouTube right now. We're the same.
The irony, I suppose. The irony behind it. Yeah, I suppose.
Yo, LJ.
How are we doing, you rapscallions? What are we talking about? What is this
got
order
lots
flow
of
rah 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 rah
Rar,
stuff?
rar, rar.
What's
It's
going
like,
on?
hang on a minute.
Rar, rar, rar. Dude, LJ, how was the weekend, mate?
It's good. I had a really good weekend. So, I mean, Friday I had internet out most of the day, and then only sort of came back on late in the evening, like after 12 a.m. But that ended up being really good. I crunched out a bunch of like offline stuff that I had to get done. You know, stuff that was backlogged. That was really good. Then sort of chilled out. Couldn't really do anything. But then net did come back the end of Friday, and obviously we had that massive drop, so I caught a bit of the pickup with the rebound,
Nice.
so that was nice.
Which one were
got
you
a
trading
good-
with that pickup?
Sorry?
Which asset were you trading with that pickup?
NASDAQ. So this is on the futures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey?
I'm saying beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, the initial when I first tried to jump in, got knocked out at first because it had internet go out, and that was just when we had that final bottom. We like ticked over just a touch further than where the stops were. Then got it back, and I was like, okay, cool. Now reversing, just hammered that. So that was really good. Got a good sleep in on Saturday. Chilled out, did some more stuff, had internet in and out, then pretty much just spent the whole day with my partner, just watching like shows and hanging out and that kind of stuff.
Dude, I love that.
Yeah, so it was really good.
You need that.
Smashed through a bunch of stuff. House of Dragon. What else am I watching? Silo, Cape Fear. They're
There
on,
was
like,
somebody
Apple TV.
asking earlier about Silo and From, I think. Yeah. Raphael was saying, any of you watch Silo and From?
Not From. I haven't. I've heard it's good. I've seen it there, but I haven't started watching it. But Silo, I have been watching, which is now getting better because I feel like it hit like a thingo point. It kind of got near, and then it's like picked up.
Nice.
I think they got direction with it now. So, yeah, liking that. Well, I'll see. I'll try and check it out. But yeah, did all that. Went and saw the Odyssey as well on the weekend. That was cool. I liked it. It was definitely slightly different than I thought. And there were a few things that threw me out of the whole fantasy thing of it. And some of the
I was about to say,
accents
just remember
and-
when you go and watch something like that, suspend your disbelief. I think is the term. Just suspend your
It is-
disbelief, and then you'll have fun.
Yeah, well, it's more just the attention that Nolan has. Like, he doesn't want to do the scores, like, right, for like the music and that kind of stuff, like some Hans Zimmer type thing, because they literally wouldn't have had those instruments back then. But then there were like other little bits with some of the accents and some of the clothing and that kind of thing where it was just off. Like, you
Yeah.
had Tom Holland there wearing like pants, like. No one was wearing pants back then.
No one wore
Why does this guy walk around, pants on?
That's why I said suspend your disbelief. If you do
Yeah.
that and you're not hypercritical about everything that you watch, you can enjoy stuff. You can just be like, okay, interesting interpretation.
Yeah,
Cool.
the rest of it
Here we
was
go.
really good. I'd still probably give it like 8 out of 10. So
Dude, 8 out of 10 is a good score.
yeah, if you take into consider and just like Rich was saying, you kind of just just get rid of those things, whatever. So yeah, it was good weekend, kind of chill. Got a bunch of stuff done. Got up early this morning for Monday for the NASDAQ. I was hoping we'd actually fall out of bed after the weekend news, but we didn't really. So I
Yeah,
hung
I
around
also
a
thought
bit
that we
for
were going to
that.
have like a tumultuous Monday. It's flat, to be dead honest. Bit flat.
Yeah.
We gapped on oil, we gapped on gold, gapped on DXY, but nothing that's making me go like, oh no, the world's falling apart.
Yeah,
Well,
we've definitely disregarded
Took a
everything.
day off, mate. That's why.
So
Yeah, you had to sleep in.
yeah, I mean, there was heaps kicking off on the weekend. Everyone was like, okay, is this going to actually? We're now like sort of getting a bit more serious. Is this going to kick off? And then plus, obviously, we had, Friday was pretty bad, and we got the news with the new Moonshot, the Chinese AI, which I think is
Yeah.
silly and overblown. So perhaps the markets just had the weekend to digest and go like, yeah, who cares, right? I still feel like we're going down from here. I think today's moves have actually been pretty all right. Like, yeah, if you look at it like zoomed out, it seems a bit sideways-ish. But from the highs that we reached on Friday, and then the incremental higher lows that we've made through today, we're actually forming a pretty nice triangle through there. So it's either pop up through the tops and go back to Friday's highs, or we get capped here and just roll right down, back through the lows, and then even deeper. So
Also,
MGN saying
very true.
they're not wearing pants back then? Question mark. Who said we're wearing pants right now? There's a reason the host's cameras only show their torso and upwards. Oh man, it reminds me of this book I'm reading currently.
yeah,
Well, finished the first one, Dungeon Crawler Call. I have already started the second one, and then I have a third one in waiting. The main character, Carl, goes into a dungeon with nothing but underpants and a leather jacket. And you can see it if you look closely over here. The camera is not going to do it justice, but it's a little, it's a little hearts on his underwear. That so yeah, if it's good enough for Carl, it's good enough for the hosts of the 5ers live stream.
So he legit started with no gear.
No gear.
Legit started with no gear as a noob. Got to go kill some goblins and your first
Goblins,
piece of chainmail
and bad llamas.
Rusty dagger.
Llamas that spit lava. Lava spitting bad llamas that deal in meth.
That's just so savage.
It's a really good read. I'm really enjoying it. Once again, like diverting your energy and your mind away from trading in general, and just kind of like shutting down and re-energizing yourself, much like what LJ has been doing over the weekend, which I think is a really good thing in general for anybody who is a little, I wouldn't say obsessive, or a little more like involved within trading. You need that time frame to just kind of like shut down a little bit. You need it.
Anyone that's like high strung type thing.
Yeah.
In general, whatever profession you're in, like you can't run an engine at 8,000, 9,000 RPM endlessly. It's gonna just fall apart, you know. So.
Eventually, it will. Everything is going to run hot. Water is going to start boiling and stuff like that. And if you didn't do maintenance on that car, it's going to happen even faster. You know, the breakdown itself. So you can't just go full steam ahead 24/7. You need rest as well, which is a great thing. Yeah.
You got to look after high performing materials, you know. So you know, an F1 car is going to have a service every week, every day, every other day, you know, compared to a Ford Fiesta that gets serviced once a year. You know, if you're not, you know, if you're trying to expect yourself to be or if you're treating yourself like a Ford Fiesta and then expecting yourself to perform like a race car, like an F1 car, dude, you're going to explode fast. You know, you're going to send a piston through the bonnet. So, you know, you got to look after yourself, man. You got to, you know, treat yourself nicely. You know, look after yourself.
Oh, actually, final thing before we just jump back to trading. Other parts of my weekend really good. How did I forget this? A bunch of sport as well. I literally just sat there, watched shows, went to the movies, watched a heap of sport. Right, we had the rugby. Obviously, South Africa crushed Wales. We had Australia play Italy. We decided not to just flop in the second half this time. We won 57-10. Really good. I don't know, like what
we got points, but
we play really well in the first half now. We've always
you got to learn from your mistakes, mate. You got to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, we decided to come back. It was our current coach's last game, so we're getting a new coach now, which I think is because some of the, you know, mishaps that we've had. So, but anyway, so that was really good. Then we had Spain win as well, amazing. We also had the F1, and I was so happy to see George Russell crash out on the first lap. So happy. That means Kimmy's gonna take it. It's Kimmy. Or Hamilton can possibly get up, but it looks like Kimmy's going to have it. But this pretty much puts George just out of the pocket. Just get him out of here. So, very happy to see that. Stoked. Great weekend.
So good weekend. That's great. We'll have Mr. Dirk Hey, Dirk. How are
doing?
you?
Good. Not too bad.
This is the third time now. You're either green screening or you're just running around your house streaming.
No, I'm actually streaming from a different place in Poland for the next weeks.
Oh, of course, yeah. Ah, shit, I
He's on
forgot.
holiday.
So
Yes,
right now
yeah,
I'm in Gdansk or Danzig as we call it in Germany, and yeah, this is I shared the screenshot the other day with Richard. This is the craziest internet I've ever experienced in my life. Have like a Wi-Fi here with 600 Mbit downstream. It's like
That's
insane.
really
I don't even have it at home.
This is like, wow.
Wi-Fi, wow.
That's an Airbnb? Jeez. That's like at a home.
Yeah.
It's like,
On-
wow.
Yeah.
I gotta
I'm
say,
in
after
the
what I've seen so
rental
far
in-
from Poland, I feel like when I return to Berlin, it feels like returning to the third world. It's crazy.
I'm gonna say this. One of my best friends is Polish, and his parents are, obviously from Poland. They are looking on moving back to Poland. His
Can
parents, not him.
understand that.
He's and they've been telling us stories about how Poland has post Second World War, post Cold War, all of that stuff have been like quiet. And then now I'm saying recently, like over the last like 15 years or so, has just been an uptick and just slowly doing their own thing, just building everything up, just making sure that the country itself is much better off than from its past. And
Oh, yeah.
not going to lie, I am jealous of the fact that you, Dirk, are all the way in Poland because I would love to go and travel Poland. Love
Yeah,
to.
to be fair, I've said that a few times. I'd love to go Poland.
Especially the
The
past
only-
5, 6, 7 years, they've, just like you were saying, Rich, like they've really gone like bonkers. Like stock market's ripping, their economy, the government, like balance sheet, everything's really
Yeah.
good. Like very
And
impressive.
it's kind of amazing for me because when I grew up, like when I was a kid, like Poland was always a bit like looked down on, like, oh, it's the poor
Yeah.
country. There was this cliche, they only come to Germany to steal our cars. And even because I'm here with a rental, I don't own a car, so I rented a car. And the guy told me, oh, you should have told us you go to Poland. We cannot give you a German car like a Volkswagen or Mercedes as a rental. I said, yeah, why? He said, yeah, didn't really want to tell, but anyway, I said, okay, give me whatever you have, which ended up being a Peugeot, which I'm fine with. And
French
the
flair.
moment you drive here in Poland on the highways, it's like Mercedes, Porsches, like. Why would they steal our cars? They're much better off. They can afford those cars much better than we can in Germany. It's like,
They have a
dumb.
really, really, really good car scene in Poland. That was the other thing I was going to say. Like supercars, car culture, people working, tinkering on stuff, doing massive builds, all that kind of thing. Huge in Poland, which is also something I found out like 12 months ago or whatever. And I was like, what, Poland? Like, what's this thing? Because there's a couple like huge like automotive YouTuber guys there as well.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh,
no
damn,
way,
I stumbled onto them. I was like, man, this is massive. This looks great.
I gotta say, the only sad thing is that because not our next station, the station after this is going to be in Krakow, and I wanted to meet up with Mike, but sadly he's in the UK. at that time.
He's gone the other way.
He's moved back.
He has moved back. No, I think he's still
Yeah.
living there. No, it's just on, I don't know, holiday at home or whatever.
Holiday or something.
Yeah. Krakow's
Yeah,
always
yeah.
the place I want to go as well. I'm a big history fan as well. So for me to go to Krakow.
Yeah, then this would be something for you here. Like,
Yeah.
especially also the area Danzig. Like yesterday, we went to Sopot, Westerbank, where the first shots of World War II were fired. So there's a lot to see. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome, man. I'd love to do that. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna have to dart off real quick. There's nothing in the markets for me now, and I gotta jump into a quick meeting. So, guys, I am going to love you and leave you in the very fantastic capable hands of these two handsome gentlemen here, and maybe even this ugly gentleman for a couple more minutes. Yeah, but anyway, guys, seeing that there's 137 of you watching right now, make sure you smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel because we are now at 110,000 subs, which is freaking awesome.
We've
But
done
anyway,
it.
guys, thank you very much. I shall see you in about 2 hours. Peace.
Cheers, well, we'll
Beautiful.
see you in 2
Cheers, well.
hours. Kavish saying Master Rich price ticker is not showing at the moment. Yes, where our price is coming from, the ticker that we are using, there was a bit of an issue with that. How can I put that? Data feed. So we are working on it to get it up and running again. But don't worry, it's going to be up at some point. Don't know how long that's going to be. Anyway, gentlemen, I'm going to be out. I'll be back in 2 hours' time. I need to go get lunch. And then, did you want to ask something, LG?
Just before you go, Rich, I will just say, my internet is still playing up. They sent like a warning thing today. So if it does drop out, sorry, Dirk or Rich, I don't know how long or whatever. It's only done it twice early this morning. So far, it's been fine. Hence, I came in to test it with load. They said under load, it tends to fail for some reason. So right now, it's working fine. That's why I jumped in early.
All right, it's okay. I'm
just
here
letting you know,
anyway, and
guys.
my internet seems to be godly, so
Yes,
knock on wood, I hope it doesn't fail.
Anyway, gentlemen, I will see you guys in 2 hours' time, give or take, in which we will have a new guest on the stream as well. He's been on the stream before, but you guys will get an opportunity to see him a little bit more often. He's going to be joining us more often, Mondays through to Thursdays. Anyway, gentlemen, I am out. I'll see you guys in 2 hours. Cheers.
Peace, man.
Take care.
Cheers.
Where's Bart, by the way? Is he not joining today? Or?
No idea. I mean, maybe he'll be around soon. Maybe he's still celebrating Max sort of getting up this weekend, you know?
Probably. I didn't see it live. I just saw the summary yesterday, and then I fell asleep during the final because the game was so boring. And I woke up again when Spain was rising the trophies. Like, well, okay, seems like they won.
It was. I actually like with that, like I joined the game I think 56 minutes in. Because I had to have like a little bit of a nap last night. I watched the F1, which my time was 11 p.m. Went through that, had a little bit of a nap for like 4 hours, got up to watch the soccer, slightly overslept, got in 56 minutes through. It was still 0-0. And then they brought up like the momentum scores and stuff, and it was just Spain. And
Argentina did not do any goal shot.
Yeah, they didn't have any contested goal until like the overtime or whatever. I was just like, dude, Spain is dominant. They absolutely crushed it. They're all over this. I feel like the takeaway from the World Cup has definitely been the teams that sort of played to win ended up winning, and those that played a bit more defensive just got stuck there. And then, obviously it was then late into... before we went to overtime. Same with some of the swaps that Argentina did. Again, just defensive, right? And you're not going to win the game then. Like it's
they made the same mistake that England made against them, no?
Correct,
like
yeah.
swapping
And
defensive player.
that's what Australia did as well. Like we smashed it in our offensive games, and then we just got zonked when we were trying not to lose rather than trying to win. But yeah, I just thought that was an interesting observation of a takeaway there. And you shared that stat. I'm pretty sure Spain only had one goal scored against them.
That never has happened before. So it doesn't feel like this, no? Because everybody probably remembers like the first match against, who was it, like Panama, or who was it? No, it was Cape Verde.
Cape Verde, yeah.
I mean, who ended up being really a good team as well. No, nobody would have thought that, but yeah, I mean, yesterday they were dominant, and I mean, given also the way Argentina was playing, especially after the final whistle, what was going on there, I thought like, okay, guys, you really deserved losing this. You are not behaving in a very professional way there with all the fouls and the beating and being very physical,
I like to see it though, because like
because he
it makes it a bit fun, right? Because most of the time everyone's like just falling over and going like just because they're like they just fell, right? So at least I'm like, okay, someone actually I was like, okay, fair enough. But yeah,
exactly. I was Rahul just really commented what I was thinking as well. Like from the very first minute, it seems like Argentina were only playing to somehow get into the penalties, and you cannot do that against Spain, as they showed, obviously.
Yeah.
But okay, what has been going on trading-wise with you? Anything today already?
Not too much. I mean, hang on, I'll jump to my screen real quick. So I was saying to Rich just earlier, I jumped on like 20 minutes or so early today. I was saying that I did, where was start of today? Through here. So I did get up early this morning. Basically my plan was watch F1, have a quick nap, get up, watch the World Cup final, and then stay there for market open after the stuff on the weekend to see if we get, obviously after Friday's absolute dump, and then we had this bit of a recovery, see if we get like a follow through with that down towards the lows there, and I'd be able to capture that. I stayed up, I was observing it. We weren't really getting that. We were actually starting to just pick up early, so I kind of hung around for that. I picked up some more very small trades in here, and they're like 0.25 little snippets, because I wasn't sure if we just turn around and collapse. Then we weren't really doing too much. We did eventually have this drive higher here. I went to bed just before that, because then that was about 10 a.m. My time. Had a 2-hour nap, got up through here. It would have been about 11:45. Then took some more longs after I saw we had those highs. Unfortunately missed that. Picked up some through here, had another 2-hour nap, and then we had this big downdraft through here. Now I'm sort of waiting for us to get some kind of direction on this triangle, see if we actually break this and continue with momentum, or we're basically getting this sort of triple, quadruple top through here, sort of capping us. I believe the 50-day moving average or something is just a touch above there. It must have been on the 4-hour, actually. 1 hour? What chart was I looking at? 1 hour. This is what I was looking for. So to see if we get a slight pop through there, come up towards the highs from the Friday, and then see if that caps us on the 50-hour and then fall off, or if we just get stuck in here and eventually waft lower. So that's kind of what I'm looking at the moment. I haven't taken any FX trades so far. We did have a good run up in the Euro, the Aussie, and that kind of stuff. But I've been focused on the NAS recently, just with all the activity in general. So that's where my eyes are right now.
All right. Bart.
Welcome, Bart.
Welcome.
How are we doing?
Yeah. Good morning. I'm doing great.
Morning, man.
I see different background by Dirk. Just my eye caught it
Yeah.
right away.
Because I'm on holiday and traveling through Poland, so it's going to be a different hotel or Airbnb every time I'm on until end of July.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And how is Poland? I've never been there.
Me neither until just now, and I absolutely love it. It's very modern, very clean, very good infrastructure, a mixture like of old and new when it comes to buildings, and absolutely love it, especially here around Gdansk, the area. I'm looking forward now. Next stop is going to be the Missourian Lakes, which is a bit more rural, a bit more nature. Let's see how the internet thing is there. So I cannot promise that I'm going to be here on Wednesday yet. And but yeah, it's I'm having a blast. It's a overdue holiday also.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah.
As you can see, I cannot completely let go of the markets, obviously.
I don't think any true trader can, right? Even when like you've made enough money, you retire and you're like, you're old or whatever, and you kind of just like pull out your phone, check Bloomberg or something, and all of a sudden you're pulling out your laptop, and then you're going onto your main PC, and you've got 8 screens up again. You're like, I'm back, baby.
I have to trade this right now.
Yeah.
But what you were just saying, LJ, about you were talking about the Nasdaq. I like exactly what I've been drawing on my future charts here. I was also looking for an entry into this, and this is the perfect sideways market regime right now. Volatility compression. I don't know what's going to cause us now. What What's the reason that we are going to break out either to the north or to the south? Because we are very rage bound at the moment, probably some kind of news catalyst or maybe Trump tweeting something later. For now, very quiet. Didn't find any entries. I found an entry in gold this morning, which, I'm already out again there as well, which was a nice trade, a little long here with a risk reward of 2.2. By the way, this is the one we traded on Monday live here. So that one just ticked over the take profit and then started coming down again. That was a very nice trade. Other than that, the only trade I currently have open is the good old dollar yen, who keeps eating overnight financing. Nothing wants to move really there also at the moment, but for what it's worth, I'm going to leave it open. But when it comes to indices, I think there's like more action in gold. For me, it's like a cleaner pattern a little bit. We change, at least on the lower time frame, in a bit of an uptick again. So I wouldn't mind to see if I can get somewhere re-entries down here. I mean, that's the obvious one, around 4,000. If we tick a little bit lower, would be worth to look at Friday's low also, somewhere at 3,970. At least if that should happen in the next 2 to 3 hours, because after that I want to shut down my laptop and enjoy the rain today a little bit.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. How about you, Bart? Anything you're trading right now?
Yeah, it's nothing special, but I'm in a B2C trade now.
When you say it's nothing special, it's normally like a gigantic, super profitable trade.
Yeah, no, I think the markets are a bit choppy, sideways. The only trade I'm in is just with my automatic trading strategy, and that's just buying new highs, and that is with B2C and gold. It worked in the past really well, but I did enter I think somewhere like here the trade, so I'm in a bit of sorry, I think here, somewhere here. So I'm in a loose now, and yeah, I will see how it goes. I think somewhere here is like my SL. I hope we can get a little bit higher with Bitcoin, but I think I will get here with a little loss. But yeah, that's just part of the strategy. If we're breaking like 10% now, then I can make a lot of money of it. But yeah, most of the time now, B2C market is just really bad the last few weeks, and then the strategy doesn't make so much money. So I don't trade also a lot of risk on it, so I think I'm now down on my account 0.1%. So that is very, very low. And yeah, I'm just hoping to get a little bit more of bounce before I get out, but we will see. I think we need to break this last level first, where we got resistance, but it's not a lot of momentum now in the market.
Yeah, I don't know about BTC, right? Like, it's so hard. Like, there's been so many like false starts where everyone's like, okay, it looks like we're getting steam. And it's just like, nope, nope. Not today. So I think it's gonna be a little while longer. I feel like it's kind of like gold, right? Gold eventually will get higher, but I think we've still got more pressure. The whole rates picture, liquidity picture, that kind of thing going on. It's going to be, I think there's still more time in it. But obviously picking up these kind of, sort of point-to-point trades are very good. So yeah, looking for that stuff's really good. Same way we've talked about playing gold. That's how you want to do it throughout. But not expect gold's going to rip back to 5K or anything. Same deal with Bitcoin. So I like it.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, but Bitcoin, it's like downwards, sidewards, downwards, sidewards, and I think maybe sidewards again, and then one more time down in like the next few months, and then we're getting end of the year somewhere at the bottom. Dirk is the expert. It was like October or November. You called like a little bit the bottom, or?
I think you're muted, Dirk.
Oh. Yeah, he's muted.
I can't do sign language. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you, but somehow I didn't feel I was the target, so to say. So, absolutely right. Somewhere October, early November, it's pretty much always like 360 to 370 days from the top that the bottom is in. I would love to see it somewhere around 50K, really. I mean, at the moment, the sentiment is already very bad, but that would be awesome, and then I would go all in again.
I agree.
Let's see, we do something like this, and then we go one time back.
Yeah, that would be it.
And then
And
going
I
up.
gotta say, you just said Bitcoin is like very showing very clear patterns. Always, of course, always easy to say in hindsight, but it's really like this. If you are into like analyzing market regime, analyzing cyclic patterns, I think Bitcoin is really what you should look at. Asset this size that does exactly the same every 4 years, and during the 4-year cycle, I cannot find it anywhere else. And yet, every time I bring this up, the reaction of my peers talking to, not you guys necessarily, but maybe somebody who's not a trader, is like, oh yeah, but this time it's going to be different. You know, everybody knows that, so it cannot be true, which normally I would agree to, but somehow, yeah, here we are.
There's some things that do repeat. You know, it's like stocks. The same way people bring up old charts when you have like the .com crash or I don't know, the GFC or something. They overlay the charts from then to now and say like, oh, we're gonna crash. Like,
Yeah.
doesn't mean we're going to crash, but you can see the fact that, yes, they do sort of replicate over each other. There is somewhat of a repetitive cyclical nature. That comes down to, you know, rate cycle, things like liquidity, M2, you've got debt rollover, that kind of stuff. Like, you know, so you do have these certain segmented mechanical components of the markets and of the economy, which do obviously force something one way. It's more of an engineering problem from those aspects rather than the speculative portion. So you got to balance the two, but there are certain, I don't know, lack of a better term, physics of economies that do play through, right? If you want to put it that way.
Yeah, for Bitcoin you can. I mean, I always forget his name. This Italian physicist who describes Bitcoin as a power law. Power law always meaning like what you see at a small scale repeats itself as a larger scale as well. You can, for example, explain like the growth of cities and so on and so forth. And he's pretty much on. He was also, like myself, way off when it came to predicting the top of the bull market last time. I also expected something between 200 and 300,000 US dollars. In reality, it was then, I think, 128,000. But nonetheless, the repetitive cycle, whether you describe it by a power law or whether you describe it by stock to flow, is another very famous model from this guy on X called Plan B, or me with my logarithmic regression models. They all say the same, basically, like, yeah, there is this repeated cyclic pattern that you can exploit in a way. So you can time kind of like, oh, here's where the bottom, this is where the top should be. What you cannot do with it, as always when it comes to trading, is to precisely predict this is the price at the top or this is the price at the bottom. And I think this is also in most ways where professional traders act differently than beginner traders. Beginner traders or also intermediate traders, they like to focus very much on where's the absolute top, where's the absolute bottom. Which, of course, like from a psychological standpoint, I can totally understand that. I used to be like this in the beginning as well. Whereas as professionals, you kind of more sketch out, okay, price could turn around here, and then I have like this box of targets, whether you define this with a take profit ladder, like you, for example, do LJ, or whether you define it like Bart does with buying, like when we have a breakout on Mondays or something. I think you explained that last time. Based on what you probably did with BTC trade also, when you do it in a mechanical way with your EAs. This is more like it. No, we don't know where price is going to end up. All we know is like that statistically speaking, at this right moment in time, there is probably a higher chance that price is going to follow higher up. Whether that is does with a lot of momentum or whether it like fades out then very quickly, that's something nobody can predict. Or if you can predict this, you probably wouldn't share that with anybody at least. And you would have to
predict it, no. Yeah, but again, there's those mechanical components like, any kind of PM or whatever, or someone working at a bank, and you get a client saying they want to buy X millions of dollars of XY share or currency, whatever, and they want the best price they can get. So you watch VWAP, and basically they want to buy at VWAP or below. Yeah. If you get filled consistently above, you're going to be fired, right? So, you move away from that, you can expect that you're going to have a pullback into there, and then a push off, pullback, push off, and then obviously when that flips, you can clearly see the shift the other way. So there are mechanical components that can be relied on because of those big wafts of capital, those big waves from certain players. And then you combine that with the other speculative aspects overall. So if you guys will give me 1 sec,
of course.
I'll just jump back. I've just got a email I got to respond to, and then I will jump back in. Sorry.
I saw a question here by @mn_name -pxp1x. Have you ever used an eBay bot? I think that's the perfect question for you, actually, Bart, because Bart is our expert when it comes to MetaTrader expert advisors. If I didn't misunderstood you, this is like your main trading strategy, that you hard code your trading strategy into an EA and then just let it run without you constantly having to intervene, right?
Yeah, yes, that's right. I'm now, I think, like 11 EAs I'm running on the same time on one account. So also on my 100K account. And yeah, it's going very well. And if we're looking forward to the last trade, what I'm doing, let's go to the 1 day. I've made a video on it, but it's just working so well.
You made a video, and
here again,
that video is viewable somewhere also?
Yeah, but it's in Dutch, so it's on just the 5ers Netherlands account,
Okay.
but it's in Dutch. But yeah, every time it's so good. It made like a red day, I buy in, and 2 days later, I get out. That was like the IBS where I talked about. It's like the internal bar strength. So nobody uses that, but it's so good to use that, and also with making an EA, so an expert advisor. So you don't have to be on 1 in the evening awake to just open a trade. So that's what I like about the EAs. So for the bit like the 1 days, and that I don't need to have to wake up like in the middle of the night to open or close a position. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a point, and for me, it's also the whole point of EAs, like when you, or any automated strategy for, if that makes sense, that you, like if you manually trade everything, you kind of miss a lot of trades, because obviously we need to sleep, or you need to be LJ, who somehow can survive on 2 hours sleep per day every now and then. I for sure cannot. I need my 6 to 8 hours. And when I wake up, I also hate that, I was like, during the Asian session on gold, I missed this or missed that. So for my swing trading strategies, my longer term strategies, everything is pretty much automated. The only thing I haven't yet automated, because I haven't found a solid edge really in this, is Forex scalping strategies or day trading strategies. I found something now after really a year of testing, but that one still needs to prove itself. So next thing is I'm going to attach this strategy. I hard-coded it already as an expert advisor for MQL5, and now I'm going to attach this one to a fresh 5ers account, evaluation account, to see does it really work, how it worked in the out-of-sample back tests I did. So
Yeah,
I'm saying this because, and maybe you tell me if I'm wrong here. I always have a feeling that people assume like, oh, when you use a bot, that's like very easy. But to get from having an idea about a bot to actually a working bot, that can be a huge time span of trial and error, debugging, compiling again, noticing that your price feed was maybe not as realistic as you thought, and so on and so forth. The second, third, fourth bot, of course, then are easier to do, but like to get it right done the first time, it's a bit difficult in my opinion, at least for me.
Yeah, that's right. I can make now a bot in like 1 minute. I think I can just go to Claude. I said, just make me a strategy, use about the RSI, and make it for a trading view. And then I have like a strategy in just 1 minute, and I say make it profitable. And then I look into like a trading view, and I took it in a Pine script, and I look at this line, and it just goes downwards and making no money. So. Making an EA is easy, but making a good one, that's the difficult part.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's funny because I know a lot of people love to use these PineScript backtests. And it's funny, and I maybe I really have to do a video on this because I know a lot of people do this really wrong, They think that, like you are showing right now, this is like a nice equity curve, steady growth, not a lot of drawdown. And when you translate it then into an MQL, 5 expert advisor, suddenly like the equity curve is like massively red because like the individual executions of the orders are very much different than what PineScript does. Yeah,
that's true. And you also don't have the cost, I think, on like TradingView on the PineScript. You can see how much swap and everything you're paying, and it's also like with if you like a little bit of delay in getting into a trade, that can also move very different. So I would say, just first look into TradingView. If that looks good, then you go to the next step, and then you will see how it turns out in MT5.
Like MGN is saying here, my first bot took about 3 months to write, but I wrote it as a framework for my future bots. Now I just need to add the specific strategy to the framework and make a new bot. This is exactly like your first one is going to be the framework, and you're going to do most of the things that you shouldn't do with this one. And then the next ones are going to be much easier because basically like 80% of the code is already done, and you just need to adjust it to that specific strategy. If a strategy is not like super, super different, of course. And like one thing that if you guys out there are looking into coding your own bot or using AI to code your own bots, that's totally valid as well, of course. MQL5 bots, I highly advise you to use if you want to run them then on a 5ers evaluation account eventually, then also backtest them on the data from the MT5 of the 5ers. You can download tick data, like 10 years of tick data, 20 years of tick data for some symbols. Tick data really meaning that you can very precisely say for what price your order would have been executed. And this will give you a very realistic view whether your strategy is profitable or not, because some of mine strategies that look good like on paper or in Python backtests based on Dukascopy data then totally collapsed when I did them on the 5ers data, because when we're talking about scalping, when we're talking about day trading, your order execution really, really matters. If you have like too much slippage there, if your order execution on average is off by, let's say, 0.2 or 0.3 pips, on the long term, this can totally destroy your strategy. I was surprised seeing that a long time ago, the first time I did this, how much slippage and just slight delays in order execution eat into your profitability. This is, of course, not the case if you're looking like into holding a trade multiple days. Then it won't matter much. But I know probably the majority of the viewers here are very much into short-term trading, like scalping, doing a lot of trades every individual day or every individual week. What you're showing there is a Pine test, back test, or right now?
Yeah, Yeah, I'm still on the screen. I was just looking for something else, but yeah, this is like the Pine script of what I use of one of the strategies, and maybe I can show a bit more of the other things. Then I need to switch my screen. I will stop sharing this, and it's like a big back test. Maybe I can show from the from like the last 10 years with all my EAs. It's a little bit old. I didn't do it for 2026, but then you can see like all the years and all the data you can get with it. So
By the way, guys, one thing I'm watching while you are looking for that quick note here on gold, what I'm watching right now is I would like to see us go down here again into this, what I call demand zone. So this is a zone where the last time selling orders were met with buy limit orders, like nesting orders, I like to call them. This is where I went long this morning. Wouldn't mind going long there again if this one holds and kind of play the same trade again, which works well because first of all, it's a bit with a short-term trend. You can see this by the standard deviation chart, this, I think, rainbow chart, somebody called it on Monday in the background, that points upwards. So I'm more leaning into long trades on this one, and that would be a good area if we go down there again. Might be that we continue higher all the way, then I need to see where my next entry would be. But, I want to be patient, obviously, about this. Okay, back to Bart's screen.
yeah, so I don't know if you can read it. I don't know if it's
Maybe
like
you
good
can
quality on screen.
You can
Yeah,
with
I
control
will
plus
take
make
you
it a little
in
bit
with.
larger.
Like
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
yeah. So first, I made like a portfolio of all the EAs I made, and then I'm just getting everything together, and then you can see what's my profit target. So this 1.55, winning is like 43, 53. I can have like everything in this, and the drawdown is like 11% in the biggest drawdown that we had in like 15 years or something. So then I know the chance that I will lose my high stakes account where you can get a 10% drawdown is like very, very, very low. And how much I made. For me, I say, okay, this is my 1%, my 1x risk account. So here you can see like all the strategies I trade, and you can see over the years that one has made me a lot more money. That's because it's like a gold strategy where it just buys the breakout. Gold did very well the last few years, and there you can see it. And all the strategies are just slowly getting higher. And if we're going a little bit lower, it's not important. I have from every year, every month, how many euros I make with the strategy if I using 1x risks. And that is with one-time risk. That means for me, okay, I can almost never lose the account. And then I've tested this, and that you can see like 70% of the months is just a green month. And only in 2018 it was like a big red year, and that was because that was the first time Trump came as president, and that did not good for the markets. So there you can see
No, that was around when
lose
we had
like
the taper
9%.
tantrum and that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was the only like very shit year, I would say. But
What?
for the rest, and you can, yeah.
What I super
stay
like
here.
about this is it's like, you have the numbers on screen. You know what expectation band you can have, and sometimes you are at the lower end of a band, like 2018, for example, but you still know like, okay, this is within the expectation. Sometimes that happens. And as a trader who does everything manually and who maybe, picks his daily strategy as the flavor of a day, base it on how he's feeling today, or even if they have like a systematic approach to trading, but they don't know the backtest numbers, how their strategy performed in the past, in a year like 2018, or even in a phase where you have like 2 red months in a row, like for example, also in 2018 or 2025, May and June, like 2 red months in a row, there's a high likelihood they would throw their trading strategy out of the window, especially if it happens, and it often at least happens to me, that in the beginning you start a new trading strategy and you're immediately in drawdown first with a trading strategy. You kind of like start like doubting yourself until you look at the big picture and see like, well, this is what can happen from time to time. I'm just in bad luck that it happens right away in the beginning. And then you look back at it like 6 months later and say like, yeah, everything is running as it's supposed to be. I was just unlucky. But it's not something where you need to doubt yourself or like rechange your complete trading strategy again.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah,
Is
true,
this like a back test then, Bart? Or is this stuff you actually forward tested the whole way from... I mean...
No, it's like
started young, right?
you can you can backtest it on MT5. You can also backtest. What I do, I have like it's like your whole computer is like full of MBase with it, but you can have all the details from the markets from MT5 in your computer, and then you can put all the strategies together, and then you need to wait like 4 hours, 8 hours to get everything through. And then we have like a good backtest, and not on TradingView, but on MT5. So you also have like the swap cost and everything else. So I can't do this on my own. That's too much. If I go back, I did this until 2013. So it's a lot of data.
But it's not parameter tuned, no? It's not optimized. It's like the strategy is unchanged. And then you just test it at, okay, this is the strategy, these are the settings, please give me the results from 2013 onwards or whatever. It's not like that you told the MT5 to optimize it, because then it would be curve fitting.
Yeah, I did it with MT5 and like Quantalizer or something. It's like from Microsoft on the computer. But it's like an old program, but there you can make this with. It's like Quantalizer. If I go here, Quantalizer portfolio report. So if you want to make this yourself, if you have a lot of EAs, then you need to search Quantalizer. And then you can make this yourself. And yeah, I have also all the trades I had in that like 13 years. 12, 13 years, all the trades are in here. So I can't see it now, but I think it's like 600 pages, this document. So it's
you're more
like
a hedge fund and not like an individual trader.
That's true. I want to operate a little bit as a professional. So I also trade like manual and just normal, but I also like to get it to a professional level with it. So I'm really getting to that point, to almost like the same, I think. But I need to get a little bit more strategies and even a little bit better, and eventually I think I will get there. But yeah, I don't have the money as an hedge fund. That's the only thing, but the strategies I have.
No, nobody of us has like 50 million asset under management or something like this. Don't worry. But yeah, I mean, I find that very fascinating because I see myself in that. This is exactly the way I like to work. You have an idea, and then you test it first. You back test it. You look at it from all angles. You let the data speak, and not, something I would have done maybe 25 years ago, where I would have seen something on the chart and think like, oh, wow, this is the holy grail. If I do this every time now, I make 100% per month, and in 12 months, I'm going to be a billionaire, This is the way it's done. And what is fascinating about this, and this is what I very much share with you, Bart, is it's like a never-ending process. There are always things you still can do better. You are never going to reach the pinnacle of where you can say like, okay, I've done it all now. I've seen it all. I know everything about trading. I know everything about the markets. I have to move on to something else that is more challenging. The markets have a knack for that. Every time you think you've cracked them, they turn into something else and challenge you again. Very much like, who was this guy who wrote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Douglas Adams.
Oh, dude.
And he wrote something, and I don't know if it's in the first book or second book. It's like, if anybody ever figures out how the universe really works and what the truth behind everything is, the universe self-destroys itself and comes back as something even more complicated. And this is how I feel about the market sometimes.
That's how I think how a lot of people feel about AI as well.
Yeah.
AI actually sort of semi-figuring things out, and then but yeah, Hitchhiker's Guide, dude. We had to pick like a book to read. I was in grade 6, right? And we were meant to read like a book every month or 6 weeks or something. You'd have to then get through your book, choose a new one. That book was so thick, and I was just reading it and just like genuinely enjoying it. So I was reading it sort of slowly, not just like smashing it out. And so I was down there like 9 months later, still reading the same thing. My teacher's like, "What are you doing? Get a new book." And I was like, "I like this one."
Yeah, I think I've read it like 5 times throughout my life.
Yeah, I was like, "Why do I need a new book? I'm still reading, just reading pages. Like my book is how many times thicker than everyone else's little, like it's fine." So I was so upset when they were trying to say, "No, you got to pick a new book." I was like, "No." So
I don't want to. But there are 5 of them. Did you know?
Great read.
5 books. Although the last one I think was written after Douglas Adams died.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I had the condensed
all combined
into one.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
so that was my argument. I was trying to say like I've read through the first, it's like reading Harry Potter, but you read like have all the books smashed into one massive book. It's like, yeah, it's one book, but it's not one book.
Yeah. I get it.
So,
but thanks a lot for sharing this with us. Very, very interested. This was based on a question from the audience, LJ, who was asking.
Yeah, I missed part of this.
EAs. Okay.
It's really good. Though.
And since Bart is the expert when it comes to trading bots here, he was inviting us into his world of quantitative finance. Yeah, really.
Beautiful.
I'll call you hedge fund Bart from now on, by the way.
Yeah, that's good.
Hedge fund Bart?
I can...
It's kind of the same thing these days, I guess.
True, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I can change my name on the screen.
Do you have a dedicated like PC or server where you live?
That's
just
what I was
running the whole day, 24/7, churning through data, back testing, forward testing. Because this is what I do. I have 2 dedicated servers for that, and they just run 24/7 in the background. One of them is busy for 3 weeks now, gathering all available data from poly markets, for example, to analyze it then later on, which because of API rate limitation takes like 3 weeks. And it's going to be this gigantic database with hundreds of millions of rows of data, which I very much look forward to getting through.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lot. Yeah, I have like this computer I always work on, and there I can get to a server. So I have one, but I haven't done it yet. It's on my to-do list, but I need to buy a new PC or something, or like a PC without a screen, where I can do a lot of more things I can put on.
That was nice, like
grow a little bit.
PCs you can buy on Amazon. They're like this size. They're quite powerful actually, and I don't know the price now. I bought a couple of them like 3 years ago, and they cost like 400 euros. They're not like super fast, but it's enough. If you're okay with it, some analysis runs for like 2 days, that maybe on a super powerful PC would complete in 2 hours, it's enough. If you have like 2 or 3, you can just keep them busy and come back, when they are done, while you still can normal work on your main PC. Because if you do this on your main PC and then you do streaming like this, for example, right now, you're going to get in trouble sooner or later.
Yeah,
Especially
that was
our streaming software.
yeah. That's one of my questions because as well, when I've today I spent a bit of time building a new bot, basically a scalping bot in 15 minutes. But any other stuff, if I try to or run optimization or whatever, it'll be like 6 weeks. Like,
Yeah.
okay, and then it says 6 weeks, and then it goes to, like 5 months. You're like,
Yeah.
come on.
It depends.
But
It
that's 'cause I've been
depends how
running it
you
off.
do it. You
Yeah,
want, like-
on the PC or on the laptop. Often I've done it on the laptop. It's powerful, but it's
yeah.
for that reason I have to use the computer. But
You need
I think that's
you
something
need
I have to do as
a
well.
lot of
get,
CPU
separate,
cost. Yeah.
Yeah, get separate servers, just like you, Dirk. Otherwise,
Yeah.
impossible.
If you have the name of it, what you did buy, Dirk, you can send it to me.
Yeah, I'll send
And
it
then,
later to you. Sure.
Yeah, that's something I need, and I don't want to do too much money. I don't want
Yeah,
to give too much money, but everybody wasn't.
I would love to have like a room full of server racks, with unlimited CPU, unlimited GPU, unlimited RAM. Although RAM, you might as well stick gold bars into your PC nowadays. But yeah,
Yeah. Okay. I also see like a comment of, I don't know how you spell his name, Talentier. It seems like I like the
MGM.
process of making EA and testing. For me, that was not the reason I did this. It's more that I just wanted to have to know how much I can earn every month, because if you want to get stable, maybe buy a house and everything, you need to have a little bit of a stable income. So now I can see how much I can make a year or a month. And what you see on the screen, that is based on a 100k account on one-time risk. So there you can see, if you want to do it yourself, how many dollars you can make a year with it. If you have 100k account and you can trade a year with it, it will give you, let's say, between 15,000 and 30,000 or something a year. So I think that's just a decent amount. I see a lot of people who are making more money, but that's just taking more risk. But the thing is, with it, you can scale it up and get more accounts, and then you can stack everything.
I really like that.
yeah.
That's what I do as well. So same deal. I run down every single month what accounts I have, whether it's a personal or prop accounts, that kind of stuff. What I expect from them. Therefore, when should they roughly, scale up or otherwise, and then I do a base conservative value, a moderate expectation value, and then an outperformance area. And then you get those baskets of all three, and exactly like that, the year, January, Feb, March, April, and then I normally also have a week-to-week type thing, and then because I've gone into more depth of trying to say, okay, these periods are more, give it a certain couple months, a multiplier, either a increase multiplier or a decrease based on how active markets are around January. It's pretty dead. December is pretty dead, that kind of thing. Then you get a pickup in activity through Q1, Q2, end of Q1, Q2. Then you go into European summer. It's a very different market. So I've tried to go more in depth with that as well. But I really like that because it does give you that scaling out to actually progress forward, and things like you were saying, Bart, like actually build that kind of financial wealth, which at the end of the day is everyone's, the point of being here. Like, yeah, some people want a Lambo tomorrow, but ultimately it's to build that wealth portion over time and keep increasing that overall. So I really like that. The only thing is I still do this manually. Dude, math for me has always been, I got to have a piece of paper, a textbook, whatever, and, write it down. Even if I put things into an Excel sheet, it frustrates me for some. It doesn't feel right. Well, where I'll often do that, print it all out, and then I'll often just write it down manual. I don't know. I feel like I prefer like either doing the math in my head or taking out a calculator once you get to certain portions, and just literally writing out manual in a book for myself. But that's what I'm used to, obviously. But same deal. I like this a lot, and I encourage everyone else to do that as well. You should be doing that overall.
Yeah, just like a little bit stacking the money and with your wins, just investing again and again, and then you can get every time higher and make a little bit more until I think you are saying like, yeah, I'm now comfortable, and then you can take more money out. But if you're like a young trader and you don't need it, let's say you're living still at home or something, and you don't have a lot of cost every month, I would say just reinvest it. What I do, I do like, I would say like 40% I will reinvest, 40% I will just spend, because I think that's also important, and like 20% I would say like doing good stuff with it. And what I mean is just just being good for the world, or just be going to charity or anything. For me it's important, but if you don't want that, you can do something else. But that's what I like about it.
Not spending everything is important, because you want to have this compounding effect eventually too. This is going to help you scale eventually from 100 to 1 million and so on and so forth.
And I think especially if you want to trade full time, right? Because then you got to calculate, okay, you've made this much profit, but you now have to pay your bills. So you're going to have to draw down from that. So it's going to change the compounding. And then you got to factor in taxes, all that kind of stuff. So building out that kind of a worksheet overall, very important, right? If you don't have that, you're going to, I don't know, find yourself like 6-9 months down the road and be like, why are these numbers not what I thought they were, right?
And if you have a year, that is red, for example, like the 2018 year, or maybe like 2022, where the strategy or portfolio earned 1,000, you cannot live off that. Even like if you take out 40% and you have a year like 2024 with almost 29,000, if you take out 40% of that, you are going to have, in most places of this world, a hard time, coming by that amount of money for the next year. So in the beginning, the goal should always be to scale up, as much as possible. Lucky nowadays we have prop trading accounts, where you can, where you're not limited to one 100K account, but maybe you can, if it's within the rules and regulation of the operator, of course, where you can run like 4 or 5 different accounts. So, which is also going to add to a kind of a portfolio effect. It's not going to be so hard on you if one year with one basket of strategies is not performing as well when the other basket is performing super well. And if you do that for a couple of years, and it's, I'm not going to say it should be easy, but it should be doable, scaling this up to an amount of money where, earning 2% per month or something like this really means serious money already.
Yeah. You always got to prepare for winter, right?
Exactly, yeah.
That's the kind of thing. And
capital protection first,
I hate the term diversification, because most people get that very wrong. Like, really, diversification, you don't want to diversify. You want to know when to go very concentrated in certain assets, but then have something else that just ticks along, and then when to disseminate that concentration into a broader spectrum. That is sort of diversification, rather than people talk about the S&P or something. Be like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm across the S&P 500, I'm diversified. Like, no, they all go down.
Diversify
at
to the
once.
Nasdaq.
Correlations go down, go to 1 when there's any kind of trouble. The point is, diversification is meant to be when there is trouble, you've got some offset, but instead it all goes to 1, so you're clapped.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I hate with the diversification moniker.
Kind of ties into this question here from Rahul Sharma 9716. Which strategy are you going to trust more? The one which has been working for 6 to 7 years, or the one which has been working for the last 2 years, considering we all talk about an edge wearing out in market? The thing is not...
That is a very good question.
It is a very good question. For me, the answer is it's not one or the other. For me, the important thing is you need to know how your strategy behaves in each market regime. And you can only know that either if you have been trading it for very long already, or if you out of sample back tested it on different market regimes. Because then you know what to expect. When you then identify, well, currently, we are in choppy, low volatile sideways markets. And in these markets, my strategy tends to not perform very well, or maybe even lose money. Then you can use that within a portfolio and reduce the risk per trade for this specific strategy until you are in a market regime really where it should perform better again. I think this is the key, not like I use this one or the other one. No, I'm going to use 2, but I'm going to know in what market regime one of them is outperforming the other, and then I'm going to adjust my sizing risk to that. Doesn't mean I stop trading with it, but instead of, for example, risking 1%, maybe I just risk 0.25%. And the other one, I risk 1% then, for example. This is how I do it, at least. And yes, of course, you're not able to always tell in real time what is the current market regime. You're always going to lag to this, so you're always going to have a little bit of gray area.
Yeah,
I agree. So I would trust the 2-year thing. First of all, the 6 to 7, yes, it's worth looking at, but I would then take whatever information I have from then and then try and decipher why it is different to the current 2-year, right? That's what you want to look for. The difference, first and foremost, that there is one, and then why does that difference occur? So, for instance, one of the longer term sort of trading bots I've been working on does very well since 2023. Sort of averages about 240% a year, pretty good, just full automatic. 2022, it's still about 189. 2020, it's like 430%. You drop back a bit, then 2019, I think it was just 98%. 2018, just like Bart's numbers we're showing here, it's like minus 40%. 2017, it's up 8%. But then you go back a bit further, back to 2012, and each year it's up about 60 to 70%. Right, so there's very much, those are very good numbers up until that point where you get wrecked. COVID absolutely smashes it, then it dips down, then it starts to pick back up. And so you're trying to decipher, just like Dirk was saying, those market regime portions, and then obviously those numbers fluctuate massively. So that's where you have to go into the optimization to, yes, it's cool to have that 450% year, but when you get another prior year just before that where it's down 40%, not so good, especially after you've made potentially some of those 100, 200% years stacked on stacked, and then a 40% down that wipes out everything from the past 5-6 years, right? Huge portion. So that's the algo that I was talking about with the optimization stuff that I've been trying to work on that is now weeks and weeks and weeks. It's got a whole bunch of stuff in there, so I need some more compute to get it there. But yeah, I would still take in the current regime, but you got to look at why it's different, and then also if you want to implement those changes, you now have to also be forward thinking about where we're going, right? How much is the forward future different to that past. So that prior past might have just been a essence in time, just like COVID, right? We're probably not going to see that again for some while. Very, very unlikely. And then put certain percentage attributes to actually seeing that. And that's probably something where you do have to do that manual intervention into the algo and either press stop or do various versions for different regimes that you can decipher. And so when you do see that regime shifting, you press pause on the original one and deploy the next one for the new regime. So they're kind of derivatives of the original trading algo, where you can deploy them then into each different regime with slightly different settings. And then as an aggregate, they should perform quite well.
And
Yeah.
just to quickly, the follow-up question from Rahul here, but then how to switch them on and off, because most times we see a market when it has already shown, and this is what I meant by the gray zones, you're going to have a lag on market regime change. Like we said last Monday or last Wednesday, I think it was, it's the same when you draw your lines, support, resistance, or trend lines or whatever on a chart. You only really know, okay, this was an up or this is a downtrend when it's already like parts of a journey on the way already. This is the difficulty about identifying in trading regime. This is why I always say, if there's somebody who figures out to tell a regime change in real time, they are in for a Nobel Prize. So you're never going to have the certainty, this is regime A or B now, so I have to do X or Y with my trading bots in terms of risk management. There's always going to be a lag with that.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I brought up the gold chart on the daily, right? Like when we had that 5,500, 5,600 peak, you could see we're getting pretty stretched. But an algo is not going to have a great time interpreting that unless you, I don't know, maybe pumped $100 million into it and you got some crazy sophisticated stuff going on. And you've got all the data access and all other kind of things. But normally this is where, even then, like I've highlighted before, people that, work at hedge funds or very much doing quant stuff, so they're not like active traders like on a desk or, doing manual things. They still have to be coming to office at the desk and monitoring and sort of doing like childcare for the algos, right? For that exact reason. Because you'll see this as a human and be like, yeah, okay, we need to switch off, right? This is probably where we turn it off. And if you did it too late, you might have got this whole dump, wiped out this entire portion. And depending where, you probably didn't get in at every single point or hold it the whole way, this massive dump is going to blow you out. And then you did get the climb up. So that's the kind of portions where you do have to monitor automated systems. Even though they're automated, you can't just, let them run and then, as much as people love the idea of going off to like some beach and just sipping mimosas, fortunately can't quite do that, right? And so that's where that manual intervention and that sort of human intuition and positioning and other kind of stuff comes into it. Yes, you can automate some of that stuff if you got a absolute boat ton of money, like Dirk was saying, but without that, you're not going to get that kind of data feed to flood into whatever algos you're going to be running. So
Yeah.
I don't know what you
can
think.
help, I think. Yeah, that's true. I think, the traders who are trading like with a computer, you still need to do your analysis and think what the market's gonna do. I think that's really important. And what can help if you haven't been, if you have not many years on the chart, you can use moving averages. So if you're on a 1 day and a 50 moving averages, you think, we are in an uptrend. If we break that, then I will start my my short EAs, or I'm just getting out of positions. So what I do is I use, I think, like the 200 moving averages. So what it is, you first we are a bit higher now than the 200 moving averages. So if we're now switching on, then you will have like a big point where you can trade short. But that is for me that I know for 100% sure we are in a bear market. If we are under the 200 MA, then we under, and there you can also use it for for like the gold chart where you making it here beautiful, where it projects, where it's get in. I think it's almost like the best to look what kind of markets we are. And if you're using Bitcoin, then it's just different. I would say just look to the past years, like the cycles. It's just still the same.
Yeah, Bitcoins are a bit special, so
Yeah.
we can say that. I final thing. So Bart and Dirk, what do you think about Nasdaq? I know we talked about looking for this to drive lower. We have driven lower. Do you think this does continue in general, especially going into that European summit? Do we get this slight bounce through here and then a push down to 100 daily moving average or a bit further, a bit of a kick over through there? It seems like we really want to do that. At the same time, I mean, that's a pretty big wipeout overall, you know, after the drop we've already had. I think we had the Savior, hang on, pretty sure I had the, I didn't bring it up here. We had, I'll try and find the tweet in a sec, but either way, I don't know if I actually want to short this through here or if this is actually the bottom. Right, obviously we've got more earnings coming through this week. I don't know what you guys think in general, because I'm very split right now.
I am too. I was, if guys, if you've been watching this more often, you know, on the daily chart, I always talk about the 8 weeks moving average, the bull market support bands. What I see very often, this comes by the way from Bitcoin, but it works very well on other risk on assets or anything that likes to trend for a prolonged time as well, which is basically once we close underneath the 8 weeks moving average, which is the blue line here, we tend to touch the bull market support bands. Now, for me, the question is, on Friday, we were almost there already. We recovered from the lows a little bit there, but if I go from where we are right now, and we want to land in the middle, we still have like 3% we could go. Now, if Nasdaq is still, or if stocks in general, it's not only Nasdaq, are still very strong, this could have been the low very well already. And we kind of move first to the 8 weeks moving average again, and then we try to go over highs again. That's a possibility. However, I personally have my limit buy orders, like if you want to translate those to individual stocks, very much here in the middle of a bull market support band right now. It doesn't mean we need to go all the way there, but this is where, from experience, from everything I've seen, how Nasdaq behaves in a regime like this, for me, the most logical part to buy. Alternative to this is that I do it trend adjusted. That would mean if we don't go down there, I wait until we close over the 8 weeks moving average again, and then I would pro-cyclical buy and see if we can smash those all-time highs. The thing is, like, if we really want to see a total trend in regime, it would mean we need to go below 23,000 at the moment, because we need to make a new lower low, and this is still far off. You know, that would mean a total catastrophe somehow. I mean, to a certain extent, we've seen that now last week with what's a DeepSeek coming out with a new version that is almost as powerful as
Moonshot
and so, you know, and is going to be open weights, open source, and so on and so forth. But this is what we can expect at the moment from AI, and no normal human being is going to be able to run a model like this on the home PC anyway. So
that was actually hang on, just on that. This is one of the things from Moonshot. Oh. Hang on.
Where's your screen?
Well, it's that good. There you go. This is what you get.
Yeah.
Like, okay, all right.
Yeah, there was this thing, no, that Anthropic found out that Alibaba had been running like 25,000 instances, and just to try to copy exactly what Claude is doing, and to find out the weights.
So I think that exact I think this situation is overblown. So just like you were saying, Dirk, I think eventually, like this is that period where I was saying we do have sort of peak liquidity, right? Like I was saying last year. So we have sort of hit that. I think we do start to come off. That is a trouble element, especially with some of the overturning of the tariff type stuff from the US. So they are going to have to pump that money out from the TGA, Treasury General Account, that kind of thing. But I think this is more, hence the speculative stuff. Obviously, we got saved. This is what I was looking for, the tweet from Jim Cramer last Friday. We got saved, just saying. Like,
signal, man.
right, we're cooked. Jim Cramer saved us, right? He said we're going lower. That means we're always going higher, right? So beyond that, of course, we've got this massive portion from the Korean investors. So from the Kospi with SK Hynix and Samsung, mate, look at this liquidation. It was 1 in, I think, like 25 adults or something in Korea got margin called in the country. Like, ridiculous numbers, Their margin debt has gone through the roof. Obviously, there's very strict controls on how they can invest. They're pretty limited. Same thing with foreign investors trying to jump into Korean stocks in the Kospi. That's why they're now looking to list, obviously, in the US, that kind of thing. So, but this has become like a bellwether and barometer that ends up snapping the NASDAQ around. So, mate, I gotta say, I think we do come back. We're basically bottom fishing through here. This is one of the other things with Nvidia. This is where we had the EPS peaks, and then the actual stock increase through here. And then you've got, if you think about, say like Micron, where does that go once we actually peak? So we had the peak here, but then the stock kept running the whole way. So what happens with like Micron? When eventually we get the peak of EPS growth, does the stock keep running? We go into that final bellwether, maybe into 2027, 2028, where we do see peaks and then have a big capitulation? Or are we going to see that sooner? But either way, I still think this has to come off with the Fed rhetoric like we're talking about. So I think any lows, I would love if we get a drop down today to actually buy this up to the 10-day moving average. That's what I'm saying.
But I mean, when it comes to news this week, that's not really a driver, that can be the catalyst.
I mean, we got earnings, don't we?
Yeah. Okay.
Because we got some major earnings this week.
I'm just hopping off. So they know I see you guys like next Monday again, Dirk and LJ.
Yeah,
and
of course, man.
LJ, I really like that you're letting us see all of the posts and everything going through. So
Yeah.
keep going that, because I think the chat likes it, but also me. So you can do it every week. But yeah,
Of course, man.
but thanks, and I will see you guys next week again. Okay, see you.
Take care,
Thanks,
man, and thanks for your explanation about your EA stuff today. That was very enjoyable for me personally, and
Yeah.
I think also for the audience.
Definitely, I agree. See you, Bart, and I can see you still in the background. Hopefully you still are. If you can hear me, I'll bring more charts. Don't worry. No problem. Yeah, what's earnings calendar this week?
Domino's Pizza.
Because last week it was mainly healthcare and financial services. I think we do have. Don't we have like Netflix, Tesla?
Netflix, didn't they also come out already? I think I read something this morning that they were a bit disappointing. Oh, my thingy is very weird.
No, we got and then we got Google. So Google, aka Alphabet, Tesla, both on Wednesday, and then I'm pretty sure we got like Intel as well, off memory. Intel's on Thursday.
Intel.
So we got a bunch more healthcare and financial services in between, which are going to hit the US 30 a bit more, obviously. But we do have some of that tech play coming through in the week as well. So Google, Tesla, and Intel. And the other thing with Tesla, like Tesla's going to start linking up to SpaceX. Obviously, because everyone assumes SpaceX is going to buy Tesla eventually, so you get like a double whammy of capitalization fluctuating overall.
MicroStrategy also coming in 10 days. That's going to be important for Bitcoin also.
Yeah, for Bitcoin. I feel like that's got to be terrible, right? From everything is.
Probably yes. Then we have Microsoft in 9 days, so it's all next week.
Yeah, I still think in general we'll get a rough outperformance.
Yeah, Google on Wednesday. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think we're still pretty good, but.
Can you excuse me for 2 minutes? I have to go somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's all good. You go. No worries. All right, guys. Next thing I was going to bring up with Dirk, we can definitely talk about gold. Where is gold going? I know you guys love gold. Obviously, we're here on the daily. I've got an interesting chart. As you guys know, I've been talking about how gold is very connected to the rates picture since the war, right? We didn't get that like safe haven asset bid, right? It actually got sold off. And I've talked about that in the past with rates being higher. Therefore, the cost to hold gold goes up because your gold is a zero interest bearing asset. So if interest rates go up, the cost to just hold gold goes higher. So you're purely dependent on the capital gain in the gold price, which we're already at like a massive extension. Okay. So we'll go over that in a second. This is the chart here. I'm going to give a little glimpse and then I'm going to take it away. Because I want to talk to Dirk about this as well. Based on my interpretation and theory going forward of where the current rates trajectory is going, which we have talked about a number of times in the past couple of weeks. But we'll re-highlight that and see if Dirk has any other inputs in general. So between now and then, if you guys have anything else for me to hit up, maybe we can hit up the currencies right now. We haven't really looked at them as heavily. We did have this gap lower, obviously from the weekend news. Euro didn't go too far. The Aussie definitely went a bit further. I think it was down 0.3% through here on the gap open. We've then charged right the way up. Basically, the market has just gone, don't care. Similar deal with the euro. We had that push higher. We've now dipped back off. I haven't checked euro rates, which that could be due to. Same with the pound. Obviously, we've got the new Prime Minister coming in. bonum, right? So the pound's doing pretty moderately. We're not going too far. We don't seem to be really going anywhere on currencies in general. Same with the dollar yen. That's why I haven't been focusing on them too much. The only outperformer really is the Aussie dollar, which is essentially getting that lift from risk on momentum from the Nasdaq. So as this has continued to push up in those lower time frames, the Aussie dollar has pushed on further alongside that charge from the euro and the pound earlier. They've now dipped back, but the Aussie has held that position. I think we also do have Aussie New Zealand dollar, which has now started to pause. And this is a big portion of that run higher. So New Zealand dollar was outperforming for a while against the Aussie due to that rate differential. Basically, it was speculated that New Zealand would also raise rates since they've been much lower, around 2.25%, I believe, still. Whereas the Aussie has raised them from 3.85 up to 4.35, but now we've stopped our rate hiking cycle. So people thought New Zealand would have to raise theirs. And so as far as currencies, it's a relative basis. We've seen this drop in the odd New Zealand dollar once we hit that rate peak cycle through here. However, it looks like the New Zealand central bank is not going to raise rates at all. So we're now basically found a bottom and starting to pick up. So hence that's also driven the Aussie in general. On those slower days, you tend to get that influence from cross currencies that are pretty closely related, just like sometimes you'll see euro pound running higher, thus the euro dollar runs higher, and the pound sort of stays a bit stuck through there. So I don't mind this if any of you guys are looking at this for a further long. You've got this first point of call to tackle with, and then up towards these prior tops. But you could zip in there even if you go to just this prior high here on the Friday. It's about a 1-to-1. It's not terrible. Definitely seem to have momentum, so I'd probably drive it beyond that overall. Welcome back, Dirk. If you wouldn't mind just giving me like 1 minute as well, if that's right. Same deal. I think you're muted, but yeah.
Okay, muted again, second time today, and sorry for that. Yeah, I was just saying, I was listening, obviously, still to what was going on here when I was away. Definitely interesting discussing about the forward trajectory of what we could see in terms of rate hikes, rate cuts, or just staying neutral. Seeing here somebody asking about gold. Let me start. I'll get to the 15-minute shortly. Let me start on a daily. I stated this on Monday, my opinion. This one, and I'll happily state that one again. For me, at the moment in gold, we are in a downtrend. I sketched this out on Monday, a series of lower highs, series of lower lows. I also sketched out what I thought could happen. Back then, I thought like, hey, we can get back to on Wednesday, I think, was it? No, that was on Monday. We can back to somewhere the zone here around 4,199, 4,200, and then go down again. Looks, of course, now as if we didn't get to do this, which means, on the other hand, then that we made a new lower high already here. So we should be inbound for a new lower low, wherever that could be, maybe somewhere in the area of 3,800 to 3,700. This is from a pure technical standpoint for me, how it looks right now on the daily. And that does not mean, of course, that that necessarily has to happen. You know, there can always be great news, you know, from the Strait of Hormuz or whatever that speaks against this. On the 15-minute time frame, and this is what this gentleman or gentlewoman was asking here. For me, it looks like this. I had this trade this morning in, which I took off a zone of demand here, and I said, looks like we want to bounce around this area between 4,025 and roughly 4,005 for the moment. So going forward, I don't want to short gold really, because short term we are in an upwards trajectory. I would prefer if we go down into this area, so somewhere between 4,000 and 4,005, and then do basically the same trade I did this morning again, buy there and have my take profit somewhere in the vicinity between 4,020, 4,025, depending on where the 2R is, which I, in this kind of trades, like to aim for at least 1.5, more like 2 Rs, because I know I'm going to only be right with this about 50% of the time. So I need my R to be positive in expectancy to compensate for that. That's my view right now, but the market's really, really slow this morning, I have to say. So yeah, we gotta wait, we gotta see. I don't think we're going to get so much impulses out of Europe. Probably later when the USA join, things are going to be different. Not for me, I'm going to be outside then, not be trading today, but not so much, a market right now where I think like, I have to force a trade just for the sake of trading. Something you never should do. You wait for the opportunities to present themselves, and sometimes it's hard. Sometimes trading can be very, very boring. Most of the time it actually is. So I rarely sit in front of my charts like, oh, wow, click here, bam, bang. That is, very different from what social media advertising wants to sell you.
Yeah.
You were talking about rate stuff before, right?
Yeah, so I'll just first jump onto the pound with this, just so we can wrap up for Azrael. So this was sort of the thing I had mapped out from, I think this was obviously last week. So we've basically come into that dip lower. This is that sort of crux point. So we got to see if we can actually drive up from here. I do think we do. I'm still bearish on the Dixie overall. I think this is, after we've had that, I go out to the longer time frame, back to the daily once again, guys. This sort of megaphone pattern, I've been saying, I think this is a false break. We've had that capitulation through here, gone back and forth through it, and I think we do continue lower ultimately. So same deal with currencies across the board. I think we do go higher with the majors, and hence the Dixie, so the dollar going lower. So from here, I do like the pound running up. I think we're seeing that already. Now with gold, the thing going back to the Strait of Hormuz situation and everything, like when that kicked off and everyone's like, okay, precious metal, safe haven, it should rally, and we saw it sink. And at the time, I was saying, okay, it depends on the situation. It's very dependent, right? If gold actually rallies in a risk-off type situation. And I've got a good chart because now we've had a bit of time to actually map this out and see how this is tracked. And I was saying it tracks rates. And the main thing is that rates have gone up and thus gold comes off, right? You've got a rotation of assets in general. So this is now the market pricing for a 25 basis point Fed rate hike in December, right? And this is the gold price. Obviously March here, this is when the war kicked off, and you can see how very nicely this tracks. So now this is where, just like Durkee was saying, if we get any kind of dip lower, you'd like to probably buy. I also start to agree with that, because I think this is where the Fed has to flip around on their decisions with the rate forecasting. That has to flip. And once they do, the market pricing for it starts to flip, like we've talked about the forward inflation measures and that kind of stuff. And we've had the Fed rhetoric up here where it's very hawkish, but we're not seeing that data actually back that up. So this is where we could start to find some kind of bottom on gold, and we do start to actually begin to rally. Now, it's not going to be, like I was saying before, all the way up to 5K immediately. We're probably going to have a bit of back and forth, especially since we've got the Fed Fed chats, FOMC, sorry, that's what I was trying to think of, end of this month. Kevin Walsh hopefully is going to give a bit more detail than the last Fed meeting, and then we'll get a further direction on things. Now, whether he just comes out and outright says it this meeting, I don't think he quite will, but he'll probably give like a bit of a layup for the next meeting, and then they'll hit the dunk after that. But you can see already this is starting to flip. So we should be finding some kind of bottoms on gold and start to go back from the selling rallies to the buying dips and go the other way from here. But I just thought this was a very nice chart, basically highlighting that stuff that we've talked about or highlighted. And you see it here printed out. So hence, Dirk, I know you like gold for longer term stuff as well. And just like you were saying, would you look for another dip, or is this kind of where you might actually start buying? Like if we look at the 4 hour on the daily right here, I feel like we're playing musical chairs for the this bottom cluster, that if you wait too long, you've missed out on another $100 an ounce or so.
Yeah.
This is now starting to stack.
But I would place the thing here is, of course, when do you want to get out of that position, like risk-wise?
Yeah.
Bit difficult, I think, because with gold you're always going to risk that you get whipsawed out, because you see this one wick to the downside that takes your stop out, and then price starts rallying. So you need to have it a little bit away, which still is going to, what is that, like a 3.5R you're sketching out there? Yeah, I could see that work. Because if we really go that low where stop gets taken out, the whole picture changes when we are talking about a totally different regime. And then the argument would be more like, seems like we are continuing to the downside. What would that take from a fundamental point of view? Well, that probably would just take that Fed policy continues like it's sketched out right now in the public, meaning we're going to see rate hike, meaning we're going to see risk on assets selling off. Gold has been behaving like a risk on asset basically for the past 3 years now, so it's probably going to continue to behave like this, meaning prior to what you in the history of gold would have seen, where in times of crisis it's trending up. Actually, price-wise, it probably would trend down as well. But if you are like looking for a reasonably area to buy into gold longer term now, and I'm not talking about some day trading or scalping positions, that could be it right now. So in terms of like physical gold, or in German we like to buy etc. gold on an electronic exchange, that for sure, and it ties very well into what we can expect from the Fed, in my opinion. Because what is interesting is, and I actually am certainly sure you're going to agree with this, LJ, is that this is not the typical inflation we are seeing right now. So typical inflation would normally be that we would be talking about demand-driven inflation. So the typical picture that in an economy starts overheating, like we were seeing with the housing market, for example, in 2008, as an example for something overheating, not for inflation now. So a demand-driven inflation, then the central bank wants to hike rates because they want to cool off, because they rather have it cooling off slowly than, the pressure pot exploding basically and damaging everything around it. This is like the natural case where you want to use an instrument like rate manipulation, specifically hiking rates. What is different, in my opinion, right now is that we don't see a demand-driven inflation. We are seeing a supply-driven inflation, specifically from I was just about to say gold, from oil, of course, and everything that surrounds oil. So it's not just oil itself, it's also fertilizers, fabrics, and everything that you need basically oil for to produce by the end of the day. That's the difference. What is interesting there is, and I think it was one analyst from Citibank, if I'm not mistaken, he said if you take out of the equation what we've seen, let me quickly look it up if I can find it here. Yeah, here. He said basically, he's making a contrarian case, and he argues that the oil market has actually swung already from a shortage to a surplus, because there are all these things, networks, of course, building up pipelines that circumvent the Strait of Hormuz, and will in the future also, because nobody wants to risk to rely on something like this again. And if you remove that from the whole equation, and then you have real consumer spending, XAUUSD investment just at 0.5%. So we are not actually talking about inflation then. From the consumer side, we're talking about deflation already. And I think that's also beautifully shown in the forward inflation swap. You like to show the graph here, that the reality, if we just look at the demand side of things and what the markets are pricing in at the moment, couldn't be more far off. So I think we might, see, a rate hike maybe not. We are, what is it, just a couple of days off. Maybe there's one coming, might be the case, but it's not going to be healthy, because if the demand side, if the consumer side is already weak, you're going to weaken it even more. And this is what you don't want. When you risk like zero GDP growth or something like this in a high rate environment, meaning like, okay, we don't have growth anymore, or just very little growth, like in Germany, for example, but yet we have to pay more and more interest on our debt that we're making, because we have to take our new debt for higher interest rates than, for example, 5 or 6 years ago, where we basically could do that for free. So it's a very complicated thing, also taken into account, and I think Kevin Walsh is very aware of that whatever the Fed decides now, we're not going to see the effects of this immediately. We are going to see that 6 months down the road. So
12 months, 18 months.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Normally 12 months is like the middle ground of the
So
impact.
if we just look at, if we take really the price hike of oil out of the equation, and we look at what would the economy look like right now, we would actually look at a rather weak consumer spending, rather weakening demand from consumers. So in this environment, I don't want to hike interest rates. Actually, I want to lower interest rates. I want to stimulate the economy. And I think like Kevin Walsh and some of his peers, they know about this, but they are a little bit like, especially like when it comes to the first decision like this, you don't want to make the wrong decision to get on the bad side of things. So yeah, I hope they are not. But I think really this is one of the unexpected trades for the public, that actually this, during the next 2-3 months, whatever, could be a great time to get into risk-on assets again.
I agree. As you know, I've been fervent on like same thing last year with the tariffs. Like I can't see any inflation coming through, right? Everyone's saying inflation. Like, this is terrible. Not going to happen. And markets are going to dump. Everything's going to crash. I'm like, no, I can see liquidity actually picking up further. We're going to have a run. All this kind of stuff going on. We had gold. Ripping, which people are saying like, oh, see, clearly gold's ripping. That's the counter hedge to everything about to crash. Like, no, it's just, it's gone into some weird speculative element. Debasement trade, that kind of thing. Then that you always have a lag when those buzzword type trades come in between where they actually rip and then peak, right? And so that was definitely like a lagged factor there. And then the same thing here, just like you were saying with the inflation. Yeah, exactly. I can't see anything coming forward. I still see, AI and everything running through, and the chips and all that. I did have that Korean like DRAM, the profitability portion, whatever, that has come off a touch, but we then have to keep monitoring that. So we'll keep doing that. The other portion with the inflation stuff is that one of the things that I was looking into over the weekend, which I don't think has been analyzed so heavily, is the stuff with core PCE with the previous Fed before Walsh, how much they take into account the housing component. And like rent equivalent, owner's equivalent rent, right, and that kind of stuff. Now, there's a huge distortion with that, with how many mortgage bonds they were buying after COVID and directly jumping into that. So that tends to have this lagged roll-on effect for a number of years because it changes the entire debt profile. And so we're still seeing that placate into the inflation numbers right now, even though there's not any actual risk. It's a arbitrary, mechanical, that kind of engineering type side from the COVID effects of that intervention into the markets that is now bleeding through into that inflation component. When you're seeing the real rents, right, real transaction amounts for actual homeowner trade way off, but the more financial instrument components, which do also take a counter, still running high because of that rollover effect from that kind of artificial mortgage backed security purchases, that kind of stuff. So I think once you get this stuff starting to roll off, all that kind of thing, and as well, just like you were saying, I think Kevin Walsh is the kind of person that can highlight that to the rest of the Fed and go like, hey, no, come on, guys, let's get it together. Come back to, reality. Let's put this all square. And like, surely there's no way that any of you guys can look at this and be like, yeah, these numbers are good and reliable and this makes sense in the current environment. Right? And I think that's exactly what he's trying to do, taking that time to massage them to get there rather than some kind of brute force thing, as well as the political aspect. So I definitely agree with you. I think this all has to come back. Obviously, I've been fervent on that. I'm going to stick to it. It's definitely right now still counter consensus in the market and counter consensus on like Wall Street in general. But I think it's correct. So
for me, it's also a thing about credibility, in my opinion. We had 3 rate cuts, I think it was, in 2025, like minus 175 basis points. And then just because of 2 quarters of a supply shock, you raise rates again. It doesn't make any sense, It's like
it's like
you
the
don't want to do that. Then we are back to the Fed not being proactive but being reactive, acting on old data.
Precisely, which is what Kevin Walsh wants to get out of the way of. So if you then take the old Fed being still way delayed, then he wants to front run stuff. You actually then have to take where he is and run that all the way back. And now we're actually here rather than waiting another 6 to 9 months for that same reaction. So hence, you kind of get the same reaction, but it's actually 6 to 9 months earlier because he wants to flip that script. And people are still thinking like the same thing at the last Fed meeting. Like everyone's still asking for essentially for guidance of like, oh, what are we going to see in the next 3, 6, whatever. And he's like, huh? Like, why are you asking? He's already said like we're not doing that. And then all the journalists and stuff that come up, like economists, whatever, that ask the questions, still asking the same thing.
Yeah, because they need the headline. No, it's like when the sane answer is actually, well, all options are open. We have to see what the data says then, instead of we are 80%, we are going to 3 rate hikes this year or something like this. It's not a headline that writes itself very well, probably.
It's not, but I've still seen banks as well trying to put out pieces for the same thing. I don't know if, again, it's just the certain people in certain positions. Obviously, the people actually making the decisions are probably way ahead of that, of course. But still, like, it feels like too much of the majority of institutions and like Wall Street, Main Street, whatever, are slightly behind the curve of the new Fed. So hence, when you get that kind of stuff, obviously it produces...
At least with the kind of information they share with the public. Internally, I think it's much, much different. But if you are an analyst somewhere at a large bank and maybe you're a junior analyst or something, you don't have like this great reputation yet, you are most of the time not going to risk having the outlier opinion. And then like 6 months down the road, you have to report to your superior, well, I was like totally wrong about it. Yeah, you always want to kind of swim with the rest of the guys. That's why I like, for example, from City, this Hollowitz guy. He's pretty good because he's not afraid to have a different opinion.
City is very good.
Yeah,
I do like City
Enjoy.
reports. JP Morgan, Goldman, most of the time, but sometimes it's a bit of a miss. It's a bit hit miss. But definitely JP Morgan and City I do like most of the time. Yeah.
yeah. And Millionaire 651, you don't need to spam. We've talked a lot about gold here already, so maybe after the stream you just want to rewind here a little bit to hear our opinion about gold. And please don't spam here. It's just going to get you banned eventually.
I did actually have a... I have to check. Maybe I didn't save it. I did have a Goldman research report that I was going to share with you recently. I read over the weekend as well. It must be on my laptop, so maybe next time.
Next time.
So I don't have it here in my main folder. But I'll keep it in memory. We can have a look next time. I still don't mind this. I think the market's pretty slow today. Obviously, this would be a longer sort of a swing trade for any of you guys on gold if you want to take a bit of a longer hold in general. Today, I think we might have made a lot of the move in general already.
Yeah.
So we probably got something more like...
I mean, Nasdaq has broken out of this triangle to the upside. But
Yeah, I've been watching Nasdaq as well.
not too much momentum, really. It's like nothing where I say, like, oh, I need to get into this trade right now.
I did get short through here. Then on that break.
Oh, you traded that one, okay?
Yeah, on the break though, I did hedge it.
Okay, good.
So once we had the return through here, break into this, back into the triangle through here. Hang on. We snap back up and we're holding. TP'd up through here. But I don't know. So that was the hedge trade that we that I got up through here. Once we we snapped through, took the short on there for us to come back down. We did start coming through, picked back up on that 10 moving average, rode that through back up towards the 200 moving average on the 15, which was roughly that pinpoint I was looking for us to just basically tap into that kind of circa area, but not break the Friday recovery high. Right? So if we can hold that, see if we come off. This is now started obviously pushing higher. So I don't know. Either we've got a full charge back up through here to about 29k on the CFD, or collapse through here, test, rebound, smash lower to Friday lows somewhere. Either a higher low or actually making it right to Friday's lows.
Yeah.
Oh, my throat is terrible today.
Yeah, I think I have a little bit of infection. Maybe because I was staying up too late.
If you guys got any other questions or whatever, just hammer it at us. No problem whatsoever. Any account giveaways today? Not today. I believe we are doing something for hitting 110k subs on the YouTube account. I I think that'll be next week we're going to do it, because I think we're also doing the 1v1 trader battles once again. So we're going to segment them along the way. But yes, there will be an account giveaway soon, but not today. You can ask Rich, he'll be back shortly, and he'll give you a bit of confirmation. So there you go.
I kind of like your swing idea for gold, I must say. I think I'm going to get into that trade as well. Because if we turn around where we are right now on the daily, it would make a lot of sense, in my opinion.
I'd agree. I think this is probably my most confident trade. I do really like the idea of gold turning around.
At least, even if I just take it to the 200 moving average, at least where it is right now, that's already a 2.5 hour trade.
Yeah, I've got some other research stuff that I was doing today as well with like bear steepening, bull drop, whatever, with yield curve, that kind of stuff. Bunch of bits and pieces put together. I still have to formulate some of this stuff, and I'll try and just get the tidbits, the TLDR bullet points for you. I'll send that to you, Dirk, as well, and see what you think.
Yeah.
Because that would also imply that, yes, we get a commodity reshuffle and start driving higher overall. But yeah, I'll try and finish that this evening or tomorrow and send it to you whenever I can. But yeah, I do very much like this overall, especially as a swing.
Yeah, that has to be a swing. That's nothing I want to trade on a 5S account. Honestly.
Yeah, that'd be the further drive higher. This was the daily trade.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take this on the day, but yeah.
Richard, welcome back.
Hello.
How we doing, Rich?
What did you have for lunch?
What did I have for lunch? I had vegetable sushi rolls, like vegetable California rolls. So it's got cucumber and pickled radish, and I believe there's some cream cheese in there as well.
I love pickled radish.
I do as well. We buy these, like, they're really long, like vacuum sealed, and they're like this yellowish color.
Yeah.
But the one that was in the sushi roll was green.
Oh, green.
No, it was green. I don't know how they made it green, but it was green. It was delicious.
Just let it lay around for long, and then it automatically turns green eventually.
Probably. Everything turns green eventually, or brown, one of the two.
I was going to say brown or black eventually. Like, no, you know. Yeah.
No, it was delicious. I was never a fan of vegetable sushi, or vegetarian sushi, let's put it like that.
Yeah.
But my wife really likes it, and she's a bit under the weather, so I was like, okay, don't worry, I'll go get something that you enjoy. And then when I saw it, I was like, wow, it does look good. And then, yeah, ended up having quite a lovely lunch.
I really like it. I find it quite refreshing.
Yes,
Especially
very, very
refreshing. Like cucumber, just like a simple cucumber, a bit of rice, and this, like, you know, just very basic and just like beautiful.
It is.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of sushi rice. So the let's call it slightly acidic rice, because when you add rice wine vinegar and sugar to it, like brown sugar, it's like it's a sweet, sour-ish aftertaste, and I love that in rice. It's so good, so good. So yeah, that was all of that, and it was really good. My tummy is happy.
That's very good. I saw earlier, I don't know if we talked about this from one volatile alternative question. Guys, can you answer a question about the 5S risk assessment? I trade imbalance reversals mainly, very quick scalping. I know FTMO and a lot of prop firms don't like this style of trading. What about the 5S? In general, it's always a good idea if you think like, I might have a trading strategy that eventually could collide with terms and conditions. Always just reach out to support via the chat, via email, Ask that question, describe your trading strategy, obviously, in as much detail and honesty as possible without you giving away like the exact things, obviously, and they'll provide you with an answer. Always best, to answer, to reach out proactively to customer support, ask questions like this, and then you'll get a definite answer. Better than you do it, pass evaluation that turns out, oh, this was against the terms and conditions, then you're going to be upset.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is the best course of action. If you're uncertain, ask. And the thing is, when you're interacting with a prop firm, remember there are terms and conditions for a reason. And the 5ers is the same. There's reasons why certain practices are frowned upon and certain practices are not allowed. However, if you are ever in doubt, reach out, ask, and they will give you clarification. I would, however, add, you can add as much information as you want to. Ultimately, they're going to see exactly how you're trading in anyway, because they log all of that detail. So don't try and hide anything as if you're thinking that your edge is going to erode because now you're telling the prop firm that you're working with, hey, I'm going to trade this way and this way. It's not going to erode your edge at all. I think, like you said, Dirk, be as honest as you can and just give them all the information that you would have required if you were trying to, I don't know, have somebody use some of your capital to trade. So just think of it in that sense, and then you should be fine.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the 5ers definitely much more amenable to people explaining. Like, if you do actually have like a pure like process and this is what you're doing, and you can say like, no, I've got some logic to this, all that kind of stuff. If you can explain that and describe it, they'll be like, okay, fair enough. So long as you're not like punting massive, amount of lots in like a ridiculous size, that kind of thing. As long as it's very measured, then you'll be fine. That won't be a problem. There are other firms out there that kind of just dismiss people altogether. The 5ers will definitely like hear you out, give you your airtime to describe what you're doing, that kind of stuff. And as long as you can, and you're genuine that, and just like Rich was saying, you're not trying to hide or obfuscate something like as though you're trying to, because they do have all the data. They're going to know. They can put two and two together. Like, people, we're not silly, right? We can see what people are doing or not doing. But if you can explain that and you are a genuine trader, then just appeal as exactly that. And you do have like a genuine approach and this is what you're trying to try out, then no problem. And if they come back and say, hey, you can't quite do this, maybe you might just have to adjust or slightly shift your approach, and you should be able to they'll typically give you that information of what they actually want. So you will get those parameters and you should be able to adjust it in your own way. But yeah, you definitely have every opportunity to communicate back and forth here.
Yeah. So. And I mean, here's another thing to always keep in mind. Remember, you're coming to the business to ask them for capital to trade with. And they are asking of you to prove that you can trade. So imagine, would you do all of that stuff with your own capital? And if the answer is no, then don't expect a prop firm to kind of like oblige to that same like style of trading, where they'll say, look, that's a little bit risky for us. Because maybe to you, you're risking a few $100 or maybe a few $1,000. For them, they're risking a few $1 million doing it. So always just keep that in mind. Don't be afraid to ask, but I would rather ask than like assume. Because if you're going to assume and you're wrong, you have a problem. But if you're going to ask and they tell you, look, we would rather you not do that, you can always go back and say, okay, I need to revisit how I'm approaching trading and see if there's something that I can do to adjust that would align, let's put it like that, with what the company is trying to do, as an example.
Yeah.
There was a question here from Tactical... Sorry.
Just
from Tactical Sarvar saying, summer plan have max trailing drawdown or static? So there's two kinds of drawdown that you basically have. You have end of day drawdown, which is 3% of the previous night's close. So whatever equity you had in the account, 3% from that point downwards is your end of day drawdown. And then you have the 6% drawdown for the one step, which is a typical, just if you've lost 6% in total, you'll lose the account. And then for the two-step program, it's 10%. So both of them have the end of day 3%. So technically, you are not allowed to lose more than 3% on a daily basis. So 24-hour cycle from market close, or in this case, from rollover to the next rollover, 24-hour cycle.
All right. I know, Dirk, you probably got to go. Rich, if I can quickly drop, I got to get another lozenge.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you can
second.
fall out. Don't worry. No. You don't have to come back, mate. I've got Will that's coming in a little bit. So
I'll still
rest,
come
mate.
back. I'm still right. I'll still hang around with you guys. I'll still be trading. As long as I'm still good. But
But
thank you,
don't
Dirk.
overdo it,
I
mate.
will-
You're sick. Don't overdo it.
Hey,
I'm
no.
telling you right now.
It's. I'll send you a message after. Don't worry, as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, regardless, Dirk, thank you for being here, especially when you're on holiday. Super appreciate you coming in. Always love the chats that we have.
Thank you.
Danke, Dirk.
Thank you
Danke.
again. Hopefully you're here next time. I'll try and do that research stuff and compile that for
Yeah,
you.
please do.
So,
I'll inform Richard again how my internet connection is at the Missourian lakes. Might be a little bit weaker than this one, but let's see. I'll find
will
out
that be?
tomorrow evening.
Wednesday?
Wednesday, for Wednesday, I'm at the Missourian
I'm not
lake.
here on Wednesday, so if you can't make it, feel sorry for
Yeah.
whomever.
Sorry, and I'll form.
Sorry,
LJ.
LJ.
That's right. I'll be here. Don't worry.
Good. So yeah, thanks as well. Hopefully see you on Wednesday. Take care, everybody out there, and let's hope for some more promising and volatile markets. Take care.
Have
Hello,
a good
Dirk.
trip, Dirk.
Peace, Dirk.
Enjoy the rest of Danzig.
Danzig.
All right.
Are we going to play some Danzig? Can we do that? No, probably not.
No, I don't
Copyright.
think so. I think that might be copyrighted.
Anyway, guys, I'll be back in a sec. Do you have? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go
Yeah,
to Richard's. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Give me a sec,
Alright.
guys. I'll be back soon.
Alrighty then.
Yo, what's up?
What's good, Rich? How's you? Why? Wow, I am lagging. Oh, I've just frozen.
That's okay. We can hear you. I think we can hear you.
Dude, am I
Shiny
really
saying
bad
for
at
summer
lagging?
plan, if you scaled up, will the max payout amount 2K change? No. So the 2K amount is going to stay a stagnant amount. So if you look at, for argument's sake, the max payout is going to be 2K, which means that you need to effectively make 2.5K every 2 weeks in order to have that max payout, because it's an 80-20 split. So the idea of the summer account is this. It is basically the cheapest way for you to get 100K, but at the same time, it's also they want you to be as consistent as you can be with that account. All right? So you can try and full send it as much as you want. You're going to be capped on your payout to 2K every 2 weeks. So you can get 6 accounts in total, and all of them are going to have the same parameters in terms of its payout cap, which is 2K. But consider this. You're paying $149. Let's say times 2. You're buying 2 accounts. All right? It's $149 for 2 of them. And both of them are going to have, in this case, 2 steps. You're going to pass the 2 steps, which is 15% in total. It's 10% for the phase 1. It's 5% for phase 2. Once you've passed that, you can literally go as low as you want to with your risk, and you're going to keep that account for a very long time, because technically you can only get paid out every 2 weeks, a max of $2,000. But here's the thing. You can do it with 2 accounts, which is $4,000. If you do it with 6, it's $24,000 every month with low risk, because you're going to try and keep it there, because there's no point in you like trying to full send it at all. In my mind, it's probably one of the better accounts that you can have. In my opinion, it's the best account that you can have with the 5ers. So I seriously would not shy away from the idea that it's a 2K cap. Really don't shy away from that. After your third payout, which is, let's say you do 2K, that's 6 weeks, because every 2 weeks you can do a 2K. So let's go max. 2K, 2K, 2K. After your third payout, you've already been paid out 6K. You get a refund on the account purchase. So, in my opinion, well worth it. Low risk, high reward ratio. You're paying $149 to basically have a 2K payout every 2 weeks. It's great. I love these accounts. I really do. Sorry, well, you were going to say something, but I think there was a massive delay between what you were saying because I could see your mouth was moving, but there was no noise coming from
I
it.
have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. I think I'm starting to clear up a little bit, but I was lagging really badly. It is better, is it?
That's much better. Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what was going on. I think it's because I just opened up all my terminals 2 minutes before entering in. Possibly, I don't know. Hopefully though, because I'm in a gold trade at the moment. I'm literally live in gold. So
what are you doing? Buying?
Yeah, I'm long. Yeah, long.
Okay.
I'm back to break even, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah, we reached that area that I was looking at earlier, that breakpoint area on gold, the upper end, and we rejected off of it, but we didn't continue pushing lower at all. We've lost a little bit of momentum. You can see here on the MACD down here, quite a bit of momentum is lost, but you can also see it here. It's struggling a little bit. Where this was really good momentum and follow-up momentum, this portion over here has been struggling ever so slightly. So do be careful.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm only risking 1% on it, and I'm just under 4% up. So 1% risk, 4% up. I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm not too stressed out on it. Only thing I am a little bit dubious about is Nas has already. Yeah, Nas has already done what I want it to do. I missed the Nas trade. That was quite unfortunate. If I bring my chart up real quick.
I took a very quick trade on Nas, but it was a quick 1-2.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You know, I did look at this and I thought, ooh, I'm hoping Rich has got in on a trade here. This area here, after we got this break above, and then we've also got this area here with this break above. There was so many opportunities to get in here. But I wasn't at the markets. I completely missed it. I'm trying to go out and do a lot more steps recently. Especially the weather's nice. I'm trying to get out and move a little bit more. So I completely missed these trades. And so I decided, you know what, gold, we've got the break and close above. And then, you know, I entered in, you know, price moved up. Beautiful. We're seeing some, I was like up half an hour. So I was up about $500 on 100K. Then we've pulled back and now we're just wicking around here. So we'll see how it goes. I'm pretty calm about it. It'll go straight into my journal.
Look at the 4 hourly, if you don't mind, on gold.
4 hour.
My concern, if you zoom in where we were, just on that last, let's say, 24 hours or so, my concern is the previous 4 hour closed a bit of like a rejection. So we basically swept the previous 4 hour high and we closed very close to where we opened up that one. And now the follow up is looking like it wants to push up, but it's effectively making that like trident. So lower, higher, lower top wicks. So I'm always careful whenever there's like a doji-esque candle, especially since we are more bearish on the higher time frame. And it does feel as though this is like a bit of a rounding, potentially continuing lower. I would be very careful. The next 4 hours, we have 1 hour and 50 minutes, and we haven't had much of a movement on gold on that 4 hour.
No, I'd love minimum on the hourly. I'd love to see a break and close above the 40-30.
I would not be holding my breath, to be dead honest with you.
I don't know.
Not a break.
Yeah, I agree
sweep,
with you.
Maybe a sweep, maybe.
Well, look, even if we get a sweep up back into this zone up here, you know, if we can get a sweep back up into this zone up here, I'd be pretty happy. But yeah, we just got to close now, bearish. So we'll see. You know, we'll see how this goes. 15
Yeah,
minutes.
don't let what I'm seeing influence.
Oh God, no. This is according to the plan. You know, it's according to, if it loses, it loses. Like I said, you know, I'm up 3.7%. If I lose this trade, I'm up 2.7%.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
That's how trading works. You know,
yes.
if I take a
Up,
loss, I
down,
take a
up,
loss. You know, I
down,
can't win
up,
everything.
down.
So
Yeah.
I'm not fussed on that. We'll see how it goes. If it does move to the upside and we get some nice buy-in potential, then amazing. If we don't, not so amazing. Like I said, it'll go straight into my journal today. I've got it here ready, so it's literally just a matter of adding the trade in as and when.
I should actually have a look at that journal of yours and see if I should start using it as well, because it looks so nice. It's very appealing to the senses.
I've literally just spoken to my web developer today as well, and I'm looking at getting it embedded into the website. So you will
Nice.
have access to it hopefully next week if it all
Oh,
goes well.
nice. I just wanted to answer this question from Azrael Trades. Rich, I am setting up the TLM higher time frame indicator. Can you explain how to set it up? Yeah, 100%. While Will is just quickly downloading something there. So for those who were curious, this was the trade that I had took. It's not exactly the entry point. It was a slight bit higher, but I'm not bothered to go and check the exact amount. But it was a very quick 1 to 2. Very simple. We had a bullish push. We came into the highs of like 1, 2, 3, these 3 areas over here. We rejected off of it, but we did nothing after this consolidation. We didn't continue lower. We started to push up, we made a base, and then on the close of this candle over here, the small little candle, I entered on this one. A very quick 0.5% entry for a 1% gain. I didn't want to hold it much longer because of how can I put it, how rejection-y this reaction over here was, and then also these highs over here. So didn't want to particularly be in this one much longer than I wanted or than I needed to be, so I just closed it for a 1 to 2. Anyway, so I'll just remove that one. Okay, the higher time frame candles. All right, so Azrael Trades, it's very easy. Once you have it on your terminal or on TradingView, you go into the settings and then you go to the inputs tab. You can go and set up to 6 higher time frame candles. I like having the 15-minute, the 1 hour, and the 4 hour. So this box here on the left-hand side is going to be the time frame that is 1 step higher than where you are currently. All right. And then this number on the right-hand side is the amount of candles. So you'll see that there are 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15-minute candles. There are 6 1-hour candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's 6 4-hour candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that's what you have there. You can go down to this time frame visibility thing. I don't use this. I only care about the higher time frames, all right? When you scroll down lower, you'll see there's a bunch of other stuff like styling. I have it exactly the same way as I have all of my regular candles, which is this beautiful blue for the candle body bullish, and then black for all of the other ones, wicks, borders, and bearish candles. That's how I like mine. So you can set that up. When it comes to padding from the current candles, you don't need to worry about that. The space between the candles is the one that is a little bit more important, because it's going to determine the actual space between the 15-minute and the 1 hour and the 4 hour, like these gaps in between. So this portion over here. So just make sure that you have that between candles, so these two, and then between the time frames is 3. So it's going to be 3 5-minute. There's effectively 15 minutes between these gaps, and then the candle width doesn't matter as well. And then the labeling. So wanting to see the 15 minutes with the amount of time that's available, you select it under the label section. And then everything else, they have a fair value gap indicator and swing lines and stuff like that. I only just realized that the swing lines one is on. So it's these sweeps and continuations from this area as well. So you can have this information up. You just need to go and play around with the indicator a bit so you can get the information that you're looking for. I don't trade with fair value gaps and stuff like that, so I don't care about that. And I don't generally care about, where is this now, about these swing lines or the equilibriums or stuff like that. I just don't care about them. But the information that I'm looking for is the amount of time that's available and the general movement of the higher time frames, so that I can very quickly make a decision on whether or not I should be bullish or bearish here. So I obviously still go and do my regular 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 and 5 minute check. If you're on the 1 hour, it's only going to show you the 4 hour because that one is selected. And if I go down to the 15, it's going to have the 1 hour and the 4 hour available for me. And on the 5 minute, obviously, it's the 15, 1 and the 4. If I go down to the 1 minute, it's only going to show me the 15, 1 and the 4 because those are the ones that I have selected. It's very simple to use, very quick to see if we are, especially if you're somebody that likes trading like a previous 4 hour sweep, or you like to see how we are in relation to the previous 2 hours of candles without leaving the current time frame. So I think it's pretty good to go and have a look.
Yes. We had a nice little bounce up there on gold. Nice little rejection candle, bounce up, hit break even, but doesn't look confident. I think we may just consolidate here now. I think we may just drop in volume, and then maybe we'll move back into profit a little bit, move back down into negatives, then into profit, negative, profit, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how
Martin I saying, guys, can you check a position sizer tool I just made on TradingView? It's open source, free access. You just want to have some reviews. Risk Manager and Position Sizer by Martin I. All right, let's have a look at that.
Dude, that's sick. Well done,
Risk Manager and Position Sizer. This one, right?
Yeah.
Let's have a
Also,
look at the
KDX, I saw your comment before I jumped out. I'll jump to that soon. Don't worry. Go on, Rich. Apologies.
No. All good, mate. All good. Don't you worry about that. I was just going to read it, how it is calculated. Wow, okay, you've written a bunch of stuff here. So I'm going to have a look at this, Martin, and then just read up about it properly and to see exactly how it works. But what I'm going to do is, for the time being, I'm going to add it to my favorites, and then I will go and have a look at it after hours, so I can give it the attention that it needs. But yeah, everybody, if you want to go and have a look at it, go and have a look at it. Risk Manager and Position Sizer by Martin I, one of our community members, obviously. So I'll boost it. Oh,
Very cool.
I already did. All right. So
I mean,
I'll
from
go
the
have a
screenshot,
look.
it looked.
Yeah, it looks pretty sick
Yeah.
from the screenshot, man. Yeah, it looks awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'll add it quickly. I'll remove all of these things so we can see what. Okay, so if I click here, place the stop loss, and then set the TP. Do not trade. Saying you do not trade. Do not trade. No.
Don't do it.
Saying it's too risky or something.
Uh,
I did actually put together like a trade to code. I've still got on my MT5. I haven't used it in a while, but like a indicator that tells you whether your trade is in that like B minus, B, B plus, A minus, A plus.
I did
and
that's
then, like,
pretty
A
sick.
plus plus tier type thing, and then obviously the like F at the bottom, like fail.
A bit like Martin's trade. Yeah, just do not trade it.
yeah. But also, and then I started working on like you can put base stats, so basically input them yourself, and then also I was trying to work. It was like a bit of a dead project. I haven't worked on it further. I got part of the way, but working on it to actually take into account your own past history from MT5 and see if this is actually in line with the A plus.
Oh, dude, that's
or
pretty sick.
Whatever
I
stuff.
was gonna say
that-
that's, yeah, you'd have to assume then you're taking A plus setups.
Yeah,
Good
it means exactly. Will,
Otherwise,
you're on the
it
right.
could baseline an
You
A+
need
setup
a certain amount of data for it to
Yeah.
assess it properly, right? Which is, however, why you also have that manual option to set that incrementally. Then take those more, and then you can put it to a more discretionary portion where it'll just tell you, is this in that category, or are you being insane right now? You just lost your brain. You're on tilt.
Yeah, fair.
Get out of here.
But
But I did put a bunch of
do not trade. Stop trading.
yeah, I put a bunch of memes in it, just like, you know, when it comes up with like a really bad it's like, what the F are you doing? You know, that kind
Yeah,
of stuff.
well,
Or like,
You serious, son? You serious?
golden screamer, punch it, but keep your head, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, at the top. So,
that's pretty sick.
yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like,
Maybe we can
I
work
know-
on more. Like,
I remember in the past when Jonathan, when he was trying to prevent himself from taking trades that were either outside of his trading time or anything like that, he would have like those limitations or like limiters in place basically that literally stopped him from taking trades. He couldn't execute anymore. It gives me the same idea, but like more of a meme version, where it's like stop, like you get this big hand like in front of the screen, like, and you can't click on the buy button or the sell button because it's like obscured.
see, yeah, I get that. I don't like the lockout things. Maybe for some people it works, but
I mean, I can understand how
I
it
feel like
works.
sometimes there's like, you know, especially when there's like certain number of trades in a day, and it's like, oh, you've had, you know, 3 trades or 4 trades or 5 trades or 10 or whatever your number is, and it's like you're locked out. I'd be like, get out of here! I'm on fire. Right?
Look,
You need
I'm
keep
going to
punching
be
it.
Yeah,
straight up
right.
with you. If you
So,
need
I think there
a-
has to be
a
some
hard
kind of
limiter,
discretion.
if you need a hard limiter, then it's maybe best that you don't trade. all
There's
right?
another-
If you're somebody that
I
needs
don't know. I slightly disagree because there's going to be
I
people
agree.
out there. I agree to look, I agree based on the fact that if you can't control your mindset, what the hell are you doing in trading? I do
Look,
agree with
it's
that.
not to say if you can't do it, it doesn't mean you're never going to be able to do it.
But my
It's
thing
just,
is also,
some people need to kind of like have somebody hold them accountable and say, look, stop. Please don't anymore. Just stop.
Yeah,
You're going to
like-
kill yourself doing this.
Not only that though, sometimes it's just nice. Like again, for beginners, bullshit. It doesn't work. But for someone who just knows that now and then they may have that opportunity of tilt, or now and then they've got their data, they know what they should and should not be doing. They put in measures and preventions like that lockout method, and it's just there as a back. Think about it like a stop loss. I know I'm good at trading. I know I'm a profitable trader. So why do I need a stop loss? I'll just exit manually when it gets to the point that I don't want to be in the trade no more. With the lockup is no different to having a stop loss. It's like, well, just in case there's a lockup. Just in case if you know that. Ooh, what better? Just in case, like if you know that you could be partial to, having a quick cheeky little peek on the markets when you know you bloody shouldn't. Then yeah, I think that lockup method is good, and I think it can serve its purpose. However, the theory behind it, yes, if you can't control your own emotion and you need it, instead of having it there like a stop loss, it's there because you just goddamn need it instead of
You've got an
using it.
issue, right?
You've got an
There's a
issue.
major issue
And
you got to deal with.
yeah.
I think it's like eventually you need to get off the training wheels.
Literally, yeah,
They're there,
literally.
and
that.
then you need to be able to just ride the bike on 2 wheels and not fall over. Okay.
At some point,
Yeah.
you've got to take the stabilizers off. You can't be a fully grown adult with stabilizers.
Hey,
Otherwise,
don't
you're
you
never
judge
going
me
to
for
go
my
to the
stabilizers
Tour
on
de
my
France.
bicycle,
You
mate.
can't look like Rich on a bike.
No.
Yeah, no one's going to the Tour de France on training wheels. Okay.
Yeah, no, literally
Damn it,
that.
I'll do it. All right, you've convinced me. I'll go and do the Tour de France with training wheels on.
Watch me. Watch me now.
Don't you tell me I can't do it, mate. I'll do it.
We got to find out if that's in the rules, in the
It's got to
regulations.
be
That's allowed. That would be so funny.
I don't think it's allowed to.
I don't think it would, because it would be kind of like having like attack like spokes. You
Yeah.
could swerve over and like
Well, not even
Go
that.
in- into
over, right? It's like
You just see bicycles around you just like flipping as people are getting hit by your stabilizers. You're
James
just
Bond
going, mate.
style when it comes out and like shreds the tire.
yeah. You're getting your elbows out. Just he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Anyway,
Yeah.
Oh man.
What did I want to say? It's this FRMFO saying gold TP 5-minute or 15-minute is. I'm assuming he's asking you, Will, for your gold trade.
Well, we can lay that into KDX, like I was saying with this question before from him. I've already got mapped out, and then I guess we can layer into the gold prospect in general.
LJ shorting.
No, this is KDX's trade, basically. I've got roughly mapped out.
Okay.
So I very much like this, my man. So obviously this longer term trade that we mapped out before Dirk jumped up is like a long term like swing type thing, and we've got further higher levels. I think we drew it out to. This intraday, I do quite like this, and if you did take it, I assume you did. You're in the money right now.
Took a buy.
And I would. What?
Will took a buy.
I'm longing right now.
Oh, Will took a buy.
Yeah, I'm longing. It's not looking good. It's not looking good, Brev.
All right. Well, next trading battle, we need KDX versus Will, so that Will can get cooked. Right here.
Truth be told,
See who's the better gold
as
trader.
it's playing out now, there's a good chance I'm going to be stopped on this. I'm probably partial to looking at KDX's trade. I think that looks nice. If this does hit stop loss, I'm done for the day. I'll be 2R for the day if I'm done. If this hits stop loss, I had a nice. If I just bring my screen.
Yeah, KDX though, like that was long ago, but like it wasn't that long ago. It was half an hour ago. Did you already jump out? Your trade's just getting going, man.
I was gonna say, he's only now finding momentum. If you've exited already, you've exited.
Yeah, you gotta wait for
KDX. We need to get you on the 1v1 versus Will, because Will chooses the wrong direction. You get out early. It's gonna be the perfect combination of chaos.
Yeah, I would like. That's what I was saying when I saw before I jumped out and had to dip out, come back. I was saying like I saw you comment like I saw the numbers like you're in a good spot. Like, dude, you can hold this.
Right, I'm out to break even. There you go.
But you're already out.
Of course, I'm already out. I'm out to break even, man.
No, not you. I was saying KDX.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Both of them are out of their trades. One at break even and one in profit.
Yeah, I'm out to break even.
I did say overall on the day I am more biased long, right? Overall,
The gold.
but I do like KDX's trade. If we get a dip lower, probably just a bit above where your TP was, so probably more like 4,010 on CFD or so.
Yeah. So
I'd look for a buy to then target about 4,039.
Yeah, my TP was 435, so 40.35 was my TP. Oi!
Bye back.
Yo, what's up with you?
What's going on, my man?
Hey!
Yo!
Yes.
Microphone, mate.
Hey, I've arrived.
Brother!
What's good, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, man.
How we doing, man?
Shabby, hey, Notch. Not too shabby.
Good to see you in, man. I haven't seen you since the comp. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going all good. Just been, celebrating, running around my house, saying I beat Will.
Nice.
Tell them what you did afterwards.
So was Rich on the weekend as well, right? Rich is like, yeah, I beat Will.
Oh, it's not a good day to be a Welshman.
We're double burn.
I like that. Dude, I like that.
Hey, hello, Lewis. How you doing?
Good, man.
So,
Welcome back.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Buyu joined us with the 1v1, and he promptly wiped the floor with Will on the final day. And we enjoyed his energy so much, and we just decided, damn it, let's bring him back. Let's bring him back and see whether or not he can do it again on a daily basis.
Yeah, on a daily basis. Let's go.
Yeah.
Nice. You can go ahead and share your screen if you want, mate, and then you can tell us what you're looking at.
Right.
I'm so excited for this. So excited.
So I have actually, now this might be a bit of a change from what I had previously, but I have decided to strip back and make my chart as clear and simple as possible. I have taken off all the bells and whistles, and now my chart looks naked, maybe with a little micro bikini on it.
Let's see.
Alrighty then. Alrighty then.
Okay.
Down to that.
All right. Is
So
this the stripped down version?
Oh no!
This is the stripped down, naked with a micro bikini version chart.
Oh,
Literally
guys,
just trading.
Booyah, I'm so sorry. Booyah, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to interrupt you. What?
What did gold just do?
The fuck just happened?
Do we have news?
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, we got a headline. So,
No.
Iranian source mediators have proposed a 10-day cessation of strikes to find ways to revive the Iran-US interim deal.
Oh,
That's what we just got.
Hey.
are you
We're
kidding?
getting risk on flows right now.
Do you know what the crazy thing is? I've actually got, so TradingView do a regular competition, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
they have just started the new one today. And guess who went long on gold?
Oh,
This guy.
Not you.
Wow.
This guy. Who's got 2 thumbs and went long on gold?
They're not Will.
Nice. Sorry, Will.
Dude, say.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm fuming. I mean, look, I did hold it open on one of my test accounts, so I just bagged 4K, but that was a test account. My actual account that means something. I got out of break even. Oh,
Well,
that's so frustrating.
You win some, you lose some, mate. You win some, you
No,
lose
dude,
some.
no,
Anyway,
literally, look, part of the process. Even though, look, there were headlines, and in my opinion, that would have been a bad win. If I hit a win on this, yes, it would have been a win, but I wouldn't have been as happy. I'm glad that I took out for break even.
Again, I'm not getting excuses. It's just like
annoying.
Kicking your butt
Just
over and
annoying.
over again.
Would it have
Just
been
on
like a
regular
bad
basis
win?
now.
Yeah, like a bad win against South Africa if you just won by like 2 points, like a
yeah, it's a bad
conversion or
win,
something,
guys.
you know?
Oh, so bad.
It's a bad win.
No, because if I held this, it would have been outside my plan.
Okay.
Yeah. so it
KDX
would have
is
been
saying TP already. That was too soon. Yeah. Anyway, before Will rudely interrupted Booyah, Booyah was going to...
dude, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, sorry.
No,
man.
that's okay. That's all right.
You carry on. I just had to have a rant about gold.
What, are you going to get back in? Are you going to go long?
No,
now he's
I
afraid.
already hit 3% day today, so I'm done.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm done.
So,
Done.
you actually can't.
Got enough.
Yeah, so my trade is actually on the futures side on this one. Got in a bit late because I actually forgot the competition was starting. So this is where I'm at. Just up like a little bit on it, targeting these highs here. These are equal highs. Don't know how clearly you can see my screen.
Scoping mechanisms.
Exactly. You know, like
No, it's
typical.
fine. Dude, I
By
can
the way,
see this.
Cowish,
This is magic.
hello.
This is fine. I can see it, definitely.
So
Okay, but before you carry on, Booyah, you generally trade the 4 hour. You're more of like a swing kind of trader, or
Yeah.
more... Yeah. Okay.
yeah, so I tend to trade the 4 hour, and what I am trading is, for instance, let me get this one up. The equal highs and lows. So roughly, where one, and I can like take off the micro bikini for a little bit. Bit saucy. Is I trade where one wick kind of comes to the same low as another wick, and then I trade the reversal from there. So I go down to the 15-minute chart, and then I say, where was the last swing high or low, depending on the direction, before it touched that area. So, for instance, on the 4 hour time frame, I would say this and this are roughly equal. Then I would have got in here, where it went through there, to aim for this red area up here on the higher time frame.
So would you, if you hadn't gotten in already, would you be trying to jump in now again?
So for instance, let's have a look at gold. Here, I can still see quite a few areas where it can be targeting, mainly on 4 hour. I think the 4 hours forgiving enough for me to kind of jump in, not at the ideal place, as long as I still have a clear target above. Yes, my RR will take a hit. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll try and measure, hey, what am I actually risking? What do I stand to gain? So for instance, here, I might go, because this is a competition account, I'm not so much focused on the RR here. And actually I have set this a bit low. But here, I've still got a decent 1-to-1 R trade on that I reckon I'm fairly confident on. So at that point, yeah, I jump in. Where I wouldn't jump in is where we start getting into the really negative RR areas. So for instance, here, I might be a bit more cautious. I might say, is it really worth it? Risking all of that just for like 0.4R? So I find the 4 hours quite forgiving, but I do try and like get at least a little bit a 1 hour if I can envision myself.
You can just click on the hide. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I saw your mouse was hovering over it, like
I was like,
this thing disappeared.
So in those cases, I would potentially look for another trade. But yeah. That's
what are your predominant assets that you like trading? So you've already spoken about gold. What else do you like trading?
So on the right, you'll see a full list.
Setup. Just by the way, I love this setup. This is what I have on all my stuff. Like I've got 4 charts on this screen, 4 charts on that screen, 4 charts on that screen. I've got this stuff all over the place.
I wish I had more monitors. I've only literally got like the one. So well, 2 monitors. So I've got this one where I've got all my trading, and then the other monitor I do other stuff on, read emails, watch anime, go on Twitter.
Of course.
You know, while working or pretending to work, as you do.
Yeah.
We're traders. We don't actually work.
Yeah, no, we don't work. This is not working.
We just look at the charts and we just like, please go up. Come on, work with me here. I'm being nice to you. You know, this is a good looking setup. Hey, let's work together.
I have to say this. I'm very happy that we have a more swing trader-esque trader. Obviously, LJ does both. He swings, he does scalping. Will and myself are more like intraday scalping, and I'm almost entirely scalping. So we're literally going from top to bottom. So scalping, lowest time frame, scalping intraday, scalp intraday, swing, and then swing. You way at the bottom. So I actually kind of like this. This is we're expanding the 5ers a little bit. So for those people that were looking at swing trades, obviously, it's more difficult to take a swing trade live because you kind of like need to have that exact setup at the right time. But it's nice to see people being more inclined to doing one rather than the other.
And it's hard when you're like, okay, cool guys, I'll see you guys in like 3 or 4 days. Peace out.
Yeah.
But when it comes together, you're like, oh, these tendies.
That's why we have the running joke with Griff. Because Griff is the same thing. He trades the 1 hour and the 1 hour only. And it's always the thing of like, hey, Griff, question for you. Are you in a trade? And it's usually like, no, he's not in a trade. Dude, and the times that it is, it's like, yes, he's in a trade. You know?
Forex terms, he's almost like a yearly trader. Or like an annual, like multi-year trader in terms of like stocks, what it would be.
You can go months without taking a trade.
Is the same as like 2 or 3 years in stocks. He holds very long for swing.
Yeah.
You know, most swings are still like 1 to maybe 3 months at most. If you're going big, more short-term swings are like 1 week to 3 weeks, right? But Griff will go long.
Yeah, but he's also got like really tight stop losses.
Yeah. So he exactly he hits the it's like fail, 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 but then he gets one that runs and it just keeps running and he just lets
20%,
it run
40%,
all those
50%,
3, 4,
80%.
5 months. And then that's his whole trade for the entire term, right?
See, that's weird. Like for me,
Yeah.
I want to say I'm a swing trader, but I have never held a trade for an entire month before. I've done like weeks, but in terms of going like full on position, I'm gonna be in this for nearly a year. I've never actually managed to do that yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the longest I've been in is 2 months. That's the longest I was in.
I think the longest I've been in a trade was 2 days max, and then I realized I don't sleep. I was like, this is not it.
Yeah,
I can't deal with this.
Yeah, how do you scalp a trade and then like end up in it for 2 days? Was it just like really one directional or?
So what he would normally do is he would, after taking exactly his entry point that he was looking for, he has an open-ended take profit. So he doesn't really have a take profit point. He just moves his stop loss to swing points on its way down. And then eventually it's going to, retrace deep enough that it takes one of those swing points out.
I think we were
Good
talking
man.
about you. How do you
Yeah.
end up in a
How
scalp
do
trade?
you?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we were talking about
Yeah, I
you,
did ask
Rick.
about you, but I do like what you just mentioned about that because that's actually what I do. But I've been planning to do like a test because I haven't done it yet on what's more profitable, using take profits or using that strategy you just described, which is moving your stop loss once it comes to another point of interest. At the moment, I'm doing the point of interest, stop loss, move in, but I don't know whether I'm just trying to be greedy now and whether I should just use take profits. The chat, I imagine, would have some opinions on this. I don't know. Anyone in the chat, what do you reckon? Take profits or moving stop loss?
So, okay, so you said the question was more for me, like how did a scalper end up in a trade that was almost 2 days long? So this was when I was doing scalping, but I was looking at expanding my trading to the point where I was like, okay, I'm already in a scalp. I've already taken a 0.5% here, 0.5% there, but I'm looking at something to play out over a longer time frame. And I decided, screw it. Let me just test it. I'll take a trade and then I'll see how it plays out the next day. I took a very, very little, like 0.03 or something like that lot size trade on UJ, and I just left it. So I took the 4-hour low swing and I took the 4-hour high swing and I said, okay, cool. It does look like we're heading up towards the 4-hour high swing. I entered the trade. I put my stop loss down by the 4-hour low swing, which happened to be the previous day low as well, with a little bit of gap there as well, a little bit of space. And then I just left it overnight. But the problem was I realized I couldn't fall asleep because I kept wanting to come back to the PC, switch on my PC and have a look at how the trade was going. Now, the thing is, it was a semi-profitable trade because what it had done over the night was it basically went and swept the high, but I didn't have it take profit. I just left it. There was no take profit on it. It swept the high, came all the way down, just swept the low, didn't knock me out, and then started picking up again and then consolidated. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And I had a look. I was like, it's a little bit in profit. It's consolidating roughly around my entry. It swung the high, swung the low. I think it's still going to go. And I left it another day. But that night, I had slept even less than the previous night. And I was like, this is not healthy. This is bullshit. I can't I'm constantly thinking about the trade. And then the next morning when I came here, I didn't care where it was. I just closed the trade. I was like, I can't deal with this. And then it was slightly profitable because I had swaps, and the swaps kind of like ate into that little bit of profit that I had. Wasn't much.
Yeah.
But in my mind, it was like, it's not worth it. This is not worth it. For something to be slightly above break even and losing my mind, not sleeping. I screw this. And that's where I realized that I am definitely more of an intraday trader. My sleep is way too important for me, and I cared too much about the trade. I can try and do it now, but I don't know if it would be worth it for me because the way that I trade is so ingrained in me right now that I don't really feel the need to want to go and do that. As an example.
Yeah, I remember. So like when I first started full-time trading, I'd hold a position overnight and I'd trade from my phone. So like I'd be like, okay, enter in, cool, analyze on my PC, enter in, and then I ended up falling asleep one night, and I was like, every now and then I just open my eyes, log on to my MT5, like open up on my phone. Okay, fall asleep. Wake up again. Look at my phone. Okay. Wake up, stop loss. Shit! And then I wouldn't sleep. So ever since, I've refused to intraday trade or like to sort of, I say swing trade, but like swing trade overnight. What color is your Ferrari?
It's Bugatti,
Definitely not.
mate. What color
Right.
is your Bugatti? Or you can
Who
ask
has
what color
Ferraris
is your
these days?
Lambo. You get
Yeah.
only one color in Ferrari, mate, and it's Ferrari red.
No, it depends what year.
True
That's
that.
that's the old school. If it's old school Ferraris, it's red. New tier, yet more money for different colors, right?
Yeah.
That's
And yeah,
It's
It's if you
Ferrari
know.
red.
Insider knowledge right now.
it's if you
going
know.
back
Done,
to the overnight holding. So the last time I did this was in Hong Kong, and I was holding a New York session, and this was the very last one. This was the I am no longer trading overnight at all. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. I would trade during London, trade towards the beginning of New York, and then I opened up a position as we go into New York. And this was when I was jumping into bed. And I'd be sitting there on my phone, and my partner would say, "Shoot, my babe, what are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I'm just, setting TP, setting stop losses, making sure." And this is intraday trade as well, because it was New York session. I was like, I'm just, just setting everything I need to set. And then a couple hours later, she woke up. I was in the middle of the night, and I was there, laying in bed on my laptop, and that's all she saw was me with the glow from the laptop screen. I was just there, like bashing away at the keyboard, and she's like, "What the hell?" She's like, "What the hell are you doing?" I was like, "I'm trading." She's like, "Go to sleep." That was the straw that hit the camel's back. That broke the camel's back. That was like, you know what? Never again. I was like, I'm not trading overnight. So like, I have got a swing trade strategy that holds for like weeks and months, but that doesn't bother me. That's a different style of trading altogether. When it comes to like expecting to be in and out of the trade within a few hours, if it comes to holding overnight, I'll just close. I'll take the loss. I'll take the break even. Take the small win. I don't care. I'll close.
Mate, you gotta find the right partner then.
Yeah, can't be bashing all night, mate.
They're gonna fall asleep, they're
Analyzing
gonna
with
pass
me.
out, and they're not gonna wake up between any noise when they hear your MT5 account getting margin called.
Liquidated. Yeah.
Right? They're not gonna wake up, and you're like, oh shit, like, no. Be
Dude,
calm, cool, collected, right?
I used to wake her up every single Friday night when we used to play poker, because poker would be 2 a.m, and she'd go to the toilet in the middle of the night. She'd walk past me. She's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm playing poker with the boys." She's like, "Okay." She just walked straight past me and back to bed.
Okay.
It's so funny.
The great thing is with my partner, right? Like once she's asleep, she's dead to the world. She's
Oh, yeah.
dead asleep. So
Yeah.
I've got my bed in my room over here because I used to have a housemate, right? Now I've got this massive apartment. He's moved out. I've got a full empty room and the living room out here. I was meant to move my workstation into that room. Haven't done it because slack, right? But nonetheless, she'll go to bed. I'll be here trading, got all the lights on, everything else going up. She's just... That's it. That's what you need to find, Will, right? And then you can just do what you want and you're all good. Right? From there.
Dude, it's fun. I'm back in the UK.
No
now.
problem.
I can actually go to bed. Yeah, I can go back to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just funny how everybody has like their "this is how I realized I'm not a swing trader" story.
Yeah.
And Buyu
yeah,
is sitting here going, "I don't have one of those. I'm a swing trader."
You
guys."
will, Boo.
I-
Don't
I
worry, bro.
do.
Well, I
You'll
live in
have it.
Australia, okay? I've got an excuse, okay? I live in Australia, right? Like, I'm up
Yeah,
at
they do
weird
everything
times.
the other way around there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
You're
so
not
it's fair
nocturnal,
enough,
mate.
right? It's fair enough, you know?
You're genuinely nocturnal.
Yeah.
You were saying, Buyu?
Yeah, so I do have a, this is why I'm not a swing trader story, but I've kind of overcome that now, I feel. So I used to have problems with the rollover spread, and I have had some crazy spreads with some other firms where I've been like wicked out by 100 pips overnight, where I was just like, you know what, it's not worth it, I'm not doing it anymore. Now I've tried to overcome that now by half an hour before rollover. Like this is after doing a bit of testing, staying up, and watching the market how it reacts during that specific rollover period. Half an hour before rollover, I will add, and this might be a bit crazy to some people, I'll add 50 pips onto my stop loss if it's within a 50 pip difference. So if it's less than 50 pips away, I'll add 50 pips on. Then I'll wait an hour after this rollover period. So in the UK, rollover is at 10 o'clock. So at 9:30, I'll add 50 pips on. I'll wait an hour. So 11 o'clock, I'll then move my stop loss back to where it was. And I've actually found that works quite well in terms of not getting wicked out by the rollover period overnight. But that for the longest time was such a headache. It literally was the bane of my existence.
That's a really smart choice to make.
Yeah, 1 hour. When do you move it? So normally
I move it at 9:30.
I was gonna.
9:30 is when I add the 50 pips on, and then 11 o'clock is when I take those 50 pips back off because I've noticed it takes about an hour. Yeah, an hour and a half. But it's an hour after rollover.
An hour after rollover, or was it half an hour after rollover?
I move it
correct.
1 hour after rollover.
1 hour after.
So for 1 hour after rollover, the prices can still be a bit squiffy.
Yeah.
I don't know why I use that word. That's an interesting word. Squiffy. I like it.
That's when there's the resettlements. You got the rollover, then also the 1 hour after futures open for indices, that kind of stuff, and then hence after the half hour you resettle. New Zealand opens, and then Australia starts to open, and then you go later on into Japan. So that's why I was saying, like, yes, perfect. Yeah. This is the exact same thing that I've talked with Rich and Will when I do get up early in the morning when I've got a certain market event and I want to take advantage of that. I'll get up early because normally I'm up late for European session and New York. But I'll get up early for Asia, absolutely plow that, take advantage, rip off, have another sleep, bit of a rest, get up later on. But that's exactly when you have it. So it's that hour to hour and a half after rollover.
Yeah, this is the first hour.
I gave up trading like that
this morning.
I did that. I did that a little bit. I probably lasted 2-3 months doing that, and I just got sick and tired of it. Because like when I was training as well, I'd be so tired by rollover that I just wanted to go to bed. I couldn't be bothered, and like this was back when I was fighting as well, when I was boxing, and by like sort of 8-9 p.m. I was like barely holding my eyes open, and to try and then wait for rollover, adjust stop losses, consider exiting, whatever the case may be. I was like, oh, screw this, man. I was like, I can't be bothered for this anymore. I just stopped. I try and be in and out before end of end of New York, or like if I could be out before New York in general, that would be better. Also, just seeing real quick, this question here, your effing poor. I know that. Just saying, I know that that's a joke with that one as well, by the way, guys. So
and by the way, you are. It's not your, it's you are. Come on, grammar police.
God damn it, get the grammar.
Get it right. If you're going to insult me, do it properly. Use the right grammar and syntax.
This is a nice, kindly reminder as well. This comment is a joke, but for those out there who thought that this may be serious, guys, we do not tolerate offensive language. We don't tolerate, negativity like that. Disagreements are fine, but do not come out being an absolute arse. This was a joke based on a previous quote as well. So we'll accept this one, but guys, just make sure things are kind.
Yeah.
But also, if you want to do that, personally attack someone. At least give us some kind of and then that person has a chance to defend themselves.
True.
And
if
we'll
you
be
are
like,
going to come out and be an absolute
I've got a BMW M4, right?
A what?
What's
a
that?
BMW.
You got a what?
Is that how they say it in Aussie? BIMDO.
Is that what you call BMWs? BMW.
Is that what they say down there?
BMW M4.
Is that an Aussie thing? LJ, a BMW.
Got a BIMDO M4.
I've got a BMW M4.
Wait, hold on. No, that's not quite Aussie enough.
So hang on. So if it's the BMW convertible, do you say a BMW?
Wait, mate, you want to come down to the pub? Yes, of course. Yes.
Can't do that while Booyoo's drinking water, mate. He'll die.
Yeah, if you want to run the Beamer and the M4, then will turn up. He'll pick you up. He'll drive you to
BMW.
the airport. He'll put you
I
on
got a
plane,
BMW Convu.
send you home.
BMW can do.
BMW
See?
Convu.
That is how you take the mickey out of someone. You attack them personally. You take something
Yeah,
that
exactly,
they say in a
yeah.
moment of weakness and you absolutely extort it.
And yeah, I got a BMW Convu.
Oh, God.
I've got a BMW convert. Anyway,
By the way, I feel like I missed an important piece of lore. So, Will, you were a boxer.
Yes.
How long was this for, and what was your boxing name? Did you have one?
No, I'm not that.
Was
guy,
it Will the Welsh Dragon Davis?
Well, look, because everyone's a Welsh dragon. If that's the case, you know.
Okay.
no. It was Will the Welsh Dragon Davis, not
Yeah,
Yeah.
not A. I'm not an A Welsh dragon. I'm the Welsh
yeah,
dragon.
the.
Yes, get it corrected. You know, make sure you get that straight.
Buyu, you told me that you also you used to have some physical hobbies as well. Which ones were those? You care to share?
Yeah. So back in the day, I used to do a bit of capoeira. Don't know if anyone here has played Tekken. If you did, let me know in the chat.
Eddie.
But there's a
Eddie
guy
Gordo.
called Eddie Gordo.
Gordo, mate.
And I was so inspired by him that I took up capoeira while in university. But embarrassingly enough, I found an old video from back when I was in primary school, and we used to have an African drumming and dance club. And we did a performance at the Royal Albert Hall because they have like a kids version of the proms. In England, they have this BBC proms thing where it's like a musical night. And I completely forgot about this, but we did a capoeira-inspired dance at the BBC proms when I was in primary school as well. 10 years before I actually started learning capoeira. So that was pretty cool. And then after capoeira, I kind of transitioned into doing a bit more Latin dances because... just because.
Girls.
Girls, yeah.
Girls.
I mean, the capoeira girls are also awesome, but it's like a different kind of proximity you get. You're not trying to kick each other's head off in salsa.
I mean, salsa dancing is very evocative. Let's put it like that.
Yeah. So I did like salsa, and then I transitioned to the bachata because I like body rolls. I'll just say I like body rolls. I was like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. And yeah, I also tried a bit of kizomba as well.
Where
But
are you from?
where am I from? Where you from, mate? Where you from? I am from. I'm from Tottenham, London, North London, the UK.
I'm sure you're London-based, bro. We'll get along well. You're not too far away from me. We'll get along well.
Yeah. Oh, we definitely will. And I'll be seeing you. Oh, I gotta take the mickey out of you for this as well. There is an event coming up in October, I believe.
There is indeed.
There is indeed. Are we allowed? Would you say we're allowed to show details about this event on screen, Rich?
I mean, sure, go for it.
Oh God, I just.
So after the Procter Match Expo, I was like, I really like expos. They're really cool. So I was looking up upcoming events, and I saw there's one in London. I was like, all right, I'll check that out.
Trading Expo, which by the way,
Trading Expo
is going to be there.
And do you know what happens when you type in Will? You get this handsome guy who looks like he's going to be... Are you going to be presenting or what's going on there?
I will be speaking in London this October, yeah.
And he's in a very... He's above Riz, so, you know, it's definitely legit.
But Will, I see that it says there that it's a London live trading floor.
I have told him already. He needs to update it. I I've spoken to Simon and I've said, bro, we need to update this. So that
Make a plan.
that will be updated. That's from
This is funny.
that's from last year's one, I think, or 2
Oh.
years ago.
By the way, hey Lewis, nice to see you're in Dover. I actually went to university in Canterbury, so not too far from you. So, Garden of England.
Garden of England.
Oh,
Back to
Canterbury.
school. Old school also said, Buyu, I am from London East. Nice to meet a fellow Londoner.
Nice to meet you. Hey.
Yeah, to be fair, we got a few of you guys coming out from London way, to be fair, so which is pretty cool. But yeah, all jokes aside, 23rd and 24th, was it 24th, 25th?
23rd to 24th. It looks like there's a packed agenda. Where is the dates?
Yeah, 23rd, 23rd, 24th. I will be speaking both days, I believe, in London as well. So, Will, you should give away free tickets. Give us the opportunity yeah, dude. You know, I am in my community giving away free tickets. So yes, I will be giving away free tickets as well. So yes, do not worry as well. I will be posting the free tickets here as well. So yes, I will look after you guys. I know. I'm nice that way. See. Also, if you go back to the homepage as well, Buyu, you will see they have got London, Dubai, and Miami, which I'm speaking at all three. So so for those of you who are in Dubai, you will see me next year in Dubai. And for those fellow Americans out there, you will also see me in Miami next year.
Nice.
So yeah, that'd be exciting.
You can go and visit. There was somebody earlier, I've forgotten his name, from Florida. So
There was indeed. Yep. Yeah, exactly.
You get
So
to
I'll be
experience-
down in Miami.
Is this your first time traveling and speaking, or
No.
have you been doing this for years
Nine.
secretly?
Yeah, I've been doing this some time now. Yeah.
And you just never told any of us.
You just joined, man. Like you've been here for years.
Hold on. Who else knew about this? I need to know. Who else knows about this? Everyone knew.
Everyone, it's
You come
common
on,
knowledge.
right?
Even in the chat as well.
Yes.
Oh,
Come on, man.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Pay
behind.
attention,
I'm
mate.
pretty
Pay
sure
attention.
90%
You, we've
also know that I'm a
mentioned this in the Discord, on the Friday Discord, right? We've pushed Will's, talking points, right? Yeah, come on,
Yeah,
pay
exactly.
attention.
Actually,
right?
as well.
I saw the live stream.
What are we doing? Right? Come on, man.
Ramon,
only
if you're
that,
still
as well,
in,
guys, I am going on. I am hopping on a meeting with some of the guys higher up in the organization of stuff in the 5ers because, and again, I can't give too much away yet. Maybe tomorrow after my meeting today, but there may be another event that you will see me in Europe. November this year. So again, I can't give too much details away. I need it all confirmed. But I have had a message from the guys at the 5ers as well. So I will let you know tomorrow if I do have that meeting today.
nice. I was just going to say, Ramon, if you're still in next year, what is that? The 29th and the 30th of January in Miami.
Right,
Make
yes.
sure you make your way there, and then you can get to go and see this little ugly mug's face speaking to y'all.
Well, I'll come join you in Dubai.
I was going to say, yeah, well, that was kind of what I was going to say, because I was going to invite you guys out to Dubai, because obviously like, Miami's Miami, as America's going to be too far.
I'd still
from you.
do it.
Yeah.
I'd do it,
Dude, are you paying my plane tickets?
of course.
No.
Oh.
I was actually
I'll
going
do it myself.
I was going to give everyone free tickets, but you, Rich. I was actually going to charge you an extra premium just to come see
That's
me.
right. I will. Will, you're already paying for yours, but I will pay for yours. BU, if you want to come, pay for yours. Rich.
Well, hold on. The thing is, there's a special date. The Dubai one is on a very special day. The
Is it?
second day of it is very special, personally to me. Can anyone guess why?
It's your birthday.
Yeah!
Why, that's even more reason to go. It's your birthday.
Yeah.
Go have some travel. Go do something crazy, dude.
Guys,
Dude,
be careful.
I'll
We're
100%
not going to
the whole
have
thing
a
right there.
repeat of the hangover, all right?
Oh, damn
Four
it.
of us going to Dubai, and just one of us
We
gets lost.
lose Booyah, like.
Yeah.
Oh,
Where's
dude,
the
okay.
birthday boy? Ah, shit, we've lost him. It's like
You might
where's
mention,
the groom?
Rich.
You've lost the groom. Yeah, we can't
Before
lose
we
the-
go on to that date, I've got a perfect photo to send you in that mention.
Okay.
Just by the way,
All right.
later on.
All right.
Anyway,
all right.
we
all
can
right.
Okay.
continue.
Okay.
Yeah, this is yeah, side thing, but yeah. Anyway,
Okay, so let's get back to the charts a little bit, guys. After
Actually, no. Just before you do that, like I said, I'm out for the day. I'm 3% up. In fact, I'm actually 6% up. No, I'm 7%
right,
up.
big man.
So
6%.
Nice.
Accidentally,
Congratulations.
I didn't actually close a break even on my test account. So yeah, I actually did hit a full TP on this trade on my test. I say on my test account. It's on like my higher risk account. So there it is. For those of you wondering, it is 3.9%, not 4%. So that and the fact that this trade here as well hit 3%, risking 2%, taken off at 1%, and then a full 2% there as well. So 3% on this trade, accidentally 3.9% on that trade, which was, as Master Uguay say, there are no accidents. So anyway, on that one, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. I shall see you all tomorrow, where hopefully I can indeed update you on this European event, which I may or may not be attending with the 5ers. So who knows? But again, I'll let you guys know tomorrow. So guys, thank you very much. Make sure you ask these fantastic gentlemen some awesome questions. Make sure you troll Booyu because he's new here, and we've got to give him that proper 5ers introduction. So make sure you go and troll him.
Nice. Enjoy.
Nice.
Have a good day further.
Nice one. Anyway, see you later, guys. Peace.
See you later. Peace.
Cheers. KDX saying, how about you guys come to India for such events? You guys should catch up with Samir here. Yeah, dude, we would love to do that because Samir is like traveling all over the country and he's doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So we would love to come and say hello to Samir. That would be so much fun. He can show us all of the local cuisine and we can have like a in-person trading event. It's a little bit difficult for myself and LJ because we're like on the southern tips of the earth.
Only if you complain. We just got a couple extra hours on the plane.
True.
It's all good.
It's all good. All right, let's have a little gander again back at the charts because we did have that swing, that nice little pop up. Okay, so I removed this point of interest because we completely disrespected that point of interest and we effectively came to a bearish order block of this day over here, which was last week Thursday. So we took the high point from that move and then this bearish engulfing outside bar candle and then basically just the open of the previous candle as your bullish, or in this case bearish order block. And we tested the midpoint of that almost identically. So like almost hit the midpoint. So if on gold specifically, and from there on we started pushing lower. So I don't know if this is going to be a continuation up just yet, because when we had that little news event, we've already dipped lower than that. So I think if we did not have the news event, there was a likelihood that we were going to have a slow upward tick eventually to this point and then start pushing lower. So I'm not entirely sure if I want to see a continuation for gold to push up just yet. I would love to see us come down a little bit and maybe potentially come and test these low swings that we had here and then see if we want to pick up and start pushing up from there. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's start with Booyu. What do you think?
Yeah, so on my swing trade, I've still got time. I'm patient. It kind of looks like it's just moving back and forth to me on the higher time frame, on the 4 hour. So let me see if I can enlarge my screen for you guys. But ultimately, it hasn't moved by that much on the higher time frame. So I'm still targeting these levels up here. I can be patient and wait for it. Ooh, where'd he go? But yeah, so that's what I've got. LJ, what do you reckon?
I definitely agree with that to the upside. So hang on, let me jump over to this. So I was talking with Dirk longer term on a swing trade basis for gold. I think we do go higher ultimately. So I also did bring up this chart. So gold is basically tracked rate differentials, right? The forward pricing for a rate hike going into December, which then obfuscates the entire front end of the yield curve and then bloviates to the long end of the yield curve. Now, that is starting to invert, just like I was talking about last week and the week before. We're starting to see that to pick up. So I think we are starting to see a base in gold in general. I did just want to highlight this stuff that we had recently. We're still getting more headlines in general. So that is something to watch out for, especially for today in terms of intraday activity. But I do like this pickup in gold. And I do think we get pretty much a base. Potentially there's some kind of a further activity where we get a further drawdown. Come down.
I think your screen is frozen. Your chart is not moving at all.
Okay. I will return, View. I will give my opinion after, because I just brought up like 5 different screens.
Yeah.
Right. Give me a sec, guys.
Well, while we wait for him to come back, he did mention news coming out, and I've got Financial Juice up. Do you reckon it's worth going through a couple of the headlines we've seen on Financial Juice?
I mean, we can do that. It's not a problem at all. What do you want to look at? Because obviously we have the Houthis saying we'll impose a sea navigation ban on Saudis Monday. This just came out now about 10 minutes ago. This was after this mediators proposed Iran and US return to the pre-July 9 positions. So we had the initial reaction pushing price lower on the dollar index. S&P picked up, NASDAQ picked up, gold picked up, and then oil dropped, of course. And then we had the rebound basically after this next announcement. So that next follow-up move that we've seen was because of this. So I'm a little bit on the side of this. What do you think, Boo?
In my head, I was waiting for the taco trade. For those who don't know, TACO stands for Trump Always Chickens Out. And what we've seen a lot of is Trump comes in, he's heavy-handed, he says a lot of not nice language, let's put it that way. Crazy stuff. And then he backs down after the weekend. And we've seen a couple of cases where he's gone in heavy before the weekend and then eased off the brakes before markets open on after the weekend. Do I think this is another taco trade? Yes.
I mean, if history is to repeat itself, which it tends to do. Yeah.
It tends to. Well, it doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. But I feel like this is another taco trade, essentially. And in terms of escalations of the war, I was looking at, okay, if Trump really wanted to escalate the war, what would he do? Ground invasion. How likely are we to get a ground invasion in Iran? I don't think so. I think if he wanted to go in there, he would have done so by now. And I don't think he has the political backing for it. So
do you think it's a misdirect?
Huh?
Do you think it's a bit of a misdirect?
As in, what? He's pretending to negotiate, but he's going to go
No, they're pretending as if they're escalating, but actually there's no intention of follow-through.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm not going to accuse Trump of being shady because obviously that would be very bad. But I think
CIA is going to be knocking at your door, mate.
Yeah.
What did you say about Trump? Nothing.
Nothing. But yeah, I think this is another classic case of he's backing down because he doesn't necessarily have the political backing for it. I've forgotten, when is midterms coming up? This October?
Yeah, it's very soon.
So I imagine between now and October, we will see a real winding down in the war because you don't want to be fighting in the middle of a war while you're also trying to win an election.
Yeah, I mean, he basically admitted that the election process was already faffed like the previous times. He basically proved that his own election was faffed as well. So, I mean, I don't think he's surviving the midterms at all. So this could be like that last thing of like, look, screw it. Let's see what I can do as president, because I don't think he's going to be president again. Definitely not.
Yeah, obviously not. Like, he can't be.
Even post midterms, I don't think the midterms are going to be a good thing for him at all.
For the Republicans, I mean. Yeah, I don't think so either. Now, beyond that, yes, he can't be president for a third term. Like, it doesn't matter how many zealots there are. Not going to allow that. Like, yes, America has some challenges. There's been things pressed, but that's a step too far. Don't think that's going to happen. Now, with the current situation, yes, we do have the midterms. The thing is, Trump has lost control. Just like you're saying, BU, right? Like, yes, they want to kill it, which Trump already did. But hence, because Iran knows that that is a weak point, they've now re-escalated, right, to put that pressure on. So that's the trouble. Beyond that, though, I think the rest of the market has already moved on. Our countries have moved on. We've got different like pipelines going through. So through the past portion that we've had, where we've had like oil offline, it was about 20 million barrels to begin with. Then we went down to 8 million barrels. Now we've got other pipelines going through. For now, even with this re-escalating, it's about 4 million barrels a day. I think we can live with that, right? And I think that that is exactly what the market is seeing. Like, it's not a big differential. Maybe we get a slight input cost increase, but nothing major overall. So I don't think this is a major standpoint. I think we've got the other stuff going through. China is definitely putting in pressure on Iran. We've seen that already. Like, that was the major catalyst that brought oil prices way down. They just stopped buying altogether. They need it. They have stores, but they still need it. But even through Iran, they were just like, no, not buying. You're being silly. There's other things with like helium, with the uranium, that kind of stuff. Or urea for fertilizer, that kind of thing. Creates a tangential problem across the board. So I think we're pretty good overall. So I think this is eventually going to become like a background thing that we're already starting to not care about. We're not sure if we have to care about it. But I think after this, if we don't have some kind of fiasco, it just goes into the background altogether. And we just stop caring. We go back to Fed policy, rates, all that kind of stuff. The AI trade, no one cares about Middle East situation.
Speaking of rates and midterms, how do you think those two things will interplay coming into October? Because there's lots of people talking about rate hikes. I'm personally on team hold rates steady.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts?
I'm on hold rate steady and then decrease. So definitely the same lean, very anti the current thesis in general, that there are potentially going to be more rate hikes coming forward. I see that as ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It seems like they're trying to fight the last war from like COVID. They're worried about inflation, that kind of stuff. If you look at all the forward inflation indicators, there's nothing to indicate forward inflation impacts. The same thing we had last year with, and we're on stream here talking about that with the tariffs. Everyone's saying, okay, inflation's going to go through the roof. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. And so we play this game every single month of, are they going to do it? Are they going to accept the inflation prospect or not, or this, that, and between the real data, and eventually come back down to the real data, ultimately, right? So I think we're going to do the same thing right here. Now, this is one of the biggest portions where we've had a massive arbitration between that gap, right? This is one of the biggest gaps that we've actually had. And especially with Kevin Walsh saying that he wants to be more real time with the data, I think everyone's expectations right now are that we may get a probability of a rate hike at the next Fed meeting. That will have to come down. It won't happen in general. Plus, into September, won't happen. And there's a potential that we actually get the flip, that we get a cut overall before end of the year. That is a massive, massive change. And that is something that produces a huge trade opportunity overall. So, I don't know what you think, but I think dollar goes down. I think indices go up. NASDAQ, the S&P, that kind of stuff, rip higher. And that's where we are. There's nothing to stop it right now. I can't see anything to actually legitimately stand in the face of that at the moment.
We'll have to wait and see, I think. I'm not entirely convinced just yet. Even with this push that we're having right now, it's
Do you want to talk in the next month? Because the next month, like I've talked before, we do get that summer period where you get a pullback of those popular trades, which is a different story. But hence, we're not
there yet.
We're not dead, right?
No.
It's a pullback, you get that kind of retracement, healthy retracement. You get a bit of sideways action that actually resets price. Eventually, we go higher. Then you get the kerfuffle in between of people actually coming to this realization. You go snap, up, down, and then eventually we get the determination. Either, yes, we actually go through with that, we rip higher, or we do come off. Right now, it looks more towards end of 2028, I think, that we actually get a massive collapse. Like a massive or just a broader in general sustained collapse, which becomes quote unquote massive. But I don't think we're there yet at all right now.
Yeah, on NASDAQ, I'm looking for us to pull back to this 25,200 to 26,200-ish zone. So basically these highs that we had in October and January. So I want us to pull back to this point. And I feel that we can potentially get to that. Yeah, like you said, if we're going into the summer months and whatnot, where you have a little bit of a pullback, there is that potential that we can make our way slowly down to this point and then decide what we want to do from there. I don't know. But this is what I'm kind of like looking at longer term for us to eventually kind of like make our way down here. This is on the weekly chart, even on the monthly chart as well. This was like the last area before we had that 2-month absolute freaking run off, pushing price higher. So we've rounded out here at this point in time. The last month ended slightly bearishly from its open, and this month so far, which is another 10 days to go, so 2/3 of the month is already over. Unless we can sweep last month's low, I think we will potentially close out roughly still bearish, even if it's a little bit higher than where we are currently, but I think we're still going to have a bearish month going forward. And then we will slowly see if we can start breaking these low swings that we had. Obviously, 28,200 is the low of that previous swing point. We'll see whether or not we can actually do it here. and then continue pushing lower. If we do that, we're coming down here, in my opinion, for sure. So 26,000, 25,000-ish, that range. So we'll see. Like something similar to what we had here, where we were like really struggling to break above. And then eventually we did sweep these lows and we dipped a little bit lower and then we started picking up. We could have a similar thing to that where we dip lower than here, go a little bit deeper, pick up some positions and then start pushing up again.
Okay, I mean, if you looked at this like technically, right, no context at all, you'd be like, yeah, this sucks. It's going lower, right, in general. Imagine this was a stock chart. Yep, it's broken that portion, clearly driving lower. Yes, you've got that support outlined. Seems pretty clear overall. The trouble is on the opposite side to drive higher. I can't see where we get that from right now at all.
So to provide a little bit of a counter argument, on the Nasdaq side, I'm seeing roughly relative equal lows, and we have on the 15-minute chart kind of taken out the last swing high before running down into the equal lows shown here. Again, just so everyone's clear, what I'm referring to is the bottom of this. We're on the 4-hour time frame. So you can see that low is relatively equal to that low. And I'm going to see if I can move this up just to make it a bit clearer. Then if I go down to the 15-minute time frame, you see that the last high was there. So I reckon temporarily we may be looking at some red line. Why? Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
is another matter.
You're good.
Is another matter, but at least for the short term, I reckon we could be pushing up a little bit on Nasdaq. Yet long term, we might bounce off of this level again and then head lower, as you were showing on the daily chart, down to like these levels, and maybe if we're really bearish for some reason, down to these levels. But in the short term swing, short term 4-hour chart, I reckon we're actually bullish a little bit.
I agree.
And then see what happens. Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I just don't trade the 4-hourly, and I'm kind of like looking at in a nutshell down on the lower time frame. There's a lot of price points that needs to break through to push higher, and it's not shown any propensity to want to do that. So that's why I'm saying even on the 15-minute and so on, yes, on the 15-minute it's a little bit more bullish, but it to me is not yet at a point where I can say, yes, we're definitely flipping now bullish, because we were struggling so much to decide on a direction, and when there is a directional move, it's been bearish. Like the one that produced the volume, pushing price lower, been the bearish movements. So I can see it react where it is already right now, and potentially come up a little bit higher. But when LJ is talking about long term, talking about 2 to 3 months, that kind of like thing, even longer, I don't have a view of that. So for me, it's purely, I'm just going to go on the technical side of it, and I can buy or sell out of it. Right now, I want to sell because of the higher time frame. So I want it to pull back and then get in on maybe a base and then push it a little bit lower. We'll have to see.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I would say I agree with you, B. So basically on the longer time frame, just like you were saying, we're also going into that like European summer aspect, like I've highlighted before, which basically means like all the popular trades start to leverage off. Right? So all the hedge funds, institutions, that kind of stuff tend to take positions off the board, deleverage, and then you get a unwind of the popular trades. Same thing with the US dollar trade, which has been very popular to go to the upside and tend to return. Stocks tend to return. You eventually crack certain levels, and then you get momentum to that downside, especially when there is low volume, low activity. You press on. So I think any of these positions to the upside, like if you get a further pump, you want to sell that pump, right? And then see a lower degree. Not trying to buy in right here overall.
No, agreed.
I've got a number of things I'll present with Dirk on Wednesday if he's here.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll see, because the data backs up this kind of stuff. So we'll see. But for now, yeah, I do like that, like roughly within the prospect of what you're lining up. It still does make sense, all that kind of stuff. Even in a technical aspect, I do like that overall. Very good.
Awesome.
Yep.
Like the
Buyu,
Michael Bikini.
like I think we're now at the end of your like 1 hour stint. Is there anything you want to say to jump before you jump out? So for everybody, Buyu is going to join us Monday through to Thursday, same time every day. So if you have any more questions for him, obviously he's going to be here tomorrow to answer anything else. So do remember to stick those questions in chat.
Yeah, so I'm going to hop off now. In terms of anything I have to say, well, I'll be back if you guys want me back. So can you guys show me how much you want me here by just hitting that like button, please? Maybe throwing us a bit of a subscribe. Then I'll know that I'm popular and you guys like having me on stream. And if not, then I'll just go cry in a corner.
And have my whole existence be about my one time on a live stream.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be like, I was there one time telling my grandkids. One time I was on a live stream, The5ers, with Will, who was a boxer, Rich Butler, he's from South Africa, yeah, and LJ, who's from the continent
Australia.
that's made up. That everyone's just a paid actor. Kangaroo Land. It doesn't exist. Everyone's a paid actor, even the kangaroos. Someone took, what's his name, Master Splinter, and was like, what if Master Splinter was a bodybuilder? And that's how they got kangaroos.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good one. All right, Buyu, have a lovely day, mate. We'll see you again tomorrow. I hope all of your trades are going to end up being those nice little green ones at the end of the day, or blue, depending on which terminal you use.
Yeah. And thank you for having me. Bless.
All right. Cheers, guys. All right. That was Buyu. Ah, dude, I love having Buyu on stream. He's so much fun.
I agree. I'm so excited for this. Dude, he's a core component from now on.
Nice.
I think so.
I
Definitely.
like this live also, guys. Yeah, thank you very much. If you haven't already, drop us a like. And then, yeah, we have Samir that's going to be joining us now in about a few minutes. LJ, you can hop out, my friend. I can see that you seem a little tired, mate.
It's not so much that. My internet, I get every second word of what you guys are saying. So, yeah, if that's all good.
100%, mate. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. See you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Cheers to LJ. We'll see him tomorrow. Thanks to Buyu. Yeah, no, I really enjoy Buyu and his antics. It's a lot of fun, first and foremost, and secondly, he's one of the few swing traders that we have. So it's nice to have that little bit of a balance. Yo, Samir, what's up, my friend?
Hello, guys. Long time no see.
Yeah,
So
like
how are
traveling.
you? How are you, Rich?
Dude,
Yes,
I'm good.
I was traveling.
Happy to see you.
Yes, same here. And yes, we are here Monday, start of the week. Hopefully, we all have a good week. And yeah, so trading wise, let me know if you got anything like this start of the week.
So people in chat have definitely been trading a little bit. I myself only got a very quick little buy. If I can, there we go. I had a very okay. I need to move that bottle out of the way because I can't see my screen. I took a very quick buy from here, and I was looking for a 1 to 2. It's not the exact entry point here now, but what we basically had on Nasdaq was we had this area down here, which was an established area after rollover.
Seems like I'm frozen. I have to check it. Give me a minute.
Yeah, no problem. So I had this entry, or not entry, this established zone down here, and also the highs. We started to make our way a little bit down towards the low of Tokyo session. We really struggled in this area. We lost all momentum pushing lower, and then eventually we started picking up momentum to the higher side or to the upside. We basically wicked into this 3 wick area or 3 top area basically of the Tokyo session, and then tried to come back down again, consolidated, and started to push up. As we were starting to push up, we closed out a rally, a base, and then the follow-up rally, and on that rally I got in on a trade pushing price up. I took a quick 1 to 2. I did not expect us to really push all that much higher than the highs of last week Friday, at least in the short term, being Monday. Monday can sometimes be a little annoying. Mondays can sometimes be a little consolidative, and then you only get the move during the New York session. So I just decided, screw it, I was going to just hold it for a quick 1 to 2. I see we also have a very amazingly dressed gentleman also in the background, but he's not yet ready. Hey, you want to hop in? You back?
All right, I fixed my cameras. Seems like my webcam glitched. I just reconnected it. I think now it's back. Okay, so you took a pre-breakout type of trade. Very amazing. I haven't looked at NAS. So this will be the fresh look for me, but that was amazing trade. Nice. So you don't mind trading other sessions also, right? Like when it comes to NASDAQ. Okay,
So
that's awesome.
I actually find that I get slower movements during the Tokyo and the New York session, so that like pre-London, during London's initiation, there's like this slow tick. It picks a direction and kind of stays in that direction a little while. So if I time it correctly, I can get really, really good trades there. But the New York session is the more volumetric one. It's the one where you get in, you're in a trade for 5 minutes, and it's run its course, and it can very quickly have a lot of volatility in one direction. Or what it can do is it can very quickly sweep a low, sweep a high, retrace, and then continue in the original direction. So I trade the two slightly differently. So my New York trading is with a little bit more, same amount of risk, but a little bit more in terms of my stop loss size. And then in the London station, I know that the volatility is usually less. So when it does move in a direction, it's a slower trek. But I prefer those over the super volatile movements overall.
Okay, I completely get it. Even myself, I don't like to get involved in, right at the market open or any kind of unusual momentum, of course, which NVASI brings. So, yes. By the way, what is your outlook for today? Like, overall, maybe for the day, for the week, you can share your thoughts on that. Then definitely me and Victor will be covering that.
Okay. Well, I'll give you my thoughts immediately. I'll just quickly go over to my chart, and then I'll show you. So, okay. Woo! The bell is going to run, and a victor will appear. You can enter, Victor. Please enter. The door is open for you, my friend.
Your mic has suppressed.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me in, Richard. That is so kind of you. You're such a gentleman.
The door is never locked for you, my friend. Never locked.
Thank you. How is everyone doing? It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day for many reasons. I'm not going to say a lot because I know I'm conscious that I'm interjecting these gentlemen right here. But let me set the stage. It is a beautiful, beautiful day today What a day we had yesterday. If you don't know what I mean, I'm not very obvious at all what I'm referring to, but this is a beautiful day. We
I'm pretty
are,
sure that that one
you know,
star that's on that crest of yours on your left breast is going to become two. Is it 2 stars?
I have a slight
Mike is getting in
suspicion it
between.
might. I have a slight suspicion it might. I'm not too sure. Could be, could be. Of course, I'm talking about the World Cup, the Trump World Cup, the one
Trump
that
World Cup.
Spain just won yesterday. For those who have been perhaps not watching, but anyways, let's go back to. I just want to say hi, and I couldn't resist my
Like
excitement.
you,
You
you.
know,
It's like inside you. It was like all pins and needles, and you were like, "Oh yes, I want to
yes,
tell them. Can I tell them? Can I tell them? I can't."
yes. I feel such a relief now. Now it's out of my system. We can continue now in all calmness and dissect the market and everything else because we put it out there. Spain is the champion of this World Cup. It is
Viva
confirmed.
España! Viva España!
Viva España! Ole, ole! I'll give the mic back to you guys. And congratulations to the Argentinian team as well. Well played. They fought with everything they had, and that's admirable.
That they did. Even
They
after the
actually
match.
did. They did with everything they had, even things that they shouldn't be using in the on the court. But hey, on the field, hey, they fought passionately, and that is
I was
something.
about to say they had the passion. They had passion.
Yes, definitely. They fought passionately and, with very Latin American spirit, as we all know how that is. So it is an amazing match, and but truth be told, Spain was simply just the
The
better
better
team.
team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean it's not about how to say that. I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes here. I'm not trying to say anything to elicit a reaction from the Argentine team at all. I mean, truth be told, I think it was obvious that Spain had the better team and well-deserved cup. But let's go to Richard and Samir because I very rudely stopped the conversation, stopped the flow completely, and changed topics to impose my ideas and my excitement. So please do continue, Samir. How are you doing today? You're looking fine, I might add.
Very
Yeah,
fresh.
I'm good. And I'm back. I love to stream with you guys. And it is a part of my life. There, I was having some internet issues, so I was not able to manage. But now I'm here, everything is sorted, and everything is fine. Trading wise, new week. So let's crush it, guys. But yes, Rich was saying about US Tech or NAS 100. I know you have to go, but you can
No,
let.
I'll explain exactly what I am looking for, and then
Yeah,
you guys can then tell me whether or not you agree. But I will listen to that off stream. It's all right. So
yeah.
I'm gonna go over to the weekly first because I feel as though I've been neglecting the weekly time frame. But actually, Victor down here with his last session last week, I went and re-watched a portion of it, and he went through the weekly time frame, and I wouldn't say I felt inspired, but I felt like maybe I should be paying attention to the weekly a little bit. Anyway, so on the week,
You,
I'm
it's safe to say, Richard, you were inspired. It's safe to say so. It's don't be modest. It is safe to say
okay.
so.
All right.
You're completely inspired.
Thank you, Senor Victor, for giving me that inspiration to look at the higher time frames. So on the
Just
weekly,
kidding.
we have effectively been stuck in this just little bit of a. It looks like a descending triangle, but it could be seen as a bit of consolidation because we have effectively had a almost equal low down here, not entirely. And then we had an attempt to try and sweep the highs, which we then failed. And we're getting a lot of weekly pressure to try and push price lower. So when I had a look at the weekly, my first thought was I want to see us sweep this weekly low, which was in June. So the 8th of June, the week of 8th of June, that's low point that we had there. I would love to have seen us sweep this and then decide what to do from there. That was on the weekly. So we also have this area down over here, which was during October through to January, where we really struggled to react to try and push price higher. That was the all-time highs at that point. We pushed back a little bit, and then we had this nice check mark reaction. So just a bit of a pullback and then a continuation pushing price up. So on the weekly, it looks as though there's this attempt to try and push price a little bit lower. Because every time we have some bearish price action, it's a little bit stronger. Whereas if I go back to the weekly, for every 1 week's bearish price action, we need 2 weeks of bullish price action to take it back. And then there's another 1 week of bearish price action, and then 2 whole bullish weeks. And it's not pushing price up. So if history is to repeat itself, let's put it like that, or theoretically history kind of has a flow to it, in this case, we should theoretically be seeing another 2 bullish weeks that kind of does not sweep the high. If we have something that is the same as what we've had over the last two months or so. I don't quite know if we're going to have that. Anyway, going back down to the daily, we can see that every single time we tried to make a new high, it was met with decent resistance. We had this area down here which acted as an area of support a little bit, just keeping price in this area over here. So between these 2 points is where price was basically kept. And that's where we've been for the last 2 weeks now already. So we finally broke through this segment, which was last week on Thursday. Well, not Thursday, on Friday. And we effectively came down to this area over here, sweeping that last low, which was on the 11th of June. Not quite sweeping the low of the month, but getting very close. So the reaction that we're having here on Monday now, typical Monday, little bit consolidative throughout the day. I feel as though I want to see price come up to an hourly base area. So on the hourly, we have this base area over here. So I spoke about this morning. On Thursday, this area of support that we had, basically, that one reaction that we had on Tuesday, this is where we struggled. We were struggling on Thursday to push through. That was the last time on the hourly where we had like a real bullish attempt to try and break this downward bearish price action that we had. So to me, this area over here is what eventually led to us breaking lower than that swing point, breaking lower than that swing point over here, which was on the 8th as well, and then effectively made us come all the way down to try and test that monthly low. So for me, it came off of this movement over here. So to me, that is a higher area of interest that I want to see us come and test. So what is my prediction? I think that we are going to potentially, either today with the New York session or with the early morning session in Tokyo, have price make its way slowly or very, very vigorously, very quickly with the New York session open, push us into this area into this base area, and then from there on decide where it wants to go. If it wants to continue pushing lower, then I do believe that we need to have the low here be absolutely taken with conviction. And if that is taken, then we will start to make our way down towards 26,000. Wait, what is it? 26,250 to about 25,216 somewhere. So let's say 25,200 to 26,200-ish. That's if we can continue breaking past this point over here. If we don't, then I feel as though that there is a potential for us to maybe come up to this area up over here, which is roughly the 29,700 to 28, let's say 29,900 to 29,700. So this is the two areas that I'm potentially looking at. If we get the break, or if we get the reaction off of this base area and we just disrespect it, we start pushing up, then this is the first area of interest for me. Then we'll see from there, because that was the last 1, 2, 3 reactions off of this area that we really struggle to break through, and that's basically the upper end of that channel that we had effectively. So this channel there where we were struggling to break lower and then break higher as well. So upper end as a resistance point, base area as the midpoint to see where we're going to react from, push up, take the resistance point or reject off of it, or take the base, start pushing lower and sweep the monthly low and then continue lower. That's what I'm seeing right now. And as you know, I'm not a predictive trader, I'm a reactive trader. So I'm going to wait for the reaction and then see what I want to take from there. For the rest of today specifically, I want us to respect this area over here, which was you can effectively think of it as the Tokyo high, the last portions, the last vestige of the Tokyo high, which was tested a few times, eventually broken through, followed with a base and then started to pick up. This was a news candle, by the way. So it was news that pushed it up higher. We're consolidating ever so slightly in this area right now, getting closer to the New York Open, which is in 40 minutes or so. We'll probably see price try and wick down a little bit, maybe sweep these lows and then potentially pick up. That's what I'm looking at right now. Alternatively, if we do not continue pushing up, pushing lower, we might push up, sweep the highs, and then start drifting lower to try and get to the daily open or even the Tokyo low. That's the two things that I am particularly looking at for the New York session. I hope that was concise enough that it made sense. If it wasn't, then I do apologize for my lack of conciseness. Conciseness. I don't think that's a word, but I'm coining it. I'm coining the word conciseness. It is now a word. It's one of Richard's words.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you. Always great to see your point of view on the markets. Insightful, and I'm sure the viewers enjoy it a lot, even whether or not, aside from the fact that word is coined or already existed. I mean, I'm sure they enjoy a lot your insights. Very helpful. All right, I'm not going to hold you any longer because I know you were already on your way out and we kept you deliberately longer. So I'm not going to extend that hold even longer. So anytime you feel free.
Well, Victor, I would say first and foremost, thank you very much for the kind words. They are always appreciated. Oh no, we've lost Samir. Is your camera faulty, Samir?
I think it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's just a little technical. Camera being technically hasn't been used in a while.
Maybe it's I don't know if that's the case, right? I'm just speculating here, but I do know sometimes cameras can get overheated when streaming. Okay.
Well, with that, I will just say that, Victor, it's always a pleasure having you on. I'm actually very excited to see what your view is. So I'm going to be in the background. I will be watching the stream, but I'm going to go and get myself something to eat. And then I'm going to be much like everybody else and try and be a student and sit my buttocks on my chair and pay attention is what I'm going to try and do. So to everybody in chat, if you haven't already, please drop us a like, please subscribe. And then if you haven't also, or if you don't know, once the stream is over, you will be auto-directed to our future stream with Dave, where they will continue on with the New York session. So this is technically our pre-New York session with Victor, Samir, and myself, and Buyu, and Will, and so on. So once the stream is over, you will be auto-directed to the future stream, and then we can continue the festivities over there. All right, gentlemen, Samir and Victor, have a lovely day further. To everybody else in chat, thank you very much for joining me and keeping me company and keeping all of the good questions and stuff like that rolling. I appreciate all of you. And then, yes, next week we will have a 1v1, and then I will get working on the giveaway for the 110,000 subscribers. Once again, thank you very much to everybody. All right, I'm out. Cheers, guys.
Take care,
Take care, Rich.
Rich. As always, nice to have you here. And on what you said, I'll be thinking about you as well while you are offline. Just making silly jokes here. How's everyone doing? Samir, how is your
I'm good. I'm
how
good.
is
How are you?
how was your
I'm
traveling?
just traveling. Actually, the thing is that I'm not a travel guy, but once I'm at the location, I enjoy it. I don't like to travel, but I like the location. So traveling part, it was okay, but once I was there, it was mountains, range.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really good. And at the top, we was at the top, so there was no internet connection, and yeah, that was really good experience. I have been there after so many years, and the main thing is that I was there with traders. All of us was traders, so we were sharing insights. So I learned a lot from other people, and the things I know, I also shared my points. So that was a really good experience. So yes, but I was
Nice.
checking the calendar. I think I was supposed to be on the futures stream. I accidentally covered it last Monday, so I think I should hop onto the future stream to fix the schedule. So yeah,
Yes, it's yes, that's actually, you know what? I think
yeah,
maybe you can stay with us. You're already here.
yes. I don't mind
Maybe
that.
um, maybe you can stay with us. If you're in doubt, you can ask Dave. But I
Yeah, I'll,
think
I'll be messaging him. In a meanwhile, let's talk about charts, guys. Before that, let me know, Victor, how are you? I think it has been many days. We haven't done a stream. So how is everything going trading wise? Yeah,
great.
trading wise. So let me know.
Great, great, great. I mean, as always, I'm very excited about trading all the time. And the weekend we just talked about it. The Spain football coming to a culmination. Beautiful game, and everything else is just you know coasting smoothly. What can I say? There is. Thank you for asking, Samir. Thank you for asking. We have Alvis Kimani here. I'm obviously. I hope I'm obvious enough. I'm making jokes here, trying to be funny. Something I usually am not. Kam Ruli Slum is asking whether or not I'm from Chinese, whether I'm from China or Korea. I'm not from those parts of the world, and I wouldn't be able to know if trading is legal in China. I think it isn't. I guess I don't know. From your question, I think that it's. I really don't know. So I couldn't help you with that question. Sorry to let you down. Let's see who else we have in the chat. Someone said something about Argentina rigged most games. Spain is a much better soccer team. Yes, yes, and yes. First goal should not be canceled. That's a yes as well. Perfect. What else do we have here in the chat? I mean, everyone, if you have a question, I won't promise that I will. We will choose your question and answer it, but we'll do our best. We'll do our best to answer it, and especially if it's something about trading, it's something you want to learn, you want to ask, you wondered, we'll be extra incentivized to pop it up and bring it to the screen and have a chat about it. Talk about it a couple of minutes or however long it is adequate to talk about that topic. So thank you, and don't forget the chat. Right, come to the chat, interact with us, give us your ideas. Whether it is a trade you're in and you want our opinion, you want some feedback. Maybe it was an entry or an exit. Maybe you're doubting your system, or maybe whatever it is. Doesn't matter. Maybe we can't help you, but maybe we can. Just maybe we could give you that little push in the right direction, and will help you eventually going where you want and hitting your goals. On today, before we continue, just one announcement today. Rich already mentioned at the end of this stream, you'll be auto-directed to the future channel to Dave, and in the on the Discord server, our Discord server, I'll be holding a session, a workshop in about what is it? In about an hour and 45 minutes, more or so. We'll be talking about either risk management or trade plans or ways to get edge or edge erosion. Come and find out what we will be talking about, and we'll be giving out as well at least one time 10 hub credits, all for your benefit. What are the top credits? Those are US dollars that you can use in your next The5ers purchase. And talking about purchases, we have a summer plan. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look at the screen in the corner, there, and the other side of the screen, you'll see it pop up. Check the website, because that's an amazing good offer. I mean, just look at the price, 100K. Check the rules, see if they fit. I think it's a wonderful offering, and see if that's what you were being waiting for getting an account and get your toes into the market. Maybe adding an account to your already funded accounts, or maybe that could be your first account. Who knows? Whatever it is the case. Check it out and let us know what you think about it. All right, Samir. Let's take a look at the charts.
Yes, definitely. I was seeing NAS. Okay, you are on Euro USD. Right now, this chart is seems okay. We have my screen already, so maybe you can share your thoughts on NAS, or should I cover as we have my screen already? Okay.
It's up to you. I mean, it's up to you. Would you like to do
Okay.
it?
Okay.
Otherwise, I will
I'll
go
start. It's
through it.
okay.
And by the way, before you answer or before you go through the chart, I'd like to take a moment here
Abra.
and I'd like to take a moment here and pause for at least 5 seconds as an appreciation to your mustache as well. And we are all very appreciative of your mustache,
Crazy.
Samir. It is a very serious matter, and so just wanted to say that. So please continue.
All right. Thank you for that also, Abra. But we should come to the charts. By the way, it was same only. I don't know. You are noticing it now, maybe? Okay. So, all right. Yes. Okay. So let me delete everything. Let's start fresh. NAS, we are rejecting from the support. How I can see that? By this wick here. This is the point that I really want to focus on. Can we go higher from here? For that, let's switch to the lower time frame and let's see what's going on. Let me draw this support also, because we had a decent amount of reaction from here. Okay. So this is the support area. First of all, I'm just drawing the areas, some kind of reference point, so that we will know if price, show some kind of rejection from these areas. We will know what is happening, why it is happening.
They're not very visible. I don't know if it's me or it's for everyone, but they're a little difficult to see because of the background, I think.
Let me make it black.
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's
make it
already much
black.
better. That's
Now,
already
now
much
it's good.
better. Yeah. I can see it now.
All
Go ahead.
right. So we have three areas here, and NYSE is about to open in 27 minutes, going to the 4 hour. Okay, this candlestick seems good, but the only problem is that on the 4 hour time frame, the structure right now is bearish. If you see, let me draw with the this arrow tool. This was a lower low, lower high, lower low, potential lower high can be there. So I will say, let's draw a couple of scenarios here. Let's go to the 1 hour time frame. So I will say, if price retrace to this area, maybe this fair value gap is tapped. Do we have any other area? Okay, this is a very good demand area. Let me draw it, because this seems like a high quality demand area to me. I'm just gonna draw that also. So this area. For that, I'll just change the color, maybe to purple, so that you guys can see it. And let me make it a little bit darker. Okay. So this is a very good area in my opinion. So if we NYSE open, if we retraced here, maybe it can break by a point or two. It's still fine. And we retraced back. I think this can be a very good buying opportunity, at least to this area. This is trade idea number one. Or we show the impulsive momentum to the upside and then we see some kind of rejection, I think then it can be used as a selling area to at least this area or this demand area, because this is untapped. So I do like to trade this way, and I will also share the entry scenario when that particular scenario happens. So we have two trade ideas right now, but what if price failed to respect this area and break below and retest this area? Can we take a sell here? Yes, we definitely can take a sell. That way we will be in line with the 4-hour time frame, and that is also a good play. So trade idea number three, we break below and we retraced, see some kind of price action, maybe on the 1 minute or 5 minute, we can take a sell. So this is three trade ideas on NAS, which is making sense to me. Now, as Richard said, I don't have to be predictive, I have to be reactive. So whenever I see some kind of price action that I'm familiar with, I don't mind taking the action. And I also took a trade on gold, using these similar concepts. Also, I will also share that insights with you. But these three trade ideas seems very solid to me, so I don't mind taking trades today, because these three trade ideas seems good to me. Even if I draw the Fibonacci from here to here, we are already at the 50%. So this is a decent retracement. We have to be very cautious now. Why? Because I told you this area can react as a buying opportunity. But as this trend is to the downside, we have to confirm if this area is holding or not. For that, I think we should wait for a market structure shift and then maybe some kind of fair value gap getting tapped, or maybe 1 minute pattern and then trying to look for longs. This will be the only scenario I will be interesting in longs. If we see one rejection, immediate break of the structure, then I think we should think about sells. Or we impulse to the upside, this is a good area to take some sells from. I think I can take risky sells from here, at least till here, because we are already in the discount area. This is a very basic concept that I think everybody knows. If you don't know about this, maybe you can type in the chat. I can share those insights also. But I think if you're trading, you know about this. This is some kind of premium and discount type of theory.
I think it's a great idea
make
you discuss it right here, right now, because I'm sure, a lot of people do know that if you've
Yeah,
been in the
exactly.
market for some time. However, there's always, new people watching, and, I don't want to leave, I want to take everyone on board. It's one of the things one of our aims, right? So to give as much information as possible, helping as many traders as possible. So please, I would say, please do go over the topic.
Definitely. So I will share about the insights about this particular theory. I will call it a theory. So what is premium and discount area? If you hear about this term, one thing comes in my mind. Premium is if something is expensive. Okay? If something is expensive, you don't buy it, you sell it. If you feel, of course, if you feel something is expensive, or it is the price of that particular asset or that particular item is more than expected price, you try to sell that item at expensive price or premium price. Okay? Similarly, if you feel the asset or any kind of product or whatever you feel you are using this theory in, if a particular pair, asset, or whatever product you are using, or you want to use this theory in, if that particular thing is in discount, or that particular thing is giving you a low price than its expected price, then you can initiate a buy from that particular price point if you feel that. Now, if you use that this theory in trading, let me delete everything. Now let's use that in trading. So you draw the Fibonacci from a high point to the lowest point. In my eyes, this is the highest point and this is the lowest point. This is the 50% line. If I put it, double click it, this is the figures that I have. If price is trading in this region, this to me, or put it in the theory, this is a discounted price. There you can expect, yes, price can at least tap this premium area, or maybe at least at 50%. This is the balance price in this particular leg. So once price gets to this area, then you can look for sell, as this is premium price than expected price, because trend is down. So this is prices, you are getting a discount here. Price is premium here. You can place some sells here, at least to that leg which price was in. Right now, I will consider this as a downtrend. Even if you go to the 4-hour time frame, you are seeing some kind of lower lows. So that's how you can play this type of theory. So yeah, nothing too complicated. Just take your Fibonacci and you can play your trades around it. If price is started to reject from this point, you are drawing the Fibonacci on, and you are seeing some higher highs on the smaller time frame, you can expect price at least can tap the 50% of the premium area. Once it gets to that area, you can look for sells in this particular scenario, and vice versa. If this is the bullish case, you can look for buys around this area. I can even invert the chart here. I think I'm using the Mac, so I have to use this. If I invert it, so you can use this theory. It is helpful for beginner. If you're having problem in understanding the price, so you can use this tool and you can play your trades around it. That way you will be in line with the trend, which I think is the most important thing. You have to trade in the trend. You can avoid these type of reversal moves. You can play in the trend. I think that will have a better chance of you winning. Yes, you can take stop loss here and there, but once you play in the trend, your probability of winning increase. I think that is the first thing I did when I was doing 200 EMA thing, because that was telling me a bigger trend. So I was playing my trades in that particular trend. So I saw very good results with it. So I think you can use this analogy. With that being said, so I will draw this tool again. As price is in the premium region already, if we tap this area, I think this will be a good area to sell. Why I'm saying that? Because this is a support area. I'm using very simple analogies here. So as I mentioned, we don't have to be predictive. Once price rejects from here, show some kind of momentum, then we will like to get involved in sells. So we are just 17 minutes away from the NYSE Open. I have couple of areas. Let's see how price reacts from these areas, and we will act accordingly. We don't have to be impulsive. We will wait and then we will react accordingly. And on gold, I was about to show you the trade. Oh, we have the trade already. Let me delete it. So on gold, I saw a very big impulsive move. As you know me, I do like to trade these kind of impulsive legs. I don't care about the previous trend. I only care about the particular leg or trend which we are seeing. To me, we was making higher highs and higher lows, so I decided to take a long from this area. Even if you go to the 30-minute time frame, let me delete it. This was a very good area. If I show you a support and resistance area, but I was eyeing on this support. This was the support area. I just dragged it, and we have couple of rejections from here, and this leg was way too clean, and I was on the 15-minute time frame. I saw a couple of rejections, so I took a long here, and my stop loss was below this point, and I was targeting like 1 to 1.5. I think my entry was a little bit better, something like this. So this was the trade I caught. Nothing too fancy, very simple analysis. I didn't even looked at daily candle or whatever. So I was just eyeing on the 1 hour, 30-minute, 15-minute, and the 5-minute. I used these time frames to take my trade. and this was also a consolidation to the downside or a falling wedge. I trade these kind of patterns. It is where my confidence relies on in these type of patterns. So I took a trade here. So that was a really good trade. I'm not looking to trade gold now. I'm just using these concepts in Asian or London session. But for the NAS, these are the areas. Let's see how price reacts, and we will take the trade accordingly. Yes.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you for that, Samir. So the will you be? Have you decided yet whether you're gonna be trading Nasdaq or Dow 30 today? Because that's a thing you
Oh,
do every
yes.
day, right? You
I
choose
forgot to add it here. Yeah.
you choose between them two, and you choose one, and you go with that one. How have you decided that which of the two you will be trading?
Yes, I accidentally deleted US 30, so I forgot to analyze that thing. So, but NAS was interesting, so I was too glued to the NAS. So, yeah, let's talk about US 30 also. For that, let me go to the daily time frame. By the way, US 30, looking at the 1 hour time frame, it is already, I think I was on the 15. Never mind. Let's go to the daily time frame. Okay, daily time frame, we have this area is here because we have two candles which was decent amount of volume. So this is a very good support area. Let me draw it this way. Right now we close below the support. We are trying to retest. Can we go to the downside? For that we have to go to the lower time frame. By the way, guys, this candle is not having a wick, so maybe we can tap this area in future. I don't know, today, tomorrow, in a week, month, but these type of areas do get tapped. Not 100% of the times, but yes, it happens when you are aligning other things with these type of concepts. So I'm gonna delete this. I'm just gonna mark this as an area because this is from where price can react from. Even if we extend, we have a decent area here, but let's keep the area here. Going to the 4 hour time frame, we are rejecting from this wick area already. Can we go lower? For that, let's go more deep into this chart. 2 hour time frame, this is a very solid area because this is a resistance to me. We reacted from this area, and this is also a good area from where price reacts from. Even if I draw my Fibonacci from here to here, we are already reacting from the premium zone. So I don't mind selling this if we see a good price action. Let me delete it. So we have these three areas from where price may can react from. One, two, and this is price is already trading in that area. Now let's go to the 15-minute time frame and let's try to understand what price is trying to do. Okay, so this is a resistance support. We broke this area. I think if we break this area with a good volume, we make and shift the trend, and we can play this type of move because market structure, as I mentioned, I don't mind. I don't look at previous market structure. I just focus on the current one. To me, we are bullish right now. But if we break this area with volume or at least two big candles, I think then it will indicate yes, maybe we can go lower at least to that wick area. And daily candle is also very solid. The Friday's candle. So this is trade idea number one here, right here. If we close below, good two candles. If we retraced, this can be a good solid area to go look for shorts. Trade idea number one. If we, some kind of liquidity move, one candle close and second candle just huge momentum, I think we still should short it around this area because taking longs, we don't know, it can reject from these areas also. So the long opportunity, I will share that also. This is trade idea number two, by the way. If it reacts from this area, I will sell. If we, play a break and retest, that is also a good move. These two trade ideas right now. But what if we impulsed way too much and then we, come to this area? Remember, this is a wick area on the daily. I think we will see a V-shaped recovery from here if this happened. So I will take an aggressive entry here if that happened. So I will anticipate a V-shaped recovery because I have seen a couple of times if these type of no wick area get tapped, we see this kind of reaction. This trade idea will only be valid if we see a huge impulsive leg to the downside, maybe one candle, two candle, three candle, four candle, and then a one good rejection candle. I can take a trade here, stop loss can be here, and I can aim for maybe these areas, or I will not consider this area. I will just consider this area, because then it will be a, some kind of, if I draw my Fibonacci from here to here, so here there will be some kind of my 50% area, as I explained that theory, which was premium discount. So yes, this is the play I want to play on US30. It is also making sense, but now we have to find what is cleaner in this NYSE, and we will act accordingly. Both are making sense. Both of the pairs are having good areas. I will pick the one which is showing good pattern. So I forgot to mention one thing. What is my entry criteria? My entry criteria is I see impulse and correction, and then I will trade these type of moves on the lower time frame. If I want to sell here, I will look for impulse, a correction, and then I will sell it something like this. So this is my entry criteria. I have my levels, I have my entry criteria in place. Everything is set. All I have to do is wait patiently and just look for this pattern here. So
And
yes.
you mentioned something, Samir, for everyone who is, just tuning in, or maybe even they're watching for some time, but they still wonder the answer to this question. Um, you mentioned you have in this particular moment or setup, you would use your aggressive entry. What is your aggressive entry? Why do you call it aggressive, and how is it different than your normal entry?
Okay, so that is a very good question you asked. So for me, aggressive entry is if I am expecting a V-shaped recovery type of thing. And for that, I have to have a good area to enter from in that particular setup. Let me delete everything. And what is a good area to me, and what is a good market behavior to me when I am allowed to take this aggressive setup? To me, good area is this. Why? Let me make it thicker. Okay, 3, it is fine. So why is this a good area to me? This is the point number 1. To answer this, as this candle is having no wick and this is a good support region, that is why this is a good area to me. Even if you look here, this was a support, last lower low, and then price just shot it from here. So 2 points here: candle having no wick, secondly a good support area. And I cannot enter this trade randomly. I have a condition for it. If market fell way too aggressive, I have understood the nature of US30 or NAS. If this type of momentum takes place, you will definitely, not 100% of the time, but at least will get that 50% area. So that is why I will take a trade here. And why I can take a trade? Because I have seen this pair for many years, and I'm comfortable taking this type of position. Even if you go to the left, going to the 4 hour, even if you extend this level, so this is a very solid support and resistance area. Look from here, price reacted from here, and then again this is a no wick area. So this is how you can use this no wick theory as a confluence with other things, as I'm using this resistance area as a confluence. So that is why it is giving me confidence. If we fell with a huge momentum, I think this is the place from where it should reject from. If we didn't respected this place, I think trend can shift, or we can even tap the support area. This is the last buy for me. If you didn't respected this area, I think trend can shift for at least 2-3 days or maybe a week. Something like this. If we didn't respect this area, maybe tomorrow we can retrace and then come lower. So that is why this is the last area for me, from where I can look for longs. And why I called it aggressively, because we are just taking one candle as a confirmation. We are just taking one dodgy or some kind of bullish candle as a confluence, because sometimes what price does, it just fell with a huge momentum, it can liquidate a bit, and then it start with a good momentum. So you don't want to get liquidated here, and how you can avoid it by just waiting for maybe 15-minute closure or 30-minute closure, a dodgy candle or any kind of bullish candle. So this is a very powerful concept I have noticed, and it works really good. If I show you with any example here, let's find it. I'll just take maybe 10 seconds. If I found it, good. If I didn't, I'll just maybe cover that concept tomorrow. I'll just come up with few examples for you guys so you can maybe notice this thing. Okay. So I just noticed a very huge momentum candle, and this is also a resistance area if you see it. Why? A push to the upside, huge reaction. This wick you could have traded from. If I go to the 30-minute time frame, what is my condition? I want price to go very aggressively to that area, and it did fill that condition on the 15-minute. Maybe there was a a rejection candle. Yes, one bearish candle, two, three. I think this was the area where I could have gained the confidence. Yes, maybe we can reject from here, or I could have shorted right from here. So this is the play that I want to see today. If that condition happened, I have three conditions. I am dynamic here. I'm not married to one bias. I'm not married to one type of momentum or move or setup. Whatever I see, if my confidence is there, or if have seen that setup earlier, or I've traded that setup earlier, I don't mind taking action here. So that is why I do have couple of scenarios and I react on it. How many years did you take to learn trading? Actually, learning the technicals are not the hard part. You can learn that in a month or two, but having that experience, building your psychology, all these things take many months or many years. It took me like 3 years or 3.5 years to you know to learn how psychology works in trading, how your decision making ability needs to be good, and how you can improve that. So it took me like 3 4 years to learn this thing. Technical part, I learned it in a month or two, and so yeah, but it took me 3 4 years to learn a proper way on how to trade, or what are the things needed if you want to become a trader. Technical part is not really all of it. It is just maybe 30%. It is maybe 20 to 30%. That is it. Your decision making ability and your psychology plays a very big role when it comes to trading. And it took me like 3 4 years to understand this thing, or learn this particular thing. Sami, you said you don't care about the past market, you just mark the last high and lows. Exactly. Because that is how I found my first success, and I have stayed to this kind of fundamental, throughout my trading career. So I don't mind taking. I don't look at the daily higher highs, higher lows. I just look at maybe the current sessions higher highs and higher lows, and then I trade off of those areas. Why I am saying that? Because I'm taking the message from the market. If market is impulsing to the downside, what it is telling me? Sellers are strong, yes. If it has to play this low as a liquidity, it will never give me a pause here. It will just show a V-shaped recovery. Of course, it doesn't happen 100% of the times, but I have it does happen. The point that I'm trying to say here is market always gives you sign, and what my sign is, if price has to react from this area, I will take a sign from market. And what is my sign? It will just slow down here. Why it is doing that? Because these sellers have booked their profit and now market is slowing down. If you see a breakout, then yes, this area can hold. This is the theory number one, or the idea number one. But what if we see a huge impulsive leg to the downside, and then huge impulsive leg, another leg to the downside? It never gave a sign that this area needs to be respected. That is why I said market always give you sign. And why I have this area, market will give me a sign here. What is my sign if we get with a huge impulse? One reaction of the 15-minute. If you go to the 1 minute time frame, this will be a consolidation. Market is giving you sign, maybe this area can hold. If we see a huge impulsive leg from here also, then it never give you a sign this area can hold. Of course, this analogy doesn't hold 100% of the time, but definitely you can follow this practice and see how it can change your trading. For me, it did a really nice work because, as Rich mentioned, or I say, I am not impulsive. I am just reactive when it comes to my area. I just wait. If it is respecting, market will give me sign. Maybe a structure shift, maybe a consolidation, maybe a inverse fair value gap, or maybe a huge leg to the downside. So that is how I let the market to show me if that area is about to respect or not. I don't mind having the perfect entry, or I'm sorry, I don't mind having the late entry, but I'm not chasing the perfect entry here. So I think this is a really key point here that you guys can follow, because that's how I found my first success. When I was not aiming for perfect entry, I was just aiming for the right entry. So yes, we are just. Oh, actually, the market open is here. Let's go to the NAS and let's see what we have here.
Yes,
NAS
we have
100.
market is open indeed. A couple of minutes now, 20 seconds, not minutes, 20 seconds. And yes, we have Kawaii Drama one in the chat asking a couple of questions. Thank you for those questions, by the way. One of them was the how many years of trading. Samir answered that 3 to 4 years, and it wasn't the the technicals, the actual strategy or ways to the concept that took you a long time. It was everything around it, the
Exactly.
psychology and getting the feeling, the confidence, and how to handle hardship, how to handle drawdown. That's not something you talked about this very extensively. That's something it took very many years, many trials and error before you understood. For example, the less is more kind of concept.
Exactly.
Trading just one trade, sometimes two, but that's it, and not touching the market once you have a loss on a specific day. There is the same person, Kawaii Drum, is asking, is trading a career? That's another.
It is. It is.
That's a
It is a
different
career.
different kind of a question altogether. I'll be happy to talk about that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, yes, it is. I mean, it is. Well, I was gonna say just about any other career, but it's not like any other career at all. It comes with a lot of uncertainty, with a lot of potential, a lot more. Potentials are basically limitless, but it's still so difficult that it's not for everyone. Even though it looks so easy and everyone can get an account and you can just put your money and get a trading account, that doesn't make you a trader, and that doesn't. Even if you follow a plan or a strategy, that's just parts of being a trader. It's not. That doesn't make you a trader yet. It takes a lot of dedication, hours, and I would say even years to make a career out of it. Enough that you can say, yes, we can leave your job, as you mentioned in another remark. We're not saying anyone here to leave any jobs whatsoever. Do not misunderstand us here. Yes, trading can be a life-changing activity for you. It is for. Would you say it is for you, Samir, a life-changing activity?
It was. It has changed my life completely. I can't even imagine it. How do I put in
All
words?
right.
So yeah, I was
Oh,
just
yes.
making $150, and here I have secured more than $150,000 in trading. I'm talking about. I would have never imagined it in my whole life. So definitely, if you put in the work and follow the right things, I think it is definitely a career. So yes.
That's there. It is. I mean, there's nothing more inspirational for hearing it from someone who went through it. You mentioned $150. I guess that's per month, right?
Yeah, it was per
Yeah, yeah.
month.
per month, and now you've, after a couple of it's not in a month that you made at 150K, but it is
Yeah, it took
over.
some time.
It took about 2 years or something like that, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, going from 150 a month to 150K in 2 years or a year and a half or whatever it is that it took you, that is, by anyone's definition, life changing. I mean, that's clear to everyone. So it can be that for you as well. And I'm not trying to sell you a dream here or a story. We're just sharing Samir's experience. But it's not as easy as it looks. It does take just a step, a decision, a dedication to go with it. But it's so easy to step into that trap thinking, I can make it because I decided or I wanted it. Wanting it is not enough. You actually have to work for it. And I believe just about everyone can be successful in trading, because I truly believe that anyone can have a certain degree of success in trading. You don't have to be special or talented necessarily, but it does take a lot of work, really a lot of work. Whatever it is that you think is a lot of work to you, multiply that by 3 or 4, and it's even a little bit more than that. I mean, that's how I would describe it. It is, it's probably, one of those things that you would underestimate chronically all the time, the amount of work and effort it takes to be profitable and profitable enough to be, really making money, and you can call it a career. Not just making money once in a while, but actually extracting money from the market on a regular basis. Not every day, not every week, but on a regular basis, enough that you see your equity curve go up and up and up, with its drawdowns, right? Not picture here any perfect idea of trading, but eventually it should be making higher highs on the equity curve. Okay. We have, let's check. We have, I'm going to go to the charts. Thank you very, very much, Samir. You've done a great job today, as every day you do that we're streaming here, explaining your ideas about, discount, about premium, about how you trade, what is aggressive to you, aggressive entry. And I'm sure looking at the responses on the chat that people really, really like that. Giving the answers and the response we're getting from the chat. And for those who are enjoying or getting information, useful information from Samir and hopefully from myself as well, and other hosts on the 5ers, please do not consider to do something back to us. Very little effort. Look for that like button, subscribe to the channel, couple of seconds of effort, but to us it means a lot. It gives the right information to the algorithms as well. By algorithms, I don't mean market trading algorithms. I mean YouTube algorithms, the ones that chooses which video, which channel to suggest to the next person randomly. It's based on. It's random, but it is based. The probabilities are based, of course, on likes and subscription, on each channel. So, if you think this is helpful to you, it's likely going to be helpful for anyone, just about anyone else as well. So do us a favor, help us, help your fellow trader get some more information completely for free. All right, let's go to the markets because the market is open and it's not waiting for anyone. So I'm going to go to NQ since the market is just opened, and I'm going to switch to mine. Thank you for that, Remy. Always Remy in the background helping us with his sleight of hand, his quick fingers. I like that. Okay, so we have NQ. Let's go from the higher time frame. With the permission of Samir's mustache, we'll be going to the charts and
Yes, definitely.
we will be breaking down the market, and so on the high time frame there isn't really anything spectacular. Although the movies are spectacular, but it's not giving us any information about where we can enter. Right, the level is below us, and that's it. On this time frame, we're just seeing a very an acceleration, big candles compared to the rest, very confident candles, meaning, for those 2 months, the market was completely dominated by one side, eventually at the end of each month. And that has changed in in the current month and the one before that. But it hasn't broken any structure. It hasn't created any, not on this time frame, hasn't created any bearish supply zone or bearish zones. So there isn't really anything to use on the monthly time frame. If you go to the weekly, we'll see the same price action just with more granularity. We did have a breakout. We didn't even come back to retest that level. That tells you something about the impulsiveness of the market as it was going through it, because it did normally, very often price will need to come back, retest that level, sometimes even go a little deeper before it continues. But here it just went through it and just kept on going and on and on for many, many weeks, as you can see. On the daily, well, actually, before we go to the daily, there's something here that I want you, in contrast to what the monthly was telling us, which wasn't anything, the weekly is telling us actually a lot more. If you look at let me take this away. If you look at the supply zones and the sequence that it is doing and the place that it's placing them, right? So this is a bearish order block, which was followed by another bearish one. That was last week, or before last week's close. Actually, we already had the idea, but you already could have gotten the suggestion that the market was going to break down. It has a good probability of going south because of the supply zone that the price was creating and building up, and price on the current week. Right, last week, because today's Monday, we created yet another level. So on a weekly time frame, that does tell you something, right? We're building the second order block within the same area of the first one, and now we didn't even have to reach the second supply zone to create the third one. Price just created, we see selling pressure coming into the market at lower levels. That's a bearish sign, right? That's bearish sign. Not only that, you can see it as well. We hit the TP on a trade there, but you can see that we actually took out that swing low we had previously. So we're making lower lows. We're creating bearish structures at a lower level, and that means that sellers are willing to sell this asset, the Nasdaq, that is, at a lower level, right? Buyers couldn't even get it to the previous supply zone. So that's telling us that the sellers are getting a better grip on the market, and so that's the information you wanna have, right? So let's go to the daily. So what does the daily tell us? We already had a break of structure, which is the neckline that was broken. Right, so we had the established uptrend. We break that left shoulder head neckline. We broke it. We went back all the way, although we did not have on the daily time frame. We didn't have any entry order blocks, but it still did the same pattern, which is getting to that TP area of the pattern, or that quasi without entry order block. That's something very common. It doesn't always have an entry order block, but it still does the same pattern. Break the structure, go higher, and then is sold off into the lowest point of the pattern. So that happened. We already reached it, and you can see that once you reach these levels, you very often will see kind of like a relief rally coming in. It doesn't change that little reaction, that little pop doesn't really change the rest. Oh, okay, I see my TP was hit on EU. Let me check that in the background. Okay, nice, perfect. So
That's awesome. That reaction you just showed, that was really good.
all right. So the NQ. So there is a little reaction here. Actually, I say little, but it's It's not little, right? This is the daily time frame. It's on the intraday level. It's a whole days of bullish price action as we are opening, as the market is opening. So it's got to put things into perspective. So we had the left shoulder head neckline, broke it, come back. We re-tapped the same order block as or the same level again. We took it out. So everything here is telling us that the demand zone, whatever caused this swing low to become a swing low, couldn't avoid the level being squeezed even more, right? So the whatever that caused this buying pressure coming to the market is likely pushing it again, but is weaker, right? It's the second time that area is being visited. This would be the first time. This would be the second time, and it's not by a lot, I know, but it's still, you can see that it went lower. So that by definition makes it weaker. And the question is, how much more can it hold, until it eventually breaks down? Okay, and there's also a area of not an area, but a market structure of lower lows being created and lower highs, right? So the market is clearly getting ready for, is weak each time, and is getting ready for possibly breaking this low. Although you can see already on my chart as well, there is a demand zone, not the one that created the swing low, but I mean, there is a fresh order block. But actually, let me correct myself. At one point was fresh, no longer was fresh here, and certainly isn't anymore here. That's one thing. So I'm not too impressed by this demand zone, even though it is there, and you will see the market react from it multiple times as we are seeing right here. But it's not very useful to me. I'm not very impressed. Why? It's not fresh, right? This was the fresh reaction. Besides that, it isn't part of that bullish area isn't part of a quasi, right? So if this is the head, where's the established downtrend? It's there. There is just one lag. That's it might be in a smaller time frame, but on the daily it isn't. So that makes the daily order block here. What can I say? It is a demand zone, but it's an inferior. It's not a fresh one. It's not part of a quasi. I can still use it, but not for my main strategy. Okay, so we can move it aside. Basically, it's less likely to be the relevant structure in the market. We also have a daily order block that just got broken. I mean, that's a bearish sign in itself as well. So the market is building market structure, breaking bullish structure. The only bullish area we have is, it doesn't fit any high quality order blocks. So what does everything tell us? At least to me, what it tells me is that the market is, yes, it's pushing away, probably because of the demand zone, the inferior, but still the valid demand zone there. But eventually, either it pushes to the weekly, or before that, it will eventually go in that direction. Okay, so something like that. Not very artistic with the tools. You get the point. But the point is, it's likely to go down unless we start building bullish structure in a fresh one from this level. And for that, we will have to, start closing above this level tonight. And then, we could start building a whole new setup, which is not present currently. But it looks on the higher time frame. This is the daily. So on the higher time frame, it looks weak and weaker with the passing of each day. So let's go to the intraday to see if there's what levels do we have. We also had a nice area. The market had an opportunity to create a reversal area, and we did have what seemed to be on the H4 order block. We seem to be a nice quasi as well. We talked about this. This is the left shoulder, the head, the neckline. Price goes up and comes back to this level, and it had that reaction here. Up to that point, this would be a very, very nice a bullish area to go from, right? The only issue is it never broke the neckline. So it never, this area never was never, approved or certified or never reached the level where you could say, well, now we have an H4 reversal pattern here. We never got that. Everything else was looking fine, but we failed to take out that high, right? And since I based everything on the H4, that tells me on the weekly, on the daily, on the intraday time frame, I'm not looking for an entry. I could take an entry based on everything else, but not on this pattern because it's not ready. It's not telling me it's going to reverse and continue higher. It's and that's actually, had we taken this high, I would be entering here for that continuation higher. And it's not one-on-one. It's not always that if we take the high, we will reverse, and if we don't take the high, we will continue lower. It's not one-to-one. It's not 100% of the time, but it's a very good indication. If it doesn't break the neckline, it likely, is, the chances that it will continue lower are, higher, significantly higher, and that's exactly what happened here. We didn't have a fresh order block. A quasi-entry order block from this level. It was just a lower time frame. Let me mark it here, as you guys can see. It's only we did have on the 1 hour and the 2 hour, we did have a structure or a quasi, not just any structure. Right, that's the established downtrend. We take out the neckline. The neckline is a little bit higher, but you get the point. We came back, reacted from the level. That's nice. And at this point, had we broken the neckline on the H4, I'd be going long this level because we have a reason on the H4, we have a reason on the H2, and that's enough for me to take the long. But because we didn't break it, I didn't get in here. Actually, I sold it, and for a different reason. I think I sold from, I'll have to see. Actually, I took basically the whole day's move into the end of the day. Not the whole day's move. I think I'll have to check, but I sold into this level because I saw the reversal pattern was not getting a footing. If it's not going to reverse, then that's also a sign what to do, right? If the reversal is not giving you the signs it has a good chance of reversing, and you get a setup to go short, you do that, right? So they complement each other. So that's in NASDAQ. So we broke the level. Actually, I should take these out, these lines as well, but I left them for you guys to see. So we took that out, and if you zoom out, you will see on the higher time frame that on the H4, we took out the swing low. So basically, we can start a move up, but on the H4, do we have reasons to do that? Well, these are the reasons to go in. That's a very beautiful reaction on that level. That's H4, but it's already no longer fresh, right? So this would be the immediate retest, this candle, and this would be, since it didn't touch it, that means that this is the first retest, and I'm not. I'm not in that trade. That means that I'm not going to be trading that the next time it comes back. So basically, I don't have a reason to go long here. If anything, we should be looking for reasons to go short because of what we just talked about. But we don't have a level as well. We don't have, the area we have here is an invalidated daily order block that no longer is there. So we need to take that out. And on the daily time frame, we don't have any reason. If we go back to the H4, these levels are already gone. They're taken out. The same goes for all of these levels. So to me, it means that the market is weak, very, very weak. And if you go even on the H2, let's go to the H2. This is the next level that I could start considering a sell. And perhaps if you go to the H1, you will see more levels. But we're almost gotten to one there, but it's too little. I think I'll have to it'll have to create a new level new structure with the quasis, the left shoulder head, break them, and then I can start looking for shorts. But right here, I don't have enough reasons to go short. I just don't. Even if I think the market is getting ready to go lower, that's not how I get into a short. I need the market to actually create the patterns before I can get in short, even if I have a bias for it to go short. So let's take a look. We do have a level here on the H4. Let me double check that. Do we have a? Is this a outside bar? The open. Let me check the high, and yes, it is. So that means if the market were to come back, this is a valid area for me to go check for a long on a lower time frame. Yeah, I like this. This would be an area that I'll be interested to look for a long. Doesn't mean I'm going to go long, but I'm just going to consider a long whenever market gets there. If and when it gets there, that's the area of interest that has H4 and another hourly time frame. And on H4, there isn't anything. We can go to the open to see what the market is giving us. This is the opening candle. That's very clear. So this is the 15-minute opening range. That's there we go. Type it here. Let's mark it like that. So that's the 15-minute, and it's actually quite helpful to to see what the market does. Does it break it, respect it, and continue lower, or does it break it and come back and does this, right? Taking that liquidity below the area, below the orb, and if it does this, then it has a good chance that it's going to take the other side and continue higher, perhaps into something to the left. I'll probably think something like that would make sense to me, right? And if it does not, if it just breaks and holds it, then we can expect price to be going to the next level, right? These are the next level. I'm not sure if it's going to go there, of course, but we can expect price to go into the demand zone below us. So, but there isn't really a lot to do because I don't see a quasi on the hourlies. Just see a fresh order block there. And let's see, where would I be interested in buying? Okay, I would consider price, wait for the 15, the 30-minute, or even the hourly close, and then start looking for sales based on, price action breaking this level, coming back, and then getting ready for that continuation lower. And when we get to the lower time frame, looking for longs there, but going to the, to the minutes, breaking it down, doing the same thing, quasis, and waiting for that entry order block to be retested. And then if it reacts the correct way, then I'll be getting long. But I'll be holding that very lightly because of what we just discussed, that the market eventually looks like it's going to roll over and continue lower, at least from the higher time frame. That's my take. That's on NQ. We're getting at the end of this stream. We have just started. Samir.
Yeah, I was about to share my points on NAS, but I
Please,
might can get the
do.
entry. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm.
I have the similar thing, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. You mean the
I
the
think
orb or the level?
that orb that you are having.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe you can share your views. I think we are sharing the same views here. I don't know why you have that orb, because of that previous candle or the opening range, if I'm not wrong.
It's the opening range. Yes, it's the
Yeah.
opening range breakout, and it's a good indication to see who won the opening battle. That's basically what it is, and the winner of the opening battle is usually a good indication who is, who will have a better chance in winning the rest of the day. So That's what I use that 15-minute opening range for price to give us. It needs to close, and really stay there, not just go back quickly, because then it'll do the opposite. It'll be like fuel for buyers. But if it stays there, and even if it continues a little bit longer and then come back, that'd be the area where I'd be interested. Not necessarily there, but I'll be looking for either that low or maybe something on the lower time frame in here to get short, and then targeting something that makes sense, demand zone, which we already identified to be those two areas overlapping each other. That would be something that I would be interested in getting a short. Actually, I can already go and start looking for the possible entry, because it does look like it is going to come back. So we have a bearish here. That's the top entry order block. Not an entry order block. I shouldn't say that. It is. Actually, it is. It isn't. No, it isn't. Hold on. Yes, it is. Okay, so that's the neckline. So this would be the neckline. And so that means that this area is now officially a 5-minute entry order block. That could be an area that I could short from. So in that case, if price comes back, let's say it does come back, hit that level, I'll go to the lower time frame to see if we have a break of structure again, and then short it into the level, putting. It looks like price went back in time, but that's just me being not very good at that tool. So if price comes back to retest the level, and on the lower time frame, maybe on the 1 minute break structure, then I can short it from a level, put my stop above, and then target the next level that is going to go likely. But that's only if it comes back to that top area. It does not do that all the time. So you will have to. I'll have to, assess that when the moment comes, right? So on the 1 minute, for example, it did get this area. But in order for me to take this trade, I'll have to see that 50% retracement, what we talked about. If it's below that 50, then I'm not going to be taking. So that already tells me, it needs to either push a little lower before coming back, right? Push a little lower and then coming back, and I can consider this area to short as well. And I'll start looking for the same patterns, and when I see it, get in, short it, put my stop, a little bit above the area, and then target the level below. But it'll have to play game and actually go this low, because otherwise, like so, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I'll just let it go and not play along. All right. I don't know if that helps the question you had, Samir. Maybe?
I have the same setup, by the way. So
Okay.
I'll be eyeing on the shorts in that 50% area. We share the same thoughts here. Okay, let
Okay.
me
Doesn't
go to
happen all the
NAS
time.
here. Okay,
We we
let
have
me delete it.
we have
Yeah,
roughly
go
this
ahead.
we have roughly the same ideas, and roughly the same levels, but not all. It's almost never. It's exactly the same. So I'm interesting to see yours. Go ahead.
I'm eyeing on shorts as we took out this liquidity and this is also gone, and we have shifted the structure. So I will eye on shorts around this area because we have some kind of fair value gap here. I think I'll just take a shot here.
Okay.
Let me see how much point stop loss it is gonna be. Yeah, around 111 points, 411 points. Okay, I can short at 50% area also. That way I'll be having 114 points, 414 points. Yes, 1-to-1 seems good here. And we are also at the end of the stream, so this will be the trade for me. I'm eyeing on shots here, and let's see how this thing works. Yes, I have to
Perfect.
check something here. Yeah, that is it for today, I guess. And we will see you guys tomorrow. And this is the trade I'm eyeing on. I don't know. I can get a setup right at the stream, or I don't know when we end the stream. But this is the setup I really want to take. And yeah, I'll just set up a few things here, and then let's see how it goes.
Yeah, no problem. Take your trade, I would say. I was going to say take your time, but take your trade. And let's see, we have, yeah, basically, we've been to the end of the stream. So actually, it is, it's, if you have something very, very quick to show, let's say you're already in the trade and we can show your chart. But
I'm
if,
I'm just I'm waiting for that area as I mentioned.
okay.
So
Oh,
yeah,
so that
it
means,
will take some time. So I don't know. So I think, guys, we will see you tomorrow. But this setup is on. I will take a trade around this area, and this is the setup for me today. It looks good. Opening range setup, gold. I was eyeing on shorts and longs on the. Yeah, we are on the support area. But the only problem is that we have this support also, which has shown a good reaction. So I think we can liquidate this and we can come to this area. This will be a good long for me. So that is it from my side. And I will see you tomorrow. So yes, two setups for me. Whatever comes to me, I don't mind taking that. So that is it from my side.
perfect, perfect. Thank you
I'm
very, very
just
much, Samir. We are here on our last few seconds here.
okay. We are
Thank
here.
you,
Yes.
thank you for everything you just shown there, Samir, and everyone watching. Thank you very, very much from here at the 5ers. We're very grateful you're watching us. It means a lot to us, and you don't know how much we appreciate it because we have so many plans, and it's great to see you guys appreciate the efforts, the time, the energy we put into these streams, all of our things we do, the products we bring to you to the market, as well as the sessions we have on Discord. I'll be hosting later on today. I'll be hosting a workshop there as well. You're all more than welcome to join us and learn a little bit, have some fun with us in the Discord. And if you speak a different language, if your native language is different than English, check the YouTube channel to see all the other languages we have. We have in Japanese, we have in Portuguese, and in many other languages, in Italian, I believe in Dutch as well. You get the point. We get many flavors here if that's something that's relevant to you. So thank you very, very much for watching us today. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. We hit the 110 subscribers. Thanks to you, each one of you who pressed that button. We really, really appreciate it. The workshop is going to be in about 40 minutes on the Discord community. Come and join us. And it's completely free. You actually, you don't have to pay anything. You have a chance of winning 10 hub credits. So who knows? Maybe you would be the winner, Ramon. Thank you for today. So that's it. See you guys tomorrow. Keep that energy high and nail down that execution. I would say. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye, guys.